and then let everyone know they're being recorded. Okay, you're being recorded. All right, now let me stop the transcription. There we go. Wow, typical Microsoft. Um, instead of a separate control. But anyway, let's see. Now we can close that and that. All right, so everyone can see the screen at this point. Um, I presume I'm going to pop up a couple of things here. Now we have, if you've all got your new data sets and training guides, we've got a couple of new ones here. The first one, the training guide itself is also it's the same civil guide that you had last time, and you could certainly just continue to use that one. But there's another one in there called the Carlson Takeoff Tutorial. Now, this is one that was actually developed by Carlson software, and it steps you through a little sample program, and you can see that they've got, here's chapter one, the introduction. Chapter two then is the file menu, edit menu. So they go through all of the menu commands all the way down until you get to I guess it's here at page 760 at chapter 20 called the tutorials menu. And there's this tutorial that's in the help session called CAD file takeoff from start to finish. Now I'll show you where that is, and this is a nice little exercise to go through to sort of tie a lot of these tools together that, excuse me, that you'd be using, including, if you happen to have like the trenching module, there's some things in there on, pipeline trenching. There's our cut and fill heat maps. Uh, there's some roadway design and curbs and such. So it's a nice little site, a little office building out in California somewhere. Um, and then, they just step you through, and this is actually using some additional um, examples here. Let's see, I'm not sure where exactly where this drawing comes from. It should be installed. Let's see, first point. Yeah, so they're stepping you through a digitizing example, which not very many of us still use digitizers anymore, but that, we do that heads up, or we'll scan a drawing and use a PDF. But this, steps you through a couple of example workflows. I'm trying to see if there was a particular file. They've got a file called, or they're using a drawing template called site.dwt, but it does not have anything drawn in it. That's what I was looking for in this tutorial. They just show you, well, if you've got something drawn on paper, here's how you would use a digitizer and all of that. So anyway, it's this pretty well fleshed out tutorial that we're going to be using some of that same drawing material and some of those same tools. And I said it's a pretty good um, example of how those workflows would proceed up to a point. And the reason I say that is this particular concept right here. If I can get back and just find a picture of the overall site. Let's see here. Yeah, so here's an example of modeling this site, and they're putting in like the building pad and the subgrades, and there's a parking lot, and you can see how it's got its subgrades, dug down into what builds that. But you might also notice, if you pay close attention, this outermost edge of this site is running along that back of curb that's out there. And so this is what I'm talking about, being that this tutorial is almost what we're looking for, because here's what it is missing. Let me come back to this, but there's so much content here. I'm trying to again find another file. Let's see. Yeah, so I think this might be the only other picture we have of it here, but you'll see this. So what I'm getting at is that when they're doing this tutorial, they're going to have you define everything all the way up to this edge of this curb line out here on the outside edges. All right. Well, that works, except for what do you do beyond that curb? Because doesn't that have to tie back into your existing ground at some point? And that's just a very minor point, but a lot of these things are done, and then it's done with the idea of, well, we're just doing some estimating, so that's really as good as we don't need to worry about it. But sometimes there's quite a bit of work out here on the edges, particularly if you live in a region like I do in Western Pennsylvania. You know, retaining walls are expensive, and a lot of times clients don't like to pay for those retaining walls. But, if we don't have any kind of consideration for what's going on out there, we're not going to know whether we're going to need one or not. Other than, obviously, if we're taking somebody else's design and they show us a retaining wall, we know we got to build one. Or if they don't, we know that's a change order. But to be able to come up with this stuff, to be really on the total up and up, then we need to be aware that this outermost edge of drawn new features is not necessarily the edge of our work. We do need to have that tied down into our existing ground. Okay, so we're going to get into that as we um, go back into some things. So if we look at in our civil training module or manual, I'm going to start on page 37. This little exercise called putting it all together. And this is going to sort of go back and help us review a couple of things that we looked at. We've sort of, I guess, really sort of illustrated, some concepts about building surfaces and the importance of break line edges. And in fact, that's our rule of thumb. We look back into our manual here when we're talking about surfaces. We've got, one basic little primary rule here that we see on page 20, that if it's an edge on the ground, you need to make it an edge in the model data sets. Things like curb lines, edges of pavement, even the top or bottom of a bank. That sort of thing is what we're looking for. Okay, um, so what we're
I'm
going to,
sorry.
yes,
Can you tell me you're in the Carlson Civil Training Guide? When I go to page 37 or 38 of the Carlson Civil Training Guide,
uh-huh,
I'm seeing a substantially different document.
you're
It,
seeing that.
I'm seeing, I mean, it's formatted in portrait mode, not landscape mode. It's not the
Well,
same.
yeah, we should be. This is just, it's 2 pages.
Oh, okay, that's
It
why
is
I'm
30 and 31.
got
Now,
it. You're
I say
showing two
30 and
pages at once.
31. Yeah, and the other thing to keep in mind is it's if you're looking at the page count like over on the sidelines, it's really page 44 or 40 yeah, 43, and it's the printed page number at the bottom of the page. There's 36 and 37. Okay, so yeah, I've just got my view set for 2 pages. It's like I've opened up my book on my desk.
Got it.
Okay,
Sorry, it just
I put
was looking for it to match. Okay,
no, no,
got it.
no. That's a great question because if you can't find where we are and you're trying to follow that along, of course, it's going to be tough. But that gets you now to where you're seeing the same thing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yep.
good. All right, sir. So we're going to step through this um, exercise called putting it all together. And it's going to illustrate a number of points here. Some of which are some simple earthworks. We're going to start off with some information that is basically a little stockpile. Okay, it's stockpile of materials. Um, if you work for, let's say, a mining company or a quarry or something like that, and sometimes you have to keep track of your inventory, and you'll, of course, now we do a lot of this with drones nowadays, but a lot of times we also used to just, put a, a guy on a four-wheeler and a backpack with a receiver on it and go around grabbing GPS points as he goes along the stockpile to see, how much material is there, how we're going to measure that and figure that out, give us some volume computations. So we're going to start with that. And here's going to be the process. This is the roadmap. We'll have that drawing and we'll see, what might be in that drawing and how we can take what's in that drawing and use it to our advantage. And we're going to review some things like shrink wrapping our entities so that we put this outside boundary around our data set, and how to model our terrain surface. We'll do our terrain or 3D terrain modeling, and we'll come up with a surface for the stockpile. We'll compute some volumes in a number of different ways. Then we're going to design a little borrow area that you can see, like here on printed page 46, actual page count in the PDF file, page 52. But we're going to draw a little area here that we're going to turn into a little borrow pit. So if we ever have a site, we know we need to get a particular amount of material out for another part of our work, then we can just see the tools on how to calculate those things. And then finally, um, we'll see about, merging that borrow pit into our stockpile, and then how to um, design a little access road that comes into it. We'll come up with a little centerline design. We'll cut the profile across that existing grade, and we will, start off with um, our start and finish points along that profile, put in some vertical curves for our roadway, put that out there on the ground, offset some edges, and come up with this crowned roadway, even though it's just a gravel haul road. Um, but as it comes into our site, and then, you can see this picture. This is actually the picture is supposed to be, in fact, is um, texture mapped with a gravel pattern, but it's such a the pattern is so small on there, it just looks basically like chocolate ice cream. So apologies for that, but you can see how the contours are exactly what we're expecting to see. That we've got this roadway laid down on this ground, and we've cut in the cut and fill banks, and we bringing that right into our uh, little borrow area that we had designed. So that's going to give us a number of tools of how to use that. And then we'll also look at the designing that roadway with a couple of tools as well. One of them being simply using the very basic tools. The other one is to use what's called this RoadNet design, where we actually model the cross-sectional materials of that roadway, and how that becomes, we get that out of our volume reports and our materials reports from comparing those two surfaces. So that will be that basic little exercise that we'll look at for that. That's going to sort of tie some of that stuff together. We'll take a look at a couple of things here, probably not go through the whole exercise, but we'll talk about how we can resolve things like this. If you get one particular area that's next to, say, this is a building pad and this is a parking lot that's designed, um, to go at a differing slope. The building pad might be flat elevation. And, so we'll get some little conflicts here on how to resolve those kind of things and fix those in our 3D modeling. Okay. But then what I'd like to do, because so much of what you do is in the world of estimating as opposed to designing, and we're not going to spend a whole lot of time on this. This is more for, an in-depth civil design class. But so we'll run through that just enough to sort of refresh our tool set on these modeling techniques. But then we're going to switch to take a look at this site and see some of those tools that we typically use to take a set of plans, sometimes paper, PDFs, and how we get them ready to model into our site model. And this is using the takeoff or the construction module, or if you have civil, it could also be done under the SiteNet menu as well, which is sort of a subset of the takeoff workflow that's included with civil. But I think all of you guys have the construction module. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe that's the case. Okay.
Okay. So you've got the full set of tools. And this is a good example, without being too overwhelming, um, of all of the different types of things that we might encounter in our in that particular workflow. So we'll look at it in two different aspects. The first one, back on just generic um, modeling and some tools and techniques for that, so that we understand that process. And then we're going to look at the quote takeoff way, where we're going to be identifying things that are drawn on certain layers as being either existing or design, and how we go through that process and we start to build and construct those existing systems and the design systems, and then compare the two together. Whereas our standard, I don't know what to call this necessarily, just like a one-off process. This is the actual meat and potatoes as to what's going on behind the scenes. And we have much finer control over this. This is where we pick the elements that create those models. Whereas in this scenario, we're going to be picking the layers in the drawing that hold those elements to make the models. It's a slightly different approach. It does the exact same thing. And if we know how to do that in this fashion by picking the elements and using our tools to model surfaces this way, you can also do that in this fashion. And instead of picking the layers and letting it decide how to model the surface, you can actually do the more accurate and more fine-tuned surface modeling like you would in this scenario. But then instead of saying in the takeoff workflow, I want to use these layers, there is a place where you can define the source of that information to be another surface file that's already been created. So if you had created a surface file manually, if you will, where you've got all the break lines and all those spot elevations, and you've got a lot of stuff that really define that surface better than, say, just plain existing contours, and you'd put a lot of care and effort into creating that file, or you were able to extract it out of something that the contractor that the engineers may have given you. Once you have that file on hand, you can simply tell the takeoff system, instead of using these layers, I want you to use this file. Okay, you can still use the layers to help you define materials, but it actually creates the surface from a previously created tin file that you're going to work on, that you would have created ahead of time before that process. So to get that stuff started and sort of get ourselves back in the groove of modeling these surfaces, let's take a look at, again, beginning on page 37, we're going to open up this drawing called example 1.dwg, and that should be in either of these data sets. So I'm going to come to Carlson here, go to my guess I could have gone to that takeoff suite icon. Either one of these, I'm just in a habit of choosing this first civil suite, and those are just loaders. They're doing the exact same thing. They're loading up Carlson software. So once I have that up and running, by the way, bear with me one quick second. I have to turn something off here that I neglected to do. I have a drive mapping that when I'm teaching, and I'm disconnected from my other consulting networks. I think I need to, yeah, right here. I have to disconnect that because otherwise what happens with that, my network's not connected so that my drive mapping is not working. So after a while, it starts to look for that drive and it spends more and more and more and more time. It just hogs it down. So pardon me. Thank you for that indulgence. I've now got that turned off. All right. So now we're going to open a file, and that's going to be called, like we said, example1.dwg. And I'm going to navigate to my training folder, and I see that it's going to be in my data sets for civil class, actually. I don't. See if I've got that. Oh, it's also, if you're in the new data set folder that you downloaded called data sets for machine control, or just maybe plain data sets, it's in a folder inside of that folder called getting started, or it's in the original data sets for civil class. Regardless, it should look like that when you get to it. You may get this little drawing setup that says, hey, you've got a state plane, Alabama East, currently using the drawing, switching to blah, blah, blah. You can just choose, I would choose the NAT 83 1986. None of it matters one whit because these are at arbitrary coordinates anyway. They're not really at state plane. It's just a mismatch that it found. If you get that message, just click one of those or close the dialog box. Now, did anybody not able to get this file up and open?
Sorry, I was extracting it. Did you say 2011 or 1986?
Either one. I'm saying what it did is simply find that the drawing contents did not match what we previously had set for the system. And it's saying, okay, could that be because of this or the other? And if it were one or the other situations, it might clear up that conflict. As it turns out, the conflict is much bigger than that, and that these are not anywhere close to being on state plane of either system. So it doesn't matter which one. Yeah, so we can either take that or just close the dialog box. I think it'll let you just close it. I'm not sure. So, and that's simply because up here in their settings, drawing setup, it was set, you can see in this defined projection, to be Alabama East, the 86 projection. It noticed a difference because we're down here at what, 8,000, 5,000. If I'm looking down here at the bottom of my screen on these at the coordinates as they're moving around. So those are not state plane coordinate values. It's just arbitrary values. And so that's why it's, it noticed that difference and it popped that up. So if you get that, you can just ignore it. But now everybody's able to now have this file up and open. Or let me change that. If anybody is not, please speak up. Let's make sure you get the file started. Okay, so what do we see in this drawing is we have what look like points. Remember our Carlson point, which is really a CAD point joined up with a block, a graphic block, which is the symbol, as well as another block, which is a block of attributes, which is this point number, elevation, and description. Okay, and if we sort of hover the mouse over that, we see the whole thing sort of lights up, or we select it and everything lights up, and we look in our properties and we see it's actually a group. There are two blocks. That's the attribute and the symbol, and there is a point. There's that CAD point. All right. Now, a couple of things you may notice as you look at this drawing. A bunch of these points in the interior of the massive points have a description that just say B. And if you look around at some of these points along the outside edges, you see some that say B-2. toe, like the toe of a slope or something, okay, which is exactly what it is. Now, for those of you, if any of you have this sort of fatal engineering geek flaw, and you don't like to look at letters that represent O's by rectangles, this is what I call my ugly text. This is because that particular Carlson point object is created. The attributes are created using a style, a text style called PTXT, and we can redefine that if we'd like in a number of ways. Again, on this draw menu, on the text pull right, there's a command that says set style, or you could simply type the word style and hit enter, or you could go to this view menu and choose layer control, which is the same thing as choosing this button up here next to my pull down properties that says layer control. But I look at that, and the reason I wanted to point this out is that this is one of the real key advantages that the IntelliCAD version has over the AutoCAD version. One of which is AutoCAD has the same thing. If I were to run that command from the view menu and choose layer control, I would get the AutoCAD layers definition box, and it would look just like what you're seeing here, where you have a list of layers with a set of defined colors, line styles, whether they're on, locked, frozen, or thawed, different line weights, different characteristics for the layers in that drawing. That's the layer control. But in IntelliCAD, it's a lot more than just layers control. In fact, if you look at the title in this little blue strip at the top of this window, it says Explorer dash layers. So I'm using the IntelliCAD Explorer and I'm looking at layers. Now look over here on the left-hand column. I see I've got a drawing that is open. So I can see all of the drawings I have open. All of them would show up here. Right now, this is the one I'm currently in, called example 1. And it has some things in it by category. I've got blocks. I've got coordinate systems. I've got dimension styles, groups, layer states, layers. Now that's what comes up if you choose layer control. Layouts, remember those are my paper space items, like down here at the bottom I see I've got the model, and then I've got layout 1, so there's my 2 layouts there. Line types, those are the same line types that I could use to define right in here. You know, I've got continuous and -2, and I could have more loaded that I can use to define my layer behavior, but they're here by themselves. So there's my continuous and my -2. I've got different materials, multi-leader styles, multi-line styles, tables, text styles. So there's my other option for changing that text style of that point. Instead of choosing draw, text, set style, I could do it all from this view layer control, or finding the icon right up here in this toolbar. You see where my cursor is? I'm hovering over this that says entity properties, and I go 2 icons inward, and I see that one that says layer control. And that brings up this IntelliCAD Explorer and I can click on the text styles, and there are my two, so far, my two different text styles. I've got one called standard that is defined by this font file called Roman S.SHX, which is not found. Actually, I would have to find, something else. In fact, I'll switch that to be, I'll just make it Arial. And then my PTXT, which is what these points were made from. Right now it's pointing to this txt.shx, which stands for a shape file. SH is for shape. X means it's compiled. I don't need to remember that, but if I see an SHX file, that is what's called a CAD font, whereas these other ones that you see, like Artifact, or I'm going to set mine to Calibri Light, and you notice out here they're changing. That particular font is one of my system true type fonts. Okay, so if you don't like to see those square O's, you can change the font. It could be anything you want it to be, but again, the text style, I go to my Explorer, choose it, set this to, whatever you wanted. Let's see here. Yeah, you could make it trying to find.
I'm sorry, Ken. I'm really struggling to catch up with you here. So
Okay.
this was every time I look over your so you went to settings. How did you find this menu? The Explorer
this
text
box.
styles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On two different places. One is this toolbar that I have up. Now look at my cursor at the top of the screen.
Yeah, I sort of see it when I look back at my screen. Hang on, don't move first. Ah, shit.
Right. Yeah.
My bars look totally different than yours, so it's just hard to find that icon. And when you move off of it,
All right. All right. So what I'm doing with my icon right here with my cursor is I'm going to that little, looks like a perforated line. That's the start of that toolbar. And if I move that toolbar around, well, no,
I can't.
there it is. Hang on. Um, so that's just the start of it, and it tells me the name of it. That's the only reason I was pointing to it, and that's called entity properties. And it looks like this. If you just watch my mouse here, I'm going to highlight each of these icons. So I start with this one that says MOLC, and there's one that says layer control. And then I've got these pull downs where I can set the current layer, the color, the line type, the line weight.
All right, I think I managed to find the
Okay.
toolbar.
All right. Now, if it should not happen to be there, in fact, if we go over one here at some other point and I'm showing you, let's say here's a toolbar called Entity Snaps. That's where I had those snap icons. And if you don't happen to have it out there, the way you turn that on is back under settings. You go to your toolbar setup, and then you can choose. It's either going to be a Carlson toolbar, a Carlson DGN mode toolbar, which I've not used any of those before, but they're there if you ever do get into using DGN files. CNG survey, again, same thing. And then ICAD and ICAD DGN. ICAD being the IntelliCAD. So the two you're going to really be looking for are Carlson toolbars and ICAD toolbars. And you see the one right there that I have checked called Entity Snaps. That's that one. So if I were looking for that,
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you go back a second? You were on iCAD and you had which ones selected?
yeah, so under my settings, toolbar setup, I had this ICAD, and I've got
Draw.
Just three. I've got draw,
These-
entity snaps, and modify.
Got it.
Okay. Now, what those are is the draw menu is vertical on the far left edge of my screen here. And you know, it's going to pop up and maybe dock itself up here in the top, but it looks like this. I have these different draw icons, and I'm just going to grab the title of it and I'm going to drag it all the way over to the leftmost edge and dock it vertically. And then I'm going to scoot that other one over there just to give it enough room. The modify toolbar is likewise on the right-hand side vertically. And that is my standard CAD modification tools. And then my entity snaps I have docked at the top horizontally. It's the second one in on the bottom row of toolbars that I have out here. Okay. Now, so that gives me access, if you do not see it, that entity properties. That was, again, I'll go back to settings, toolbar setup. And my entity properties is a Carlson toolbar. So I've got my category at the top chosen as Carlson. And I'll scroll down here and I'll make sure I've got my entity properties checked. And that gives me access to the second icon from the left of that toolbar is called layer control, which is the very same thing as going to the view menu and choosing layer control. So if I choose that icon, that second most icon, this will pop up, and it pops up in layer mode. Okay, but it does so much more than layers. It does blocks, layer states, layouts, line types, and again, there's my text styles. So I can choose to either add new ones, I can create new ones to use for a particular command. Let's say if I wanted to, draw using contour labels as a specified named text style, I could create a new one called contour labels, anything I want to call it. And I just come over here to the side, to the font name, and I'm going to choose a particular font that I might want to use that will help me know that that's going to be a contour label. Let's do like a Sitka small. You know, it doesn't matter, whatever, anything that you wanted. Here's like a Palatino. So it's going to look like, you'll see a little preview of what it would look like there. You could give it a particular, say, obliquing angle, which is sort of the lean angle of the text. All right, so now you've defined a text style. And then what you would do with that is when you're doing something like creating contours from a tin file, and I'm just going to grab one here, look at the contour tab. If I choose to draw the contours, then that opens up the ability to label the contours. So if I label the contours, notice down here it says label style. So I could give it a style name or choose from any of the ones that I have previously defined. And right there's one I defined called contour labels. Now it does say CONT-LABEL because that's what was used the last time I ran the command. And if I did not have it listed here already from my list of available text styles, it will build it for me. based on whatever the current text style is, it just creates it for me, at which point I can go back and change it if I need to, which is exactly what we did with these points. Is we went to our text style, we found that PTXT and changed the font to something a little more visually appealing than that squared off looking text. None of that matters. That's just cosmetics, okay? And I wouldn't spend a whole lot of time on it other than that's, sometimes that's something that you'll need to know where to change those things, and that's some of those settings. But I would get very familiar with that second icon on that toolbar where you do set your layers, but understand that it controls a lot more than just layers, okay? There's all these different categories of things it can control, okay? Now, you remember from last week, what are some of the things that we can do with points? What's one of the key advantages? And I'm not going to just throw out these open-ended rhetorical type questions and try to put anybody on the spot. I'm just sort of setting the stage. These are the questions to ask yourself. I will give you the answers. One of the key advantages to using Carlson points is that we can refer to these points as these locations by typing their point number. Okay, remember, if we draw a polyline, we could say draw from, in our case here, say 2000, let's say here's 2074 to 2079. We would go from 74 to 75 to 76 to 77, 78, 79, and it would refer to those and pull those locations out based on those point numbers. So that's an advantage. Another advantage is we have descriptions on these points, so we can refer to them collectively by those descriptions. Now, what else do we use these points for? You remember we looked at that site where we had that retaining wall and the road that had some contours going down the edges of the road, and we talked about the importance of using brake lines, and we had all those little points off to the side that you could barely see. So those are points. And so points are really the fundamental component of a terrain model. And a point represents the corner of a triangle that is going to be a faceted segment of that terrain model. So everywhere there is a point is going to be the tip of a triangle. And the points come from either the points, the CAD points that are in the file. In this case, they'll be part of these Carlson points, or they could also simply be the bend points in line work that we have drawn in the drawing. Now, we don't have any line work in this drawing, at least not yet. So there's no bend points there. There a question, or is that somebody just scooted a microphone or something? Okay. So what else do we know about modeling the surface? If we were going to build a surface out of this group of points, what would we sort of expect to see up in this little swooped in area, down here in this little swooped in area, and then up in this little swooped in area? Remember, when you build a surface, you're going to sit on each of these points and you're going to look all around yourself, and every other point that you can see, you're going to try to draw a line to it. And once that line gets formed, if it's drawn, and again, in memory is where it draws these lines. So if it creates that line first before another point, before it's another point's turn, then that line can serve as a barrier or a wall to keep other points from looking across it. So if we don't have this outside edge, this outside boundary, we're going to be able to look across those little in cut areas, and we're going to get these long, skinny triangles. Okay. So we're going to need to shrink wrap, if you remember that command where we did draw shrink wrap entities. So there's the menu that it's on and the location on the menu. Looks like a gift box. Or we let it happen from inside of the triangulate and contour menu. Okay, so, but we needed to know, like in this case, if we did a shrink wrap, it's going to find all of these items here and draw a boundary around them, and then we could use that when we go to create our surface as our inclusion polyline boundary. Okay, because remember, we're going to need, we either need to have that drawn and then select it, or let the command create it for us internally using that same process of shrink wrapping this data. Now, so there's a number of ways, and again, it's just a polyline. So you can either draw a polyline and go around and try to pick your way around it, or you could look at your information, and if you happen to get really familiar with this and you zoom in down here on the edges, you can see here's a, I'm down here on the lower right, sort of middle of that lower right edge, and I see there's a 0.2000 with a description called B-toe. I see a point called 2001 that says B-toe, and I keep going up to the northeast. There's 2002 B-toe, 2003 B-toe. So you get the idea the points might be in sequence, and as a matter of fact, they are. Starting at point number 2000, it goes all the way around our stack, our stockpile, and comes back around here to 2028 B-toe. Then it goes on to 2029, but it's just B, and then there's 30 and 31. So those are points that are not on the toe of slope. So it goes from 2000 all the way around to 2028. And then I could go from 2028 back to 2000 to close that figure. Okay. So that's one way of doing it. I can draw it by point number. The other is to use that shrink wrap entities command. And there's another one that will allow me to draw these by nearest point found based on the points descriptions. All right. So you can get sort of a reminder of the importance of these Carlson points. But now here's the very first reminder of what we're going to have to do in terms of these Carlson points. As I see them in my drawing, yeah, they're good. I can select them and move them around. But what if you wanted to list, you wanted to get a report of what all these points values were? You would typically go to the points menu and choose list points, correct? So go ahead and do that. Now, when you do that, what happens is you get a dialog box up that says, well, tell me the coordinate file you want to use, because Remember, all I did was open this file. It had a bunch of points drawn in it, but that's all they were things drawn in my drawing file. I don't have a coordinate file, or if I do, I don't know which one it is that corresponds to these points. And it's trying to get me to tell it which one I want, and it's, you know, it's offering up here in the file name to use the same file name as my drawing file, but I don't have a file of that name. So, you know, if I were to say, well, okay, it's going to be a new coordinate file, I'll give it that same name, example 1, and I'll say open. And then I'll say, well, I'm going to list all the points and look at okay. And it goes, well, there's no points in it. Number of points listed is 0. So how would I get points that are in my drawing to get on the points menu? I've got a number of utilities to do that with. Now, first of all, I could go first straight away and say, set the coordinate file. And I would change it to, you know, I would choose it as a new file and give it a name. And you can, like I said, keep that same name, or in fact, I'm going to set it to yet another one. I'm going to call this one stockpile points, stockpile PTS. I've got my new tab selected. I'm in my folder up here where my where this drawing file came from. And I'm going to choose to have a coordinate file called stockpile points. With that selected, then I'm going to say open at the bottom. And so now all I've done is set the file. If I look up here at the top stripe of my overall window, I see I'm running Carlson Civil 2025 with IntelliCAD 12.1. This might not for resale license. And then in the parentheses, it says coordinate file is stockpile points. And then my drawing file name comes up after that as example 1. So now I've got a coordinate file. And if I look on my points menu and list points, just like before, if I say all, it says, well, I don't have any points in that file because it was a brand new file. Didn't exist. I gave it a name. But now I want these points to be in that file. I want their values to be in that file. So I'm going to do that by the points menu, and either I'm going to go all the way to the bottom next to the last one and choose point utilities, and then come over here to about a little more than halfway down, 2/3 down maybe, and I could choose update the coordinate file from the drawing. That's the command I'm after. So that's where it's available. Or if you want to see, instead of picking for these individual commands, just like a good utility knife, it's on the points menu up here in the top part. You see that little Swiss Army knife icon. It says coordinate file utilities. And so that groups all these commands together conveniently in one place. And I see down here on the bottom, in the left column, I can update my coordinate file from the drawing. So that's what I want to choose. I'm going to choose that button and then answer the questions. So first of all, I can put a wildcard description in here. Now that happens to be an asterisk, Shift 8 on the keyboard. That is programming geek speak for everything or anything. So any particular character will match an asterisk. Whereas if you're not familiar with those, question marks would match any specific single character. Asterisks would match any particular thing. It's sort of a, a catch-all category, all right? And we use asterisks and question marks to sort of use placeholders for those. And so I'm going to use everything. I'm going to take that asterisk as my description match. And I will take the defaults there, keep it as update point descriptions. And these are the attributes that I want to capture as part of that. And it says these are optional. So I could have some optionally different named attributes, but I'm not going to do any of that. I have never, ever used point formats with these optionally defined attributes, even though you can. There's no need to burden your mind trying to remember it. Just take the default on that. We'll say okay. And now it says select entities. But again, we've gotten in the habit now of looking at the line above and say, well, what kind of entities and for what reason? We read the prompt above and it says select any Carlson, land development desktop, soft desk, now that happens to be the same as the LDD, inroads, which is a Bentley product, Eagle Point, geodometer, Leica, or micro survey points. So those are all individual, those are all, engineering and surveying software applications, each of which can create points, just like we're dealing with here in our drawing. It will allow us to capture those and turn them into Carlson points. Right now, the only kind of points we have in this drawing are Carlson points. They happen to exactly match. They're just not in a coordinate file. So it says select any Carlson LDD soft test, blah, 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 or microsurvey points, select entities. So I'm just going to go up and go outside of it a little bit to the upper left, click, drag down and to the right, get everything in the window, click again. I've now selected a bunch of things and it tells me entities. Here it says select entities, so I can still keep selecting. It says entities in the set. It tells me how many I've got is 240. Now, because I know that a Carlson point is three things, there's two blocks and a point in each Carlson point. So 240 divided by 3, that's 80. So there's 80 points there. Looks about right. So I'm through selecting, so I'm going to hit enter to finish. And once I do, I come back to my Swiss Army knife utilities function. And again, conveniently, there's that command list points, which I would have to go out and pull separately off the menu, but I'll just do it from here. List points, I'll choose all points this time, I'll say okay, and lo and behold, there they are. So that's how you get those points from the drawing into a coordinate file. And you see the only two descriptions we have B-toe and we've got B. Okay. So that's going to be convenient. Now I'm going to go out of that and then I'll exit that command. So now I know I've only got two types of points. I've got the points that say toe, which are going to form the toe of that slope, of that outside edge. And I've got B that are going to be all the points in the interior. Now, if I didn't have those B-toe points, I wouldn't have any way of knowing. Say, if you look down here on the lower right of your drawing, at points number 2028, 2029, and 2000, or 2030 for that matter, and look at their description. So if you look at point 2028, it goes up to 2000. That's the assumption for being the bottom of that slope. With point 2029 not at the bottom, but slightly inset. So if all of these had the same descriptions, I would have no way of knowing that 2029 was not actually on the toe of slope. I would just have to assume that that toe of slope cut in a little bit to 2029 before it came back to 0.2000. Right, so we're going to take advantage of that to help us identify the extents of this data. Okay, so a couple of ways we can draw a boundary around all of our data. And here's a couple of reasons why we're going to do that. First of all, let's go to the triangulate and contour command. So I'm going to, let me see, I'm going to make sure, I'm going to go to settings, Carlson menus, and I'm going to choose the construction menu so that I am in Carlson takeoff or Carlson construction. And I can see up at the top now, the top stripe of the application, it says Carlson Construction 2025. So I'm going to work from here most of the time because that's where you'll have yours set to most of the time. So I'm going to go to the surface menu and I'm going to choose triangulate and contour. So this is the typical process of building a surface. And I'm going to do a couple of things. I'm going to start on the far right where it says selection. That's of the four tabs at the top. I'm going to go to the far right where it says selection. And I'm going to make sure nothing on those first three boxes is checked because I don't want to filter this selection. I'm going to take everything. I'm going to come next to I'm going to skip over labels and go to the contour tab, and I'm going to make sure that I uncheck draw contours for right now. Okay, we'll get a chance to in a minute. And I'm going to go finally to the triangulate tab, and I'm going to do these settings. I'm going to uncheck to write the file. I'm going to uncheck to use inclusion and exclusion. I'm going to set my shrink wrap reduction to none. And the only thing I'll have down here is this ignore zero elevations. Oh, but up here I want to draw the triangulation lines. I want you to see the edges of the triangles that will form as part of this surface if we build the surface with these particular settings. That's what we're going to do, is look at what would happen if. Okay, so we're not going to write the file yet. I'm going to tell you, as a matter of best practices, I always write the file because as long as I have that file, I can always generate contours from it. I can cut sections of it. I can compute volumes against it. All of those things I can do. But for right now, I'm only going to draw the triangulation lines. And I'm going to, where it says shrink wrap perimeter reduction, I'm going to say none, because I'm not going to let it do the shrink wrapping at this point. And I will leave it as ignore zero elevations is checked on, so that if anything happened to be zero, even though I selected, it won't be used. And that's it. I'm going to say okay. It now says select entities. Reading the line above, it says select the points and break lines to triangulate. Well, that's everything. So I'm just going to type all, ALL. I'll hit enter. And it says, okay, you got 240 entities in that selection set. Keep selecting entities. Well, I'm through, so I hit enter. Boom. And there is going to be, if I were to write that as a surface file, these would be the triangles that get formed into that surface file. Now, here's why I wanted to show you this, is if you look in these areas, let's look down here along this lower left edge, and you see these particular triangles. If I look at that triangle,
Is there a
Hey,
way you can?
Ken.
Hey Ken, can you make your lines a little brighter?
oh, okay, you're having trouble seeing that then? All right.
Yeah, I they're lightly there, but on my side they're like bright magenta.
They should be magenta, but are they hard to see?
On your screen, yes. On mine, they're bright.
Oh, I see. The ones that your computer drew are fine, but you can't see mine very well. I got it. Thank you. So I'll keep them magenta, but I'll give them some weight. How's that?
Much better.
Okay, good. All right. So now if I were to take a look at just some of those, I'm going to now go to my view menu, show hide by selection. I'm going to isolate by selection. I'm just going to grab this outermost triangle. See, there's well, I missed, I guess I missed a little connector point, but there's one of those long, skinny. Well, no, I guess that is there's a
I'm sorry.
triangle. Yeah, go
How
ahead.
did you just get that little sliver?
I went to a command called view, show hide by selection, and you can either hide by picking something or you can isolate by picking something, which is what I did. Now notice those little icons. They are also up here on this toolbar. It makes it handy, and that's on that layers toolbar, which I don't know, it's not necessarily really a layer, but that's where it is. But I'm going to go to view, show hide by selection. I'm going to isolate, and I'm just doing that to grab that outermost triangle. So that is a triangle right there. It's got a line here on this. There's one line. There's the other line. And there's the other line. So 3 edges to make a triangle. That's a long, skinny triangle. And now I'm going to go back to,
Did you have to select all the lines or just one or?
well, let me go back to that. If I choose, run the command, view, show hide by selection, isolate by selection. Now look at the prompt at the bottom. It says select entities. So it asked me, I look at the line above, it says select the entities you want to isolate. So I wanted to look at just those 3 lines. So I picked one line there. I picked another line over there. And then I picked a line there. Now I could keep going. I'll go over here on this other side, for instance, and pick this one and this one and this one.
Okay, so you're selecting individual edges of the triangle, not a triangle on its own. Okay.
Correct, because I didn't actually draw a physical triangle. I drew the edges. Okay. So now if I see what you're asking, let me put that back. And when I ran this triangulate and contour, I said draw triangulation lines. If I had said draw triangulation faces, then when I click one, it would grab that whole triangle. Okay.
How do
So
you
if
keep getting back? How do you keep getting back to this drawing?
I chose to view, show hide by selection, show all. You see that icon? I
Yeah.
chose that icon from the toolbar right up here. So if I isolate, we just isolate a couple of things. And now if I want to show all, I just click and they
Thank
all
you.
come back. You bet. That's what I need you guys to do. If we're looking at something you want to match it, and if it's goes by too fast, let me know that stuff, okay? So now, the point of what we're doing here is to illustrate that we've got some of these long, skinny triangles out here in the edges that aren't really part of our surface. See, these triangles here, all of these that show up here, let me change their, give it even, yeah, see, if I look at these triangles like this, and I just change their weight so they'll stand out a little bit, I see that all of those are outside of these points that say toe, B dash toe. So those are things that exist out there on the ground that I don't know anything about, right? So those are the triangles I need to not consider to be part of this terrain model. So I need a way to keep them out of my terrain model. And so what are some of those ways? And one of which is I can shrink, and like right up here is another example. Like right here, this particular one, see that particular triangle edge, see point 2017 was able to see point 2019, but really that goes through land that's outside of the extents of that toe of slope. So that needs to go away as well. So how do I keep those from happening? And there's several things I could build the surface and let it build those invalid triangles, and then I can edit my surface and say delete triangles and go all the way around it and just sort of do a little housekeeping and throw away the triangles that I know aren't valid. Or I could draw a boundary around it first before I let it build the surface. And once that boundary had been created, it's going to trim off any triangles that go outside of it and throw them away. That's really what I'm after. Okay, so again, if I built this like this, I would have to manually select all of the triangles that I know to be invalid and get rid of them. So I've got some up in here in the upper, right in the north. I've got some in the southwest, some in the southeast. You see, I see them down here. I've got this one up here in the northwest. And I've got this one that goes across here, but it goes from the toe to the toe. I don't necessarily know anything in between those 2 points other than that assumption is it goes from a point, on the toe slope to another point on the toe slope. That's the next point number. Okay. So a couple of ways we can do this. I just want you to be aware of where these are. I'm going to do another command now that's going to be helpful to getting rid of these pink lines. And I'm going to go to my edit menu, and I'm going to choose erase, and I'm going to erase by layer. And when this pops up, I'm going to choose the button that says select layers from the screen. It's going to now prompt me to select the entities, reading the line above, select the entities on layers to be deleted. So I just pick one to tell it what layer it is and hit enter. So it's identified the layer to.
I'm sorry, can you hold up a second? You did erase by layer and then where did you go?
Select layers from screen. It's that leftmost button on the bottom. And I say button, these things are, they're long rectangles. They're technically buttons because you press them and they do an action. All right.
Can you show me where the erase by layer button was again? I missed it.
Yeah. No problem. But I'm glad you brought that question up because I want to give you guys and gals and people a sort of a roadmap to think your way out of some spots from time to time. He says, where did I get that erase by layer command? Okay, well, here's the roadmap. Here's the decision tree, if you will. There are only two states of things in your drawing. They can either be there in the drawing or not. Okay. So if they are in the drawing, or let's say, first of all, if they are not in the drawing, we need to look for commands that are going to create things. And just think of nothing else. Let's say if I needed some circles to be in my drawing, I can look at this and tell there's no circles. I could do all kinds of other, checks and find out there are no circles in my drawing. But if I needed some circles in my drawing, what menus might I look at? If it's not in the drawing and I need to create it. First of all, it is a drawing, which means things get drawn. So I might look at my draw menu to create some things, all right? And that would look like this. I could draw lines, 2D polylines, 3D polylines. There's my circles. I've got text, I've got tape, I've got all kinds of things I can draw. Now that's one place to create things. The other types of creation commands are going to be on the more specific menus to the right of the points menus. Things like elevate, where I could turn 2D elements into 3D elements, or I could go to my roads menu and I could say, draw a centerline file. So I would read a file and draw the contents of that file. So those are the more Carlson specific items, if you will, whereas my standard draw commands are just my standard geometry, okay, things I would draw. All right, so that is the decision tree. Either something exists in the drawing or it does not. If it does not, and I need it to, I'm going to look for things that create. So I'm going to look at my draw menu, and I'm going to look at those other menus over to the right that generate some things. Now, let's say it does already exist. I can do one of two things. Well, one of three things if you consider that one of the things is to ignore it. But I can do one of two things to anything that's in my drawing. I can ask questions about it. I can find out, sort of uncover some information about it, uncover some of its properties. And that's where I keep this properties box over here on the left of the screen. I keep that docked over there on the side and keep it open. And if you don't see it, just right click the mouse and choose properties and make sure it turns on. And you can keep that floated or dock it or turn it on and off. But when I do that, anything that I select is going to show up in that properties box. So I've selected that line. I see now some of its properties like the layer that it's on, the color, the line weight. And if I continue to select different things, now I've selected a point. I've got a line selected and a point selected. And I look at my properties and I see, well, I've got a group of things. There are four things. There's two blocks. That was the symbol, the attribute block. I've got a line and I've got a point. So I can choose any of these particular subcategories and I can make changes to my properties box as well. Okay, so I can do that. Now I'm going to press escape so that I clear the selection set, because as you may have found out by now, as you click your way around the drawing, you're going to continue to add to that set of selected items. So now, remember, it either exists or it doesn't. And if it doesn't, we draw and create things. If it does, we can look at some of its characteristics, one of which is through the properties box. The other is there's a whole slew of commands under the inquiry menu. So I'm going to ask questions about it. I'm going to say, go to this inquiry menu, and I'm going to say, give me some polyline information about one of those pink lines. So I click on it after it said to select it, and I see that I've got some information. I've got the line length. Let me open this up a little further so I can see when I chose polyline information, it said pick a polyline, which I did. It gives me a low V or low Z. That's the lowest elevation of that line. A high Z, which is the highest elevation. So 385.38 at this coordinate, 8170.50 as an X coordinate, comma, 4172.72 as a Y coordinate. It also tells me the line length, the slope distance, the horizontal distance, the slope distance, and it's basically the same because it's so short and so close to the same elevation. Gives me an average elevation, an average slope, 2D length, weighted slope. I've got an overall slope, an average slope here, and a 3D length weighted. All right, so those are some different things that I can do. What else could I do to something?
Excuse me, if you turned on drawing inspector, would it give you the same?
Absolutely, yeah. Well, let me say yes with a caveat. If I were to turn on drawing inspector, that's a great question. I'm going to now right click and choose my options dialog, and one of which I wanted to see was this polyline information, polyline data. So that's something I wanted to see. Now let me uncheck these other options. I want to make sure I keep this tag display showed so it pops up. Now I say okay, and now I point to this, and what you're looking at there is also polyline information. I see a horizontal distance, slope distance, a Z start and end, and then my slope in percent and ratio. And in this case, the points at the ends of that polyline, there's point 2015 as its first point, and it has a description, B-toe, and there's 2016 as my second point, description B-toe. So you see it's mostly the same. It's not always exactly the same, because when I chose simply the command and then picked it and it read it off the command line, it did not give me those point numbers. It did not give me the elevation where my cursor was when I picked it. Whereas if I'm looking at this, well, it's not giving me that elevation where my cursor is there unless I were to turn on the elevation like as a separate category to inspect. Now when I do it, now I get that changing elevation. So the answer is yes and no. It doesn't give me exactly the same, but that's exactly something else that I can do. Now I'm going to right click and turn off my drawing inspector, but that's what I mean by if it's in the drawing or not. In this case it is. Ask questions about it. Well, I've got all these commands, as well as one of which is the drawing inspector, so I can use it to find information about that exists in the drawing, is modify it. And how do you modify something? Well, there's a number of tools for that. And again, I'm going to look at this particular thing. I see it's a line. And if I do something like that, just with my mouse, I moved it. Well, that's a command that modifies. If I select it, what's another thing? Instead of moving, maybe I want to copy it. So I can run that command. Now it's available from a menu, or remember this iCAD toolbar that I told you was vertical on the right-hand side? That's my modify toolbar. Those are the workhorse commands. And so there's now copy. So instead of moving, I can copy, and it says, okay, specify the base point and where you want to go to. So I'm just going to, throw a bunch of copies out here if I wanted. I'm just clicking different places. And I'll select those and I'll delete them. All right, so a lot of those modification commands, again, because it exists, so we could inquire about it, look at its properties, or we can modify it. And if I modify something, I can a lot of times select something or a group of something and then right click the mouse. And that's going to give me some commands that I can do with that particular thing I have selected. Okay, so it is context aware. And you'll see some of these commands repeated for different things based on whatever those things are. Now there's your move, copy. So there's again some modifications. They are also on the modify toolbar. Okay. We can also choose from our list of recent commands and repeat the most recent command, in this case, which was erase, because I erased those copies. Now, what's another word for modify?
I'm
Go ahead.
sorry, Ken. I think I've lost my command bar somehow. I have this layer inspector thing that showed up and I can't get out of.
You've got
It's my cursor became a
thing like this, and it looks like that.
no. I have what looks like a zoom in, zoom out icon, except it doesn't actually zoom in, zoom out. And on the bottom of my screen, it says layer inspector, current drawing layer, final. And I
Okay.
hit exit and the thing disappears and then comes right back.
So you have this kind of thing.
Yeah, but I lost the what's above it too. The command layer inspect thing where it says that on your screen.
This right here, that's my command line. All right, so if I get out of that, and you saying that's coming right back, if you,
The yeah, the layer inspector screen comes back as soon as I hit exit.
okay, that should not be coming back unless you are hitting the enter key to repeat the command. So for now, if you run, go ahead and exit that and don't touch any other keys. Just choose the exit button. And does that now pop that back up?
If I don't hit anything at all, nothing pops up.
Okay, now leave it at that. The reason it comes back is probably because you've hit enter or the space bar, which repeats the last command, which makes it run again, which is why it creates that list again. Okay, that's why it's running it again. But if you do not see that command prompt area down there on the bottom of the screen,
Yeah, I must
then
have
what-
closed it in trying to close the other one.
then that's okay. Then I think what you need to do, if you have the mouse, let me see if I can do this without having this dynamic input on. Um, let me have you, can you share your screen and let me
Which screen is it? This
look
one?
at, So if I stop, yeah, there you go. All right, so now you see there's no command line down there. It says, what does that? Let's see. I need to make that bigger here for me to see it. All right, so that says, yeah, it still says, it says command. You see it over there, but it's
Oh, I just had to double,
there.
there it goes.
Yeah. So
Okay.
it didn't pop that down. All right, so there you go. There's
Thank you. Sorry,
yeah,
guys.
no problem. That's let me see, get this back over. That's a very common thing to find yourself in, is sort of out in limbo land. You don't know what's going on, and how to get back to it. And so what happens is if it goes away, I'll go ahead and close my whole, see, I've turned it off. Now, what normally can happen is you could be in a mode, this is
Oh,
called
sorry.
this.
I think you got to start screen sharing again.
Thank you. Thank you. I sure do. There. All right. So I've now turned my command line off, just like you had. And I'm going to come over here and choose this dynamic input on and off out of my status bar. And so what would happen is normally you would get things like, and you see that little thing at my cursor that says, give me the opposite corner. Or if I select something here and I right click and say, copy. Now, instead of things showing up on my command line, they show up at my cursor. Okay, so I can do things at the cursor. And so one of the things is I can simply type, see, I'm starting to type the word command, whoops, command, command line or command bar. See, I could choose underscore CMDBAR. I could spell out command line. And if I choose that, then it says show the command bar. And I've got a list of options: show, hide, toggle, floating, lower, and upper. Well, if I say show, then that's going to make it pop up. You found the shortcut is you just, if it's closed, if you just come down here and double click where it says command, it pops it back up. Okay. Now that's not typical AutoCAD behavior. That is typical IntelliCAD behavior. So it's actually more helpful. I think AutoCAD leaves you out in limbo and doesn't tell you how to get it back. You have to go to whatever menu and find the menu that governs palette visibility and turn on your command palette. So be that as it may, anyway, now we're back on top of things. Now, we haven't forgotten the original question was, where did we find the erase by layer menu? So we're getting there. So we've looked at a couple of things. We copied them through, we got these different, so we either have things in the drawing or we don't. If we don't and we need them, we look for things on menus that look like they are creative type commands, like draw, or look under some of those other menus, like under roads, and we'll find a command that actually physically says draw centerline file or draw profile. So likewise, though, is if something is in the drawing, we've got one of two things we can do with those items. You can either find out information about those items, which are inquiry type commands, looking at their properties. And so an inquiry, ask questions about it. Well, that's a huge hint. I've got a menu that says inquiry, and there's a whole bunch of commands on it. So that's one thing I could look at if I were needing that type of thing. But another type of thing is to look for commands that modify things that are in my drawing. Now, the standard AutoCAD and standard IntelliCAD menu set actually has the menu that says modify. That's the actual title of the menu is modify. We don't see a menu that says modify. I've got a toolbar that's got modify on it, but what's another word for modify? And there's your big hint. If you write a paragraph and turn it into your boss at the newspaper, what's he likely going to do with it? And what's his title? He is an editor, so he's going to maybe edit the story I wrote, my paragraph that I wrote for a newspaper article, and that is going to be the modification that I would be expecting, is to have it be edited. So that's where I'm going to look for a lot of these commands that are going to let me modify things that are already in my drawing. So you can see, you can actually erase items. You can go out there and select them, erase something you select, or erase a single one that you pick on, erase the last one, or, oh, lo and behold, there it is, erase by layer. Okay. And there's your copy, standard copy, copy to a different layer, copy only a portion of a polyline. Down here, at some point, you're going to find move. Down here's move. There's break. There's extend. There's trim somewhere, I think. Yeah, down here, trim. There's my fillet. So these are all different ways. And down here's some other pull rights. There's change my properties, change elevations, change the style. I've got polyline utilities, and I've got all of these different editing tools. So this is a huge menu with all these pull rights, and it's very beneficial to sort of learn where some of these things are. And there's one right there, and I use this all the time, is erase by layer. I see that it's got a clever little icon, looks like a stack of colored pancakes. Those are my layers. And it's got a pencil eraser, like it's going to erase something on one or more layers. So clever icon. And it tells me it's on a toolbar somewhere. I have no idea where it is. I might look for a toolbar called erase. There is not one. I might look for a toolbar called edit. Again, there's not one. But it is a layer type function. So it's actually on a toolbar that I have active under settings, toolbar setup. It's a Carlson menu group or toolbar. And it is, if I scroll down here, I see that it's on, but it's the one called layers. It's right here. It's Carlson layers. There's also an iCAD layers, and it doesn't have that command, but my Carlson layers toolbar has that little command right there. You see right there at the top of my screen, erase by layer. And you can see where my mouse is pointing to. So when you choose that command, when it runs, it's going to do a number of, it's going to sometimes pop up and it's blank. This will be blank, and you can just type a layer name. You may select the layers from the screen, or you may select the layers by picking them from a list. And those are what those two buttons there do. Once you have done that and it identifies the layer or layers, so it's a layer name separated by commas, and then you can further, if you uncheck the all button, you could restrict it to only these things are going to be erased from those layers. Or if you say all, it's going to take everything. And so now I've drawn these lines. They're called try or lines. I want to get rid of them. So I'm going to erase by layer, and I'm going to say, okay. Now, they're gone. And here's something nice about that particular command. Let's say I do a bunch of things to my drawing or whatever, and I'm going to go back and rerun that command after I made a few changes. And I said, excuse me, well, I still need to get rid of that. So I'm going to erase by layer again. Now I'm going to turn off this.
Hey, Ken, we have a question if you don't mind.
Sure.
Bruce, go ahead. I saw your hand up there.
Okay. I was just gonna say one other place I look for commands a lot is typing in command search in the command line, and then it gives you a listing that you can do alphabetically and find, and it tells you where it is on the keyboard.
Yep.
And links it to a help too.
Yes, absolutely. That's a great and you did this command. You start typing like this and you choose commands and then internal and you get something like this. No, that's not. You're talking about something else, right?
Command C, start again, command
Yeah.
space search. Should be underlined. CMD.
Oh, CMD search. There you go. Command
Okay.
search.
Right there.
Yeah. And you've got all these icons here too that you can also use or choose the help, the little question mark, or if you just say command search, again, that pops up and that gives you, so if we're looking for erase, there's erase by layer. There's what main menu it's on. It's on the edit menu. It's on a sub menu called erase. It's available in all the modules. So whether you're in civil or construction or what have you, there's the keyboard command called LDEL. And the toolbar that it's on is called layers. And it's a Carlson layers toolbar. Wow. You know what, Bruce? I never knew about this command. This is fantastic. So CMD search.
And then
Now,
you can hit down at the bottom. When you're on a command, you hit down at the bottom.
yeah,
It says help. You can run it or you can run it right from there, but you also can run help right from there. It gives you
CMD. So if I said erase by layer, I could
go
choose
down to help.
help. So that brings up the helps. Yeah, and that help is typically context driven, which you can even do it when you're running the command. Sometimes you'll have a help button in the middle of a dialog box, but a lot of times you won't have a command. You won't have help for a particular command. But let's say I wanted to do it, then I could just choose run from here. And there it goes back to that. And see, there's the help button there. But sometimes those commands don't necessarily have that. Wow. That is amazing. That is an amazing and an amazing tool. I had no idea it was in here, which makes me wonder if it is. Let's see what that report. I wonder if they have that also available in the AutoCAD version. Let me see if I do. Yeah, see, I can get, so I was looking at erase. If I say erase by, So I've just got two. And so I could run that report and I can see, there's the name, the menu, the modules, the keyboard. Wow. Okay. Stump the chump and teach the teach. That's great. That is really nice to find out that is there. Command search. I'm going to actually on our break look and see if that's in the AutoCAD version, and that goes into my little quiver. I know that the AutoCAD interface has a similar thing up in the top of the screen where you got like some help buttons and you've got a login button and you can start typing a command and it will search as you're typing and bring the command up. Much like when you're doing something like this, you'll get this kind of thing and it shows you where where it is and all that kind of stuff. It's a different interface. It's up here in the ribbon part of the screen. And that command search, wow. All right. MD search. How did you run across that, if you don't mind me asking? How did you find that command, Bruce?
Can't remember if it was in the first training that Todd did with us or if I just ran across it. I don't remember.
Well, that would be just like Todd. He's on the inside. He's a Carlson, so he would have known.
Yeah, probably was him.
Yeah, his
used
brother.
it ever from that time on.
Yeah, what was that again?
I've just used that all the time, and I can also look up try to remember some of the keyboard commands to save time, and it shows you the keyboard command there too.
Yeah, and sometimes those keyboard commands are, let's see if you do, I'm going to type remove, and let's say if I wanted to remove, say here's one that says remove lot edge. And I see, I would have to type out lotnet _ remove _ edge. Well, I could actually,
I think you would copy it from there.
yeah,
Control C, Control V.
Yeah, and then I could choose that. If I look in my settings menu, I've got these quick keys, and that's where I could, if I wanted to, remove a lotnet edge, I might say, maybe I would say X EDG. So I wanted to delete an edge. So I'm going to say add X EDG. That's going to be what I want to type. And the command I'm going to do was, I forgot it already. It was lotnet _ remove lot edge, I think, something like that. Let's see. Let's go back to lotnet remove edge. So that was it. Lotnet remove edge. Lotnet remove edge. All right, so now I would say XEDG, and there it's asking me for my lot network to process. So it's actually running that command. So that's another one that if you're a typist, I'll do my command search. And again, there was a case of here might be a command that I use a lot, this lotnet remove edge. And I didn't want to type that out, but I wanted something quick like XEDG. Then you can go to quick keys and create an equivalent
That's
command that runs that. Okay. But man, that command search, that is fantastic because I've always told people to, if you look for a command, you find yourself using a command a lot. And if it's buried, like I used this command all the time when I was getting started, I still do. Edit polyline utilities, remove polyline, and remove polyline vertex. And I would always tell people that if you see an icon next to the command, that tells you it's on a toolbar somewhere. It doesn't tell you which toolbar it's on. Well, now I know how to tell them which toolbar it's on because even in the help system, sometimes it doesn't show you which toolbar it's on. So that was that remove polyline vertex. That was my command. Search. Here's my remove polyline vertex. So here it is. So there's my RMVERTEX. So again, I have an RV as my quick key to remove vertex. And it's on my toolbars. It's on my polylines toolbar. Oh man, this is so cool. Well, thank you so much for the interruption. All right. And that's probably been in the system since 1988, and I just never knew it. So, wow. Wow, that's interesting. All right, I'm going to check over the break. In fact, we're a half hour past time for our morning break. Let's talk about that for a while. Let's go ahead and save your drawing if you'd like. We're going to take our morning break and come back and finish this up. But so
And
we're gonna.
I do have
Go ahead.
a question. It may not be super
Sure.
quick, but maybe it is. The purpose of drawing these triangles in and over everything, we ran through this exercise, and I'm just trying to, I know that when the software surfaces a layer, that's what it's doing. It's generating these triangles.
Yes.
What we just ran through, was that just so that we could identify what was beyond our boundaries so that we could exclude it down the road? Or
Yeah.
did we actually? Okay, that's
Yeah.
just
No,
so
no,
that we
no.
could see those areas.
I'm following your line of questioning, and here it is. We're only drawing these in here like we normally in our normal workflow would not ever draw these triangles. There's no need to. Okay. We always can. But the biggest thing that we always want to do, and I'm going to show you the surface triangulate and contour command again, is I told it right here to draw those lines. Normally, we don't draw any of that stuff. What we normally do is write that as a file. Okay, and once we have that written as a file, then we can always go back to our surface menu and we can then, draw contours. We can, right here's the one called draw triangular mesh. That would do this same thing. It would read that file and draw these triangle edges. The only reason that I'm having you do it here now is just so you can see what would get built. And these would be the ones that you would have to go in and edit. You don't have to draw them to edit those. You could do that from your commands to edit a surface, but this is just for illustrative purposes. So normally we would never draw these unless for whatever reason you need to draw them, because you can always visualize them. You can draw them later. You can go into your surface, the 3D viewer, and you'll see those same triangles. And that's also where you can edit those triangles is in that 3D viewer. Okay, so does that clear that up for you? Again,
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, so again, we would not normally draw these. Now, I know some people that do, and they do it as a matter of principle, and then they'll freeze that layer. Well, that's okay if you want to, but I mean, I've done surface files that covered tens of thousands of acres. And let me tell you, if you draw all the triangles in a 60,000 acre surface, you're going to bring your computer to its knees, right? So there's no need to do all that. It does it in memory much faster and it doesn't hog up your drawing. Okay. Now, we're going to take a break here. In fact, I'll go ahead and stop sharing. And I'm going to stop recording. And I'm going to stop the transcription. There we go. Now, I did verify over the break, indeed, the command search is available in the AutoCAD version. And I also, while I was there, looked for command search, and I saw that it's on the help menu. It's available for all modules, and it's also, there's your keyboard command, and it's also on a toolbar called help. So I turned on my Carlson help toolbar, and you see it right there, command search. It's also available on the help menu, command search. Just a prime example of a very useful tool. And I've always just glossed over it. I've never really looked at much here because I tended to know, where the tools are that I needed and sort of, learned their locations over 40 years of doing this. But that is a fantastic way to help learn this software. And to keep it at your fingertips like that, I'm going to leave my help toolbar out there and just dock it up here in the top. And I could just pop up here and grab that command search, or you can get it from the help menu as well. And you can see there's, Carlson help, IntelliCAD help, some information about the Carlson Academy. That's the training arm. There's our command search, Carlson website, training movies, all these different kinds of things that are also available up here. Okay. But it's just something real. So now, Bruce, you're going to, with your permission, I'm going to use, all of you for your permission for your company. That is such a fantastic find that whereas I may not necessarily need it to try to track down a command for my own use, but it is an extremely useful command that I want to put in my little quiver of arrows for when I teach other people. So thank you for that contribution to the group. You get a gold star, and and I'm going to tell your story to all my classes. I have some things that have popped up in classes over the years. I've got a survey company down in Charlotte that I give some examples from, that was 25 years ago. Some things that we discovered through there, some of these Carlson aha moments. And so you guys will forever be enshrined into the lore of Carlson education. So thank you very much.
You're welcome, and thank you for all the other stuff. That one
Well,
thing I did know.
I mean, shoot, if I get nothing more out of this experience than that, it's going to be well worth it. So yeah, that's one of the most fantastic commands I think I've seen them put up there. That's fantastic, just excellent. So now you can find, instead of telling people that, just go try to find out what toolbar it's under, now I can tell them how to find it. Exactly. So perfect. All right. Now, again, what we're trying to do, we're going to erase by layer now. And now that we know where we can find that command, either the edit, erase by layer, or from the layers toolbar. And notice it keeps the layer name previously identified in the list. Now this is something to sort of keep aware of. So if I keep doing this and have to go back to it, I don't have to pick that from the screen anymore. It's still sitting there. I can just hit OK. Now what happens, that particular command was developed for the mining industry more than anything else, because they have a series of commands that generates all of this 3D line work for multiple phased extraction of mineral strata. And it can really clutter up a drawing. And so when you try something and see if that's going to do what you want, and you generate all these lines in the drawing, and you say, oh no, I need to change this parameter and rerun the command. Well, you need to clear all that other stuff out first. Well, I remember I was sitting actually in Maysville at Carlson's headquarters, and we were doing a training for it was actually a very special training for a visiting mining engineering professor from Russia. And she spent, half her year out in the Siberian coal mines and the other half back in Moscow getting things ready academically. And she taught at the universities there. And so she would do this stuff. And so she learned the command in this particular way. She would generate all that line work, and then she would go to the view menu and say, isolate layers. And then she would pick all those layers she wanted to isolate and hit enter. And then everything else would go away. And then she would just say erase, and then grab everything on the screen. And then she would restore layers, which is right after isolate, to turn the rest of those layers back on. And so that's what she was doing every time. And she had never used that command erase by layer. And so, Grant Wanker there at Carlson showed her that command granted, it only saved that one, just a few steps of identifying the layers, isolating them, erasing the contents, and then restoring the layers. But if you do that, 10 or 12 times, because you keep trying to tweak parameters to see how it changes what you're working on, it's very useful to have that command. So if I did another something here, and if I tweaked something about it, and I drew, and there's and there's something else I want to change. So I want to get rid of everything on that layer. I don't have to isolate the layer, select it and delete it, and then restore the layers. I can just go back to that erase by layer, and that list of layers, in this case, in that mining example, they had like a long list of these layers. It keeps those names in there. So you don't have to keep picking them. You pick them once, and it builds that list, and it stays there while you're in that particular session. And then you can just hit OK. Now, the reason I point this out so laboriously is that if you do this command, and let's say you've done something a number of times, you've tweaked it, and you got it just the way you like it, and if you run that command again, and then if you say select layers from screen, and you go pick another layer, let's say I picked that layer there, you see what it does is it adds what you've selected from the screen, but it adds it to what's already there. So you have to be aware of that. So if, let's say, we had everything right with this layer and we didn't want to erase them anymore, and we said select layers from the screen, we pick something else, it's going to add to that list. So you need to hit the clear button first, and then you would select from the screen. Again, if you were changing text, let's say you got everything like you liked it and you no longer wanted to erase that list of layers, be aware that when you do this here, it adds to that list, so you have to clear it first. All right, so just something to be aware of using that command. It's a very useful command, but it can sometimes sort of bite you in the butt if you're not careful. All right, so now we've seen the fact that we've got a bunch of triangles that are going to form out there that we don't need. And you can either go ahead and build the surface and then go into the surface view or some other way to erase the triangles, or you could pre-draw the boundary and use that to limit what gets created. And how would you pre-draw that boundary? Is you can draw, again, we don't have it. I want to, so I'm going to go to the draw menu and shrink wrap my entities. Okay. So in this case, I need to go across gaps. Otherwise, bounded line work only would find only the shapes that are bounded by continuous line work. So I'm going to choose across gaps. I'll draw it as a 2D. I'll put it on this layer and I'll say, okay. And I'll just grab everything that I want to shrink wrap. And there now is that boundary. Let me choose this surface boundary. I'll make it so you can see it a little better here.
Can you run back through that again a little bit? I'm sorry, I missed it somehow.
The part of the shrink wrap?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. All right, so I'll select that and erase it. So if I want to draw a boundary around a bunch of things in my drawing, again, there's that decision tree. It's either in the drawing or it's not. It is not. So I need to find some command. I'm going to look at menus that do creation type things, which is typically draw. And I come down here and I find this one that's about 2/3 of the way down. It says shrink wrap entities. Okay, so that's going to pop this guy up. Now this is going to draw an external boundary. It's going to shrink wrap everything that I select. And I can either choose across gaps or choose bounded line work only. I'll show you that as an example in a minute. It's a very useful command as well to be aware of this other option. But I'm going to say across gaps, and I'm going to put it on a particular layer. I'm going to give it a maximum gap if I want to have it, the allowable distance between features that it can jump across. And then I'm going to choose this either none, low, medium, or high reduction. And we saw that last week a little bit. Let's go ahead and put it on none, for instance, to start with. And 2D polyline. We'll say okay. We'll grab what we want to shrink wrap. We're going to shrink wrap all of this stuff here, and I'm going to hit enter. And now when I said none for my reduction, look right here how this jumped all the way across here. But it really should have jumped down here to these inside here. And the reason it did not was because we told it to do no perimeter reduction. Because what's actually happening when we do this command is it's taking all of that data that we select that we want to put a shrink wrap around, and it's actually building a little surface in memory for itself to use. And it builds those triangles just like we saw. And I'll go ahead and just put this back on here again. And I'll deselect that. And so now you see, if I bring this, choose my draw order back to the front. So my shrink wrap boundary with no perimeter reduction followed all of those outside triangles just like we had before. Okay. But, and I'm going to now erase by layer and get rid of my triangles. Let's see. So so what it's doing is it's building a little surface in memory on the fly, and it's doing no perimeter triangle reduction. If I select that boundary and delete it, and again, you can just pick on it and hit the delete key, or you can choose the erase command. And now let's run that command again. So I'm going to right click and choose recent commands. And I'm going to come down here and I'm going to find SWP lines. So that's shrink wrap polyline. Across gap to do the same thing, but change the parameter reduction from none. Let's go all the way down to high. And we'll say okay. And let's look at the difference here. Now I'll select that, and you can see what happens here is that it takes what would have been all of those triangles around the edges. And again, I'll put them back to what we had before. And I'll deselect that. So those, let me select this and bring it to the front. So what this did now, the red that you see here, is it built this surface in memory and it went all the way around it and it started to reduce things at a higher rate. So it took more of these external triangles. It gets rid of this one first, and then it comes in and looks at this one, gets rid of that one, so it got rid of everything except for what you're seeing here with.
Hey, Ken, a minute ago, it looked like you reordered what was displayed on top versus bottom. How did
Yes.
you how did you do that?
All right, good question. And I'll put this back to where it was. When I drew the triangles, they showed up on top and they were the same weight as the red line. Now the red line's a little heavier, so you can sort of see it peeking out there now. In fact, let me put it back to the way it was. It was like that, and it was like this. It looked like that. Okay, but I knew that it was there. I just didn't know exactly where it was because these purple lines were drawn after the red one was drawn. So they went on top. So I'm going to come up here and you see my little icon that says I've got more than one thing there. I click the mouse and now I can choose that particular item on surf boundary.
How did you know you were on more than one thing? I don't think mine's doing the same.
When you hover the mouse, do you see that little icon that pops up right at the cursor? And
I don't have it.
you don't have that. So what's happening, if you were to click that, you would simply get the one that's on the top. But there's a setting that you could choose. It's called selection cycling. So if I start typing select and I choose this selection cycling, I'm going to choose the help and talk about it here. It says that controls the display of some visual aids during selection cycling. And selection cycling means you've got more than one thing where you click and you need to cycle through those things. So depending on what the value is going to determine what happens. So if it is set to 0, right now the default is 3, which means that it should display a list. So if you were to pick right there where that was, you should still get the list that pops up if you have it set to the default. And
I don't know if the
like when you let me run the command. I'm going to say selection cycling. I'm going to set mine to 3. That's the default condition. So if I see this, I don't see the little aid, but if I click the mouse, you should get this to pop up.
I think my default setting had not been 3 because when I ran the select cycling and hit 3, now I get it.
Okay. So, but you don't get the icon. If you want the icon, when you run selection cycling, set it to 2. And then when you hover, you get the little icon that tells you you have more than one thing. Okay. And if I just hover over, say, the point, I don't get that list. But if I hover over one of these inside lines, I don't see the list, that little icon. So I know there's only one thing there. But if I see more than one and I click the mouse, I can then choose either, if I say all, it gets both of those things. If I say this purple one, it only gets that one, the purple one, or if I choose this one or choose none, but I'm going to choose that red one. And so now it is selected, and you see the grips are there, and it sort of shows up now where I can see it. And because if it's not selected, I'm going to press escape, and it's no longer selected, so I can't see it anymore. So if I do, however, get it here, and I want to be able to see that over top of the other things that are hiding it, I'm going to right click the mouse, and I'm going to come down here and choose draw order. And that is going to, I'm going to bring it to the front so that it's as if it drew after the pink lines drew, and it's now showing up as my frontmost object. Okay. So what got generated when I drew shrink wrap with a high perimeter reduction is it got rid of not only this one that I was looking to get rid of, but this one and this one and this one down here. So it really sort of ate a little too far into my data set. So I'm going to go back now and erase by layer. I'm going to choose my erase by layer, leave my triangle lines in my list. I'm going to hit OK. They're gone. And now I'm going to select this and delete it. And I'm going to shrink wrap again, draw shrink wrap entities, cross gaps just like it was before, but instead of perimeter reduction set to high, I'm going to step that down a little bit. If I set it to medium and choose OK, and now select everything here and hit enter, I can see now it would do like this. Now it still comes in a little too far for what I want. I don't want to grab this point. I want it to come from this point down to this point over and over and over. So I could keep trying this with different settings. So I'm going to run it one more time. Shrink wrap polylines. And this time instead of medium, I'll set it to low. And I'll say OK. And now I'll do this one last time, and I say, okay, let's look at it now. It goes from toe to toe, and it skips coming in and just stays out here to toe to toe to toe. Okay, now that's not a guarantee that it's still going to grab everything it needs. So let's see if there's, it went from toe to toe to toe to toe to toe. All right, right here, here's an example of it still goes one too far. I don't want that point to be included. I want this to go from toe to toe instead of including this point. Well, I can't really change that any lower than that low reduction. Otherwise, it's none, and it gets everything as if, it goes all the way across this whole gap. So sometimes what you need to do is you get it to where it's, mostly working. And now you've got a polyline that behaves itself all the way around except for this one spot. So I can select that polyline, get my grips to show up. I can just hover over that one grip and choose remove vertex. And now that has formed the polyline in the fashion that I would like to see as my inclusion polyline. So I'm not jumping in here, getting rid of these triangles. I want to keep those. I want to keep these, but I don't want to keep these that are outside of my toe of slope. Now here's a place here, just like down here, where I removed that vertex and got it off of that point. Here's a place where it went a little, it didn't go far enough. I need to include this, I need to put a vertex on this line that goes to this point right here. So I could hover over that grip in the middle and choose add a vertex. And I'm going to add a point and I have to snap right to that location and grab that particular point. All right, so now this would be set up properly to be the inclusion perimeter of my stockpile. Everything, all of my toe of slope points are now connected with a closed polyline. Okay. So that is one way to do that line. But again, remember, we looked at our points, list points, and now we're back to finding that particular coordinate file. And now I see, I very suspiciously see, or not suspiciously, but fortuitously see, I go from point number 2000 in order down to 2028, and those are all of my toe points. Everything else is interior. And so I might come down here and start to examine, does 2000, are these truly in order as it goes around my data? And if I were to take the time to look at that, I would see that yes, indeed it does. And so I could create this line instead of draw shrink wrap entities. I might just choose draw 2D polyline, and I'll just leave it as an elevation of 0. And I'm going to come down here and uncheck, if it is checked, this box that says use the current drawing properties. I'm going to uncheck that. And I'm going to choose the layer. I'm going to select from my list, and there's that surface boundary layer. All right, so I'm going to use that as my layer. I'm going to say, okay, now remember when I'm doing a Carlson draw command, look at the command line. It says pick a point, which I could just pick a point on the screen, or point numbers. And remember I said it went from 2000 all the way around to 2029, or no, 2028. That was my last toe point. So when I hit enter, there it goes around. I gave it a different color. Sorry about that. And so now, and it's waiting for another point. Now I can either just conclude this and set it up, or I'm going to choose close, C to close. So that's now going to close that boundary, and I'll set this back instead of this to be by layer. So that would now also be another way I could do that, is to draw from 2000 all the way around to 2028. Now, what would happen if, let's say 2028 and 2027 changed places or changed numbers? So I'm going to come down here and double click my 2027 point, and I'm going to call that 2028-TMP for temporary. So I'm going to give that a different point name. Delete point 2027, yep. And so now it says 2028 temp. And I'm going to go over here to 2028, and I'm going to change its number from 2028 to 2027 and hit OK. Yes, get rid of the old 2028. And now I'm going to go back to 2028 temp, and I'm going to now make it 2028. Yes, get rid of the temp point. So now I have these points, but they're no longer in order. So if I were to, I'm going to select that line and get rid of it. And I'm going to now draw my 2D polyline. Surface boundary, I'm going to set my color to be by layer this time. And we'll say okay. And I'm going to, just like I did before, because I saw that 2000 went around to 2028. And I hit enter. Did I do 2028? Yeah. Undo that a minute. Let me double click here. 2028. Why did that not show up? 2028. Let me list all my points. Oh, what happened? I got rid of all my points. Boy, that was something that I didn't want to get rid of all those points. Now, let me undo, or better yet, let me go to my points, go to my utilities, my good old Swiss Army knife. And I'm going to come down here to the bottom right and choose my point history. And I'm going to see here that I wound up doing, wow, what happened? Update coordinate file from drawing. Let me go back to undo that. Yeah. Choose OK. Now let's see if I got my points back. I'll list all my points. Not yet. All right, so I'm going to undo all the way back until I see my points show back up. I don't know what happened there. I think I answered one of those. All right, so now I've got my points back. Let's see make sure they're in here. Still not in here. Something happened when I erased. Let me erase that. List points, all. Still don't have them back. So, let's just go to my utilities and update my coordinate file from the drawing again. Select everything. Now list my points. Okay, so everything's back. All right. Now, let's see if I can fix this. If I change 2027 to 2028-TMP, says delete point 2027 from the coordinate file. And if I say yes, and then if I list my points, so there's 26, 28, 28 temp. All right, so I still have the other
Hey,
points.
Ken,
Yes,
how are you able to click on a point and change it from there?
I double click it like that.
Got it.
Okay. Now we could do, in fact, this might make more sense. We got 2027. Yeah, it's back to 2027. If I list my points, oh, and I go down. Yeah, see, that's still, it didn't It's just changed in the drawing. So if let me see if I can undo. See if I can undo enough to get rid of that. Now it still did that. All right, so I could have done points, edit points, and brought the spreadsheet editor up. And that would have been, so there's 2028. There's 2028 temp. So I really want to make this one 2027 and then make this one 2028. That probably would have been the better way to do it. Save. And it says, okay, I've already used 2028. What do you want to do? I'm going to overwrite with those new coordinates. It's now saved it. I'll exit the editor. And now I'm going to go back and just draw locate points on my points menu, draw locate points. I'm going to draw all my points.
Hey, Ken,
Oh, yes.
it looks like you have 27 and 28 layered on top of each other there.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's exactly right. Because it took that value that I had before and said, let me see, it may be, yeah, maybe, yeah. So I think what I need to do when I chose that overwrite, if I choose this 2028, and I'm going to move that up to there. Now, if I double click 2028, but screen point differs, choose the coordinate to edit the screen coordinate and say, okay, now I'm going to double check that. I'm going to just draw my points over again. So I choose draw locate points. I'm going to choose to erase and redraw and just draw all. All right, so now there are my points. Oh, I've got a number of points. And they didn't erase. Let me get rid of everything. Draw, locate my points. Draw all. And notice I've got my elevations to show up this time. So now, there's 2027 and 2028 are still back where they were. All right. Let's go back to undo. All right, there's 26, 27, 28. And let me get rid of everything except for that. Let's draw my points again. Draw locate points. Draw all. Now it's still taking 2027 and 2028. All right, so if I move, I'm going to select that point. I'm going to move it down to here. Update coordinate for the modified 2027. Yes. Okay, now I erase all except for this line. So I'll shift click it, draw my points again, draw all. All right, so now that's back to where we were. All right, now, if I go to edit my points, and I want to simply make this one 2028, and this one, let's see. All right, now here's where it messed it up. All right, so 2028 is already used. All right, let me cancel that. Let me undo that. So 2027, I'm going to rename that as 2028, 2028 TMP.
Did that lose its elevation somehow as well? on the right column there.
Yeah, yeah, it sure did. All right. Okay, so what was it before? Let me do this. Edit. I want to undo. I'm going to type the command undo, and I'm going to type number of operations. I can also look above, and I'm going to type all. I'm going to undo everything. Wait a minute. So if I undo, all right, let's just give it a big number. All right, so that undid everything. Just so you can see it a little better. All right, now, what I want to do is edit these points. So 2027 is going to be 2028 temp. 2028 is going to be 2027. And it says 2027 is already used. What do I want to do here? I want to overwrite. So what I want to, yeah, I want to overwrite with new coordinates. And now 2028 temp. And I'm going to overwrite with new coordinates. Now that should have done that. Let's draw, locate my points again. Erase and redraw, draw all. Nah, boy, there's something that's not working exactly right, because look at 2026 is duplicated. So if I just get rid of everything and draw locate points, draw all. Yeah, see 2027. All right. Screen coordinates 2028 temp. I want to make 2027. Okay, now I still got my elevations. I've got my renumbering. Make sure I've still got all my points. There's something that's, all right, so that's now good. Now I'm going to change this from 2028 temp to just 2028. Seven. It's in the right place. It's at the right elevation. 2028. Same thing there. And if I get rid of everything and redraw the points, all right, there we go. Now, here's okay, all of that to illustrate this thing, a silly little point. If I were to draw a 2D polyline, remember I looked at my list and I said 2000 to 2028. So I said 2000 to 2028. There we go. And then I said C to close. All right, so let me change our surf boundary back to where we had it. And turn on there. All right, so now I've got a case like this, which that would not work. So drawing them in order wouldn't work. I would have to draw 2000 to 2026 and then go to 2028, then 2027, and then close. All right, so if you have a situation where the point order won't necessarily work, here's another command. Again, I'm going to draw a polyline. So I'm going to choose my draw menu. And I'm going to come down here, instead of the Carlson command, draw a 2D polyline, which I've been using before, I'm going to choose draw, come down to toward the bottom and choose polyline. I'm going to choose polyline by nearest found. And now I'm going to, again, I just want a 2D polyline, and I'm going to put this on a match. I only want all my B-toe descriptions, and I'm going to put it on this same layer called surf boundary, and I'll say OK. And now it says select the point from the screen or by point number. So you have to tell it which is your method, and the angle brackets is your default. So you could just hit enter, or you could click on that or choose S. And now it says select points. So I'm going to select all my points, but it's going to limit the descriptions to only B-toe. And so you see how it found the nearest one down here, nearest one up here. And so it went around and followed all my toe points. So it started here. It did not connect it as close because it just picked a point to start with. Maybe the 2016 it found first and then went around. And so if I want that as a closed polyline, what are some of the ways I can do that? I could either draw that segment and then join it to that segment, or I'm going to simply select that partially drawn line. I'm going to go to its properties, and down at the bottom where it says closed, it says no. I'm going to change that to say yes. Okay. So that's another way of drawing those lines. In our case, drawing them by point numbers worked. I could have said 2000 to 2028 and then close. Or in the case where the point numbers weren't going to cooperate, I could do that by nearest found and limit the description to B-toe. So, and obviously you could have done the shrink wrap like we said, but you might have had to maybe added this point into the shrink wrap boundary and maybe removed this point down here because of the way the shrink wrap works. Okay. Now that shrink wrap that we chose from draw shrink wrap entities, that's the very same thing that's going on when we go to triangulate and contour. And if we choose right here for my shrink wrap perimeter reduction, because it does a shrink wrap in memory for you. And you could choose, again, that same type of perimeter reduction. So if we said, we said none before, that's what gave us those triangles out on the edges. But if we said, low or medium or even high, you would see the triangles that result would be, here, I'll just draw them. We'll say high, we'll say, okay, select everything that I want to triangulate. I'm going to do that. I'm going to remove this red line so it doesn't consider those. And so now you see those triangles got built up, and this line was the resulting shrink wrap boundary. So it went in too far here, and there's no triangles out here. It went in too far here, did okay there. All right, so let me erase that and erase my triangle lines. All right, so that's what we're trying to do, is we're trying to limit what gets created as part of that surface. Now we're ready to create this surface. Now remember, this is going to be a stockpile. So what we have in our file right now are a bunch of points, and we now have a boundary that we can use as an inclusion polyline. So it's going to clip our surface to just that extent, which is what we want. Okay. So the surface that we build is going to be our stockpile. So let's do that next. Let's go to the surface menu and choose triangulate and contour. And we're going to make a few changes here now. I'm no longer going to draw those lines, but I am going to write the triangulation file. I'm going to choose the select button, and I'm going to type a surface that I want, which is going to be called stockpile. Okay, so that's going to be the file that it creates. And again, I'm going to uncheck to draw the lines, but I will check on to use the inclusion and exclusion areas, and that's going to be that red line that we drew by that nearest found, limiting it to the description of the B-toe points. The method is I'm going to trim the edges at the boundary, and my erase previous contours I can leave off, that's fine. I will ignore any zero entity elevations, which means even though this polyline is drawn out here, that's going to be ignored because it's at zero elevation, but it will still serve as the boundary. Okay. And I'm going to look at my contour and labels. They're still not being drawn. That's okay. I'm going to say triangulate, write that file, use the inclusion boundaries, ignore zeros. I'm going to choose OK. And now it says select entities, but read the line above, select any inclusion perimeter polylines or enter for none. So I have the one, I'll pick it. It says I have entities in set 1, and it's still asking me to select. So I can keep selecting. I'm done. So I hit enter. Now it still says select entities, but the line above has changed. It wants me to select any exclusion or perimeters. I don't have any, so I just hit enter for none. And now it says select points and break lines to triangulate. Well, you can just type the word all or select draw a window around it, either way. Hit enter. It now says there's 241 entities. It still says select entities, so I'm still building a selection set. Well, I'm done, so I hit enter. And off it runs, and it tells you that it wrote a triangulation file called stockpile.tin. Now, what can I do with that file? Well, I can view it. So I'll go to my view, 3D view, surface file viewer. It asks me to select the file. I'm coming down here to my recent files. I'm going to choose stockpile and choose open, and up it pops. There's now my little stockpile. I can turn the shading on and off. You can see the triangles that got built. And here you can see how it came inside to these little concave areas, and it cut out those triangles around the edges. That's exactly what I want. Yeah,
How
go
you
ahead.
turn that shading on and off?
This little icon in the right-hand panel that looks like a little fishnet.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay. And remember now, when you want to view these things, I'm going to choose my icon that looks like a little colored cube. And I'm going to go over to the middle of it. I'm going to pretend I'm standing in the driveway I'm gonna raise my garage door up. So I'm gonna make sure it says X and Y. I don't go too far where it says Z. I make sure it's X and Y. I click the left mouse button, hold it down, and I'm gonna push it up. And I'm gonna go back and grab another chunk, grab another bite, and I'm gonna lay it back sort of, not all the way up, but just sort of oblique. And now I'm going to go down to the bottom where it is a Z, and I can spin it around. Okay. And you can, reset things so you can get a sense of what that little stockpile looks like. And it's not very huge, right? Now, what do we know about computing the volume of material in that stockpile? What are a couple of things that we know? We built the stockpile surface. It goes from the toe of its slope and includes.
I'm sorry, do you just hit the X on the top, or how do you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I used the, let me pop that back up. Because it looked like I went to, so I looked at this and I use this little go out the door icon. But you can use the little red X up the top. Either way would be exactly the same thing. But what I did was I hit that little go out the door icon. I don't know why. I sort of like Carlson's cutesy little icons. So I use them when I can. Either way does fine. Okay. Now, so what do we know about how to compute the material in that stockpile? What would we need normally to compute a volume of a surface? We need something to reference it to, right? In this case, we could take the volume of that surface, but compared to what, right? We need a surface that it's sitting on. We don't have a bunch of points out here that says this is our existing ground. So what do we do? What would be one of the things that we could assume? We could, let's say we were doing this job down in the Orlando office where everything's just pancake flat. And we could assume that the toe of slope, and we would verify that by looking at all these elevations. Well, it's 390. It's not exactly flat, right? And it wouldn't be even in Orlando, but you get what I'm saying. So we could say, well, maybe that's a 391 average elevation. And so we could say, well, let's look at this surface and see how much material is in it above a certain elevation. We could do that as one way. The other way would be to compare it to, so this particular stockpile, for instance, could be sitting on the side of a hill. It doesn't have a flat bottom, but it's got a sloped bottom. Well, how would we make that surface? So if we were to run our triangulate and contour command again, what would we do differently to get just the bottom, edge to edge underneath it? And that's the answer right there. We would only consider the points around the edge, and we would not use any of these points in the middle. And there's a number of ways you could do that. You could erase all those points and just leave those points, or you could, when it comes time to select the points, you could just carefully select just those particular points. Or if you had this line, which we have set as our inclusion perimeter, it is now a 2D polyline. What if we gave it the elevation of all these points that it's running through and turned it into a 3D polyline? And then when we created a surface, we only looked at that 3D polyline. We did not select any points. We only selected that polyline. So what would happen is you'd get a triangle that's going to form from, say, this point number 2020 at 390.57. It might look all the way across over to here to this point and we'll go to 396.5. So that's what we really want to be doing, is we want to be building this surface as if it goes edge to edge underneath all these other points. And that would be one way to do that. So let's turn that line now into a 3D polyline. Now remember, when we drew the line, we said draw polyline by nearest found, and we said use a 2D polyline. We could have gone ahead and chosen 3D polyline and been done. We wouldn't have to convert it. Okay, but since we didn't, let's convert it. Let's use another command. So what command would we do that from? Remember, we're going to do a 2D to 3D polyline. And where would we find that? If we wanted to modify something, there's one thing you could do is go to edit, that's a modify, and you could come down and say change elevations, but again, it's not going to let us really, I mean, we could change it from 0 elevation, we could change its elevation to something, you know, constant across it, but we have some more specialized tools instead of these edit modifies. We're going to now look at our elevate menu. And right here's where we want to be. And we're going to find this is a place we visit quite often in this type of work. So we're going to turn a 2D into a 3D polyline. And how would we do that? Of those choices, what would be something that we see that might jump out at us as something that we have that we can use? And there are actually 3 choices that we could use. And those are those first 3 choices. If we said do this by surface model, it's going to have us pick the polyline, and then it's going to have us tell it a surface to use so that it takes that 2D line and it puts it on the surface that we chose, which goes out to exactly where it sits. And we could use that stockpile surface and it would read the edges of that surface file and put the elevations there. That would work. If we said by screen entities, then we would select any drawn 3D line work or 3D points or anything like that. In our particular case, we have points that are drawn at the right elevation, so we could select all the points, and the nearest points that it comes to, it would inherit those elevations. But we also, because what we have are points, that's our really more direct choice. So let's turn this from a 2D to a 3D by using points. So we go to elevate, 2D to 3D polyline by points. And we'll say, click. Or we will click. We don't say it, but we'll click it. And so now you can give it a particular maximum offset tolerance. I'm going to turn that back down to like a 1/10. You can keep the existing polylines if you want. I'm going to uncheck that. I don't really care to leave that as a 2D. I'll just make it a 3D. You can set the layer name for the converted polylines. Well, I'm not going to do that either. I'm just going to let it keep its own layer name, which is my surface boundary. And then it says select the points method by screen or by point number. Well, I'm going to say by screen. And so what's going to happen when I say okay, it's going to ask me to choose the polyline and then choose the points. And I'm just going to grab all the points. And so these points in the middle, because they're not sitting on that line, they won't be used, even though they're selected. So I'm going to say okay to this, and then follow the prompt. Select the entities that says select the polyline to convert. That's that red one. So I select that. One item in my set, keep selecting. I'm done. I hit enter. Now it says select entities, but it says select the points. So I'm just going to grab all my points with a window. 240 items in my selection set. I'm through selecting, so I hit enter. And boom, it says changed one polyline. And if I look at that now, I select it, and I see that it is selected. I've got my little blue grips, and I see in my properties, it is now indeed a 3D polyline. And if I click in my vertex editor here, let me zoom out so you can see the little marker as I step through it. Where's my, yeah, you see the marker? So now I'm down here, and there's 390.34. So you see that elevation. I go to my next one, 390.57. Go to my next one, 391.13. So you see what it did is it recognized all of those points that it was along its length and set the elevation of this now 3D polyline to match those points.
Now, that vertex number is unrelated to the point number. It
That is
assigned
correct.
new numerations? Okay.
Yes, that is correct. It actually starts, if I go back to point number 1, vertex 1, and I don't know where that happens. It's right up here. So I'm sitting here at, there's my first point along this polyline. And that's the vertex order that was encountered when it drew that line. So it started there at 2016, and it went all the way around to there at number 29, and then 30. There's actually a double vertex right there. That was when I closed that, the original 2D polyline. It added that segment, so now it has that closing point. So those are just the internal vertex numbers of that polygon. They have nothing to do with the point numbers. Very good observation. Now, something else that I always encourage you to do is to, when you do something like that, check it to make sure it's elevated the way you want. Because I could have elevated based on line work and all kinds of other things. So the easiest way for me when I'm doing this kind of work to check something is to look at it in 3 dimensions. So I'm going to go back to my view menu, choose my 3D view. Now there's 2 different viewers here. It's actually the same viewer, but it depends on which you choose as to what it asks you to select. So I'm going to use the drawing viewer instead of the surface file viewer. So I'm going to choose that drawing viewer. Let me unselect it. I'm going to press escape a few times so nothing's selected. Now I'll go back to view, 3D view, drawing viewer, and it says select entities for the scene. Well, what I want to do is grab everything, in particular the line and the points around it, but I'll get these points too, so it'll be okay. I'll hit enter, and now I'm going to see my viewer, and I'll be able to verify this by spinning this up. So I'm going to turn it up here like this. And you can see all of those points. You see the ones in the middle. And then you see these points along the edge. And what I'm checking for is to make sure that my 3D polyline actually does go through all of the point locations at their elevations. And it looks to me like it does. Everything's good to go. I spin it around here. Everything's looking good. All right. So that was using that 3D viewer to verify what we've done. So we now have a 3D polyline around the edges of our stockpile. So what are we going to do with that 3D polyline? Remember, we're after the the volume inside of this stockpile. So I need to make a bottom to this stockpile. And that bottom is going to be created by choosing just that 3D polyline to generate some triangles. So it's going to it's going to build triangles all the way across the edge. We'll illustrate that with this. I'm going to go back to surface and triangulate and contour. And again, like we did before, I'm going to uncheck this write the file, and I'm going to draw the triangulation lines. I'll leave all this stuff on here and say, okay. And now it says, select the inclusion. Well, there's my inclusion. Boundary, no exclusions. And now the points and break lines to triangulate. The only thing I want to triangulate is that red line. So I'm going to select that and hit enter to finish. And those are the triangles now that would be formed. And you can see how they're shooting straight across, building the bottom of that stockpile. Okay. Now notice this. Yes.
Hi, sorry. For some reason, when I'm trying to go from a 2D polyline to a 3D,
Uh-huh.
it found the entity, but it says no comparison entities selected.
No comparison entity selected.
Yeah, it's like not completing the command.
Do me a favor, share your screen. Let me. Okay, so if you, well, first of all, select the line, cancel that, escape a couple times, and select that white line, that boundary line, select it, and it is still 2D. Okay, good. All right, so escape that, and now show me your command. You went to elevate 2D by, you want to do by points. Now you're choosing by screen entities.
Okay.
There we go. Now, no, wait. Did it? Press escape right now. I'll show you one thing that you did that so go ahead and run the command again. And now choose OK. Now, before you draw the window, go ahead and choose OK. It says select entities, but look at the line above. What is it it's asking you to select? Not everything, not the points. It says just select the polyline you want to convert. So just pick it. All right, so if you've selected that, it says you've got one in your selection set and it keeps asking for entities. Well, now you're through selecting the ones you want to convert, so you hit enter. Now it still says select entities, but it's changed. Look at the line above. It says now select the points. Now you can grab all your points.
Oh, okay.
All right, and so grab those points. And now hit enter. You're through selecting, and it's changed it. Now go ahead and look at your 3D view or select it and look at your vertex elevations, however you want to verify. All right, so there it is. It is a 3D, and I see they are at the proper elevation. Okay?
Thank you.
You bet. All right, so unshare that, and I'll go back to.
Just share again.
Yep, I'm going to drag this over here and share back to that. And let me come back to here. Okay, so now, if I were going to create a surface out of just that 3D polyline, these would be the triangles that would result. And I would get this long flat triangle across the bottom here, which may or may not be valid, but it probably is going to be fine. I can resolve that a little bit. Let me up this so that you can see those lines a little better. So I get this really big triangle out here in the middle, and there's sort of a way that I can resolve that into a little bit better fit of triangles, perhaps. It won't really make any mathematical difference, but it might smooth it a little. So I'm going to go back to erase by layer. I still have my triangle lines, so I'll say, okay, get rid of the triangles. And I'm going to go back to surface, triangulate and contour. And here's another switch I'm going to do. I'm going to leave everything like it was. And I'm going to come down here and I'm going to say densify my break lines. And I'm going to go every 10 feet. Now, what this is going to have the effect of doing, you'll see here in just a second. So I'll say, okay. I'll select entities. Again, read the line above what you're selecting. It's the inclusion perimeter polylines. I select that one, keep selecting. I'm through with the inclusions. I hit enter. Select any exclusion perimeter polylines. I don't have any, so it says press enter for none. I do that. And now select the points and break lines to triangulate. I select my line and I hit enter to finish. Now you see, I still have this big one here, but look around this edge here. This one goes every 10 feet along that red line and it drops a vertex in memory only. It doesn't actually put it in the actual line, but you see these up here? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 triangles right in here, 8, 9, 10. That I didn't have when I did it this way. Again, I'll get rid of those. I'll run this and uncheck that densify. Select my inclusion, no exclusion. Grab this and now look at the difference. See, I've only got the one triangle here because I didn't drop those every 10 feet to get those additional triangles. Now, again, for our purposes here, it's really not going to make much difference at all. But sometimes you might find yourself needing to refine a surface a little better, and you can do that with that switch, okay? All right, so I'm going to erase my triangle lines again. And now let's build that surface called the stockpile base. So I'm going to go to my surface menu and triangulate and contour. And this time I'm going to uncheck those triangle lines. I'm not going to draw them, but I will write a file. And I'm going to hit the select button, and I'm going to call this one SP-base.
I'm sorry, would you go back one screen for us? What did you select here?
I unchecked to draw those triangulation lines, and I checked on to write the triangulation file. And then I hit the select button off to the right. And that's where I then gave it a name called SP base for stockpile base. And I hit save. And then I choose OK. And I go through the prompts again, select the entities. Well, now, because I had used the inclusion, exclusion, it's asking for the inclusion. So I'll grab the boundary itself. No exclusions. And now it still says select entities, but it says select the points and break lines to triangulate. So I'm going to grab the line that I'm going to use and hit enter. Off it runs and it comes back and it tells you that it built that base. I'm going to view it. My view, 3D view, surface file viewer. I'm going to go to my recent files and I'm going to find that SP base. I'm going to hit open. And now I'm going to see it, and it is mostly flat. I see that like right up in here, I've got like a bit of a high point there on the corner. You see it right there. So that may or may, and it may be valid. Okay, but it's basically because we don't have a whole lot of data. And then if I wanted to see how does that look with the stockpile superimposed on it, I'm going to go to my right-hand panel and go to the rightmost tab where it says model. And I'm going to come down and choose from these icons. There's the thing that says.
I'm sorry. I think I'm a step or so behind. I just tried to do the triangles again, and I
like that.
Struggled to. No. Before you got into this, yeah.
To build the surface.
So I got the surface back. I think I got it again, but I accidentally deleted the perimeter, so I undid it,
Okay,
but then I got the old triangles back. And I think my
Yeah.
issue was deleting, when I'm deleting the interior triangles, I guess somehow they ended up on the same layer as my perimeter.
oh,
So
okay.
when I did the all, it took it all back out. How, if I put something on the wrong layer and want to delete selectively, do I have to click through all of that or?
Well, you could select the item that's on that layer and change it to a different layer, or if you were to say erase by layer, and if that was on that layer there, all those triangles and the boundary was also on that layer, you couldn't really do that unless maybe if you had, let's say lines. See, there's a polyline, arctis, I don't really, there's an X line, there's a trace. Oh, we could say lines. If that was the way the triangles were drawn was by lines, and we would not choose the polyline, that would leave that intact.
I'm sorry, are you saying that this is something that I need to follow along? Or are you saying this is
No,
something
no,
that
no,
doesn't work? Okay.
no, I'm saying, you could have done it that way. But like, if you got rid of that inclusion boundary, right? Is that what you're saying you got rid of?
Well, so I
As-
did it and then I undid it. So I've got it back, but I also have the triangles, which are the wrong ones. And I'm trying to
Okay,
figure
all
out
right.
how to,
Well, go up to the undo tools and choose redo. Redo all the way back to where you've gotten rid of all of the triangles and the boundary. I'm going to show you a trick. Just
I'm
do,
sorry, how do I do redo?
it's on the edit menu right below undo, there's redo. Or if you have the toolbar out, you see these two arrows
Yeah,
up
I'm
here at
doing
the
it to
top.
the edit.
So get all the way back to where the only thing you've got showing are your points.
I think I'm gonna have to, no, this ain't working.
Well, just do erase by layer again and see if that gets rid of everything.
Oh. Okay, I'm back to just my points.
Okay, here's a trick. Let's say you accidentally got rid of that boundary like that, right? And you need it back. So how do you get that back? Well, what did that boundary serve when we built the stockpile? It became the inclusion boundary for the stockpile surface, correct?
Right.
Remember? So if we could somehow draw that surface boundary by reading the surface file, we'd get it back. And as it turns out, on our surface menu, we have that command. We can draw a boundary from a surface file. Now that's where it is on the construction module. If you're in, I'm going to switch temporarily to civil. You don't need to do this, but if you're, say, running civil, and you look under surface, it's down here under draw surface where you draw the surface boundary. Okay, but let's go back to construction here. And it's under surface, and we're going to draw the boundary from surface file. So if this pops, I'm going to look at my layer and I'm going to select, and I'm going to put that on a layer that I want, which was my surface boundary layer. And if you want to put it on a layer, and even if that layer doesn't exist yet, you can type a name down here and it will create it for you. So I'm going to put that on my surface boundary. I'm going to say, okay. And I wanted that to be a 3D polyline. Okay, so I'm going to do that. Now, because I'm doing this from within the construction module, I get this extra little switch. I could go ahead and use that to be my takeoff boundary. We'll leave that alone for right now. We'll do that later. I'm just going to draw a 3D polyline on this layer, I'm going to say, okay, now it's going to ask me what surface do I want to use? Well, there's my stockpile surface. That's bounded correctly. So I'll say, okay, boom, there it is. It drew the boundary around here. It is in 3D. And in fact, if I view it in my viewer, along with my points, I can see that, yes, indeed, it is following all those points. Okay, so that's sort of a trick, the way to get those boundaries back if you should happen to delete it.
Thank
Just
you.
know what it did, and so it's therefore inherently part of that stockpile surface. Now, have you built your base surface yet?
I have no idea what that means.
All right, we're going to build a floor for this stockpile. And we're going to build a triangulate and contour surface, but we're going to give it a new name. So we're going to go back to surface, triangulate and contour. And we're going to uncheck where we said draw the triangulation lines. And we're going to check up at the top to write a triangulation file. And we're going to choose the select button. And that's where we're going to call this one SP-base. And say, okay. Now, in my case, it asks if I want to overwrite because I already have the surface. That's okay. I said yes. So now we're going to choose OK. And we're going to follow our prompts. And it says select entities, read the line above, the inclusion perimeter. There's the line we just recovered. So no more of those. We hit enter. Now any exclusions, we have none. So we hit enter. Now select the points and the break lines we want to triangulate. And the only thing we want to select is that 3D polyline. And we hit enter to finish that. And it tells us, okay, it built that surface file. Now I'm going to go to my viewer, 3D view, surface file viewer, and I'm going to look at my base. I'm just going to verify. I'm going to open that up, and I'm going to see that indeed.
I'm sorry,
that
can you go
is-
back to that?
Yeah.
You went to view, 3D view, and then surface file view, and then where did you go from there?
Surface file viewer, and it asked me what surface file do I want to view. And I went down here to my recent files, or you could pick from this list above. That's all the files in the folder that you're in. But I'm going to use that SP base, and I'm going to say open. And that's going to now put that surface in my viewer. And I can see it's mostly flat. That's the floor of my stockpile. That's what I'm after. Okay. And I can also, while I'm in this viewer looking at that surface file, I'm going to go over here to my right-hand panel and choose the rightmost tab at the top that says model. And I'm going to choose the leftmost icon where it says to add a surface. So I'm going to choose that. And it's going to ask me to, all right, pick another surface you want to view alongside this one. And I'm going to come down to my recent files or from my list. And I'm going to choose the one I did before called stockpile. And I'll say open. And you're going to see that pop in on top of it. So I've got one that sits underneath the other. I've got a little bit right in here where one is a little higher than the other. That's the floor, which if I were to, let's see, let's turn off my surface. You see that because that corner point was sticking up so high in the air, but the floor comes all the way down to here. But the interior points here, they were not considered from my floor. So I've got just a little bit of edge overlap there. And you'll see that show up when we run our volumes. You'll see a very little bit of cut, even though it's something we can ignore because it's just where that little corner is sort of flipped up, okay? And so that gives us a way of, looking at these as two different surfaces superimposed over top of the other. I've got a floor and I've got a stockpile. That's what I need. Now, when I compute my volume, I'm going to compute the volume between those two surfaces. Okay. So let's go to the surface menu and we're going to choose volumes by triangulation, and we're going to choose 2 triangulation surface volumes, and we're going to compare the base to the stockpile. And so there's where your command is. It's on the surface menu. Volumes by triangulation, about a third of the way down. And we're going to go to the right and choose 2 triangulation surface volumes. So if I choose that, it's going to ask me for 2 surfaces. First, it wants to know the existing surface. Well, the existing surface is my base, right? That's where my stockpile sits. So I'm going to choose that one. Comes right back and asks me again for the final surface. Well, that's my stockpile. So I'll choose that one and choose open. And now it asks me if I want to use an inclusion polyline. So I may only be interested in a part of it, but because I'm going to let it go out to the entire extent of the surface, I can just hit enter. I don't need to actually select it here because it won't go past it. So I'm just going to hit enter. Hit enter again for any exclusions. And now it's ready to run my volumes. And you can give it shrink and swell factors if you know about the soil conditions and all of that, which units you want to use. I'm going to use cubic yards for my volumes, square feet for my areas. And you can do all of these different things. If you know that it's coal, for instance, you could type that as an 80 pounds per cubic foot or 120 if it's limestone, whatever you want tonnage. Let's go ahead and pretend it's limestone, 120 pounds per cubic foot. And then I'm going to say, okay. And here's my report. And I see there's my little bit of cut volume. I've got 1.7 cubic yards of cut. That's that little corner that flipped up. But there's my fill volume. I've got 3,266 cubic yards of fill. That's basically my volume of my stockpile. All right. Now I'm going to do something here. I'm going to put this out into the drawing by choosing this button here that says output to screen, or go to file, screen, either way. And I'll just take my defaults here, I think would work. I'll say okay. And it wants to know a start point. I'm going to come over here to the side and just click a point and then hit enter to let it go horizontal. It comes back to my report viewer and I'm going to exit the viewer either by the go out the door icon or the upper right X. And there now is, well, it's a really tiny text setting. Let's change that text to before. All right, we'll do this the next time. We'll set it up correctly. So now this is comparing the base to the stockpile. You see it in my list over here on the right, and there's my numbers. All right, now let's do a couple of other comparisons. On the surface menu, if I do a volume by triangulation, that was 2 triangulation volumes. Let's choose 1 triangulation surface volume. So in this case, it would be as if I only computed the stockpile itself. Okay. So if I choose that, I now choose my stockpile and I say open, and it wants to know, well, what do you want to use as a reference? I could choose an elevation and I would type in, say that 394, whatever the average elevation is, or I'm going to use the 10 perimeter. Well, think about what we did when we built that floor. Wasn't that just the 10 perimeter anyway? So if we do that and say, okay, it runs through, we'll do the same options and we'll say, okay, and we get exactly the same numbers. And I'm going to put that out on the screen. I'm going to change that height to 4 this time. And I'm going to come over here now to the right and then exit my viewer. And I'm going to see that those numbers, there's 1.7 cubic yards, 2.75 tons, 3265, 55 cubic yards of fill. So those are exactly the same things. We just went to that extra step of making that base as a surface. Now, why, you ask, if what you were trying to do is compute volumes, why would you go to the trouble to build that base surface? And the answer is you wouldn't, because that's all you needed to do. You wouldn't do that. If you needed to generate a grid of cut and fill amounts, you wanted to, show your cut and fill volumes and all of that, then you need that surface underneath there as something to compare to. So that's one reason that you would typically do it. But if all you're doing is computing volumes, you don't need to do the base. You can just do the surface and then choose that perimeter as its reference, and it will compute the exact same numbers. Now, let's look at one other instance, and that is we're going to compare it to an elevation. Well, remember, this elevation around the edges is not constant. But what could we find out about that 3D polyline? What if we found the average elevation and we looked at those numbers? So we can get the average elevation of that 3D polyline from our inquiry menu. And we're going to look at our polyline info. So it's about halfway down. And when we choose our polyline and hit enter, we look at the command line and we see right here we have an average elevation of 394.09. Now I'm going to select that number, right click and choose copy. You could just jot it down or remember it. And then I'm going to go back to surface. And I'm going to choose volume by triangulation, 1 triangulation surface volumes, just like we did before. Choose my stockpile. And this time, instead of using the 10 perimeter, which is the more exact, I'm just going to choose an elevation. And it wants to know a reference elevation. I'm going to select that, right click and choose paste. There's that average elevation. I'll say okay. Now, again, selecting any inclusions. Again, I don't need any because I'm going all the way out. The same little options. I'll say okay. There's my report. Let's put it out to the screen. And let's go out here now to the right-hand edge of it. We'll pick a point there and then exit the viewer and now compare these numbers. And you see they're quite a bit different. In fact, the one thing that it did was flip it, because it's telling me to take my stockpile down to that reference elevation. I have to cut 3,456 cubic yards, and I've got that little bit of fill. So it sort of flipped up those, it flipped the order here. But you see the numbers are a little bit different. In fact, quite a bit different. I've got 181 yards compared to 1.7 yards when I did surface to surface. So that was using the average elevation of that base. So that's a good indicator right now because of that difference in numbers, that volume calculation there is not all that trustworthy because there's more slope to this surface, the base, there's more slope to it than just being on a flat plane. Again, if it was, and if you knew a good average elevation, you could do that and come up with a reasonable number. So that's a slightly different number. Okay. Now, one final choice to show you is on the surface menu. Again, what are we working with here? A stockpile, right? I've got right here a set of stockpile commands, about not quite 2/3 of the way down. And you can choose to calculate a stockpile volume. Well, if I do that, it says select the stockpile entities and perimeter. I'm not sure that this will work here exactly. There, I could knock it as a flat base, but I think that would work. And now it says select the stockpile perimeter polyline. So I select that. And now notice what it's asking for here. Make a 3D grid file, not a triangulation file. So it's going to try to compute this as if we did a grid, a regularly spaced grid of all that elevation information. And we could say, how big a cell do we want to make it? Well, let's make these 10-foot by 10-foot cells. And so we'll say, okay. And now here's the numbers. And I'll put this over here on the screen. We'll put it down here this time and exit. And let's see what we got. Well, now by gridding, I've got a 10-foot by 10-foot grid cell. It reads me my ranges of elevations. It says I've got 5,280 tons or 3,259 cubic yards of materials. So 3,259 compared to 3,265. So that's a lot closer to the triangulation, but it's still not exact because what it did was it went every 10 feet and sampled this data and ignored the stuff that's in between those 10-foot grid locations. Okay, but that would certainly be close enough. I could confidently say I've got 3,000 yards of material in there that I could use for something, right? Same thing as up here. I've got, 3,265. I can say confidently I've got 3,000 yards. Even this last one, I could say confidently I've got, 34 or 3,000 yards. If it came down to I had to measure it out by the wheelbarrow full, I need to make sure I pick the right approach. And the right approach are these first two that we did where we actually consider every point in our data. And that is by triangulation. Whereas when we run this one with stockpile volumes that you might be tempted to do because you don't have to go through the effort of building those surfaces, it just does it for the purpose of running the report, but it does it as a grid. Now you can make that grid spacing smaller and smaller, but that makes the calculation take a little longer. So if I do it again, this time instead of a 10-foot spacing, I'm going to grab everything here. I'm going to say that's for that, and now pick my boundary. And now instead of a 10, let's make it a 1 by 1. We'll say okay. Now we put that out on the screen here, and we'll just go over here now to this spot and exit. And now you notice that my stockpile volume here is 3265.24. So that's 3265.55. So this one was a lot closer to the triangulated values because we made our grid size every 1 foot. So it only ignored the occasional one that fell outside of that 1 foot by 1 foot spacing. But it took a little longer to compute, not terribly much. But if you've got, acres and acres of stuff, you don't want to make that too tight a grid because it will take too long to calculate. Okay? So get a sense of what it is we're doing and where we're headed with this kind of thing. How to build a surface, how to compare the surfaces, how to compute the volumes. Okay, so that's just a number of couple of ways you can do that. Stockpiles, if you're sitting down, you got a bunch of, drone points that you've got flown and you can build your surfaces out of here, or you just got the points showing up in the drawing. You don't even have to create them into a coordinate file. You could just take those things as they are, grab them, run these, set your grid size to something you can live with, and compute the volumes, and you're done. Move on to the next task. But if you're going to use that for any other kind of, finer and finer work that you need a little bit tighter controls, you need to triangulate those surfaces. Okay? So we are well into our lunch break. Apologize for that, but it got us to a stopping point. So when we come back, we'll look at a way to design us a little borrow pit out of the area, and what we can do with that if we need to target a certain amount of material we need to extract to take off to another location. So we'll look at that in what we call our design pad templates. Okay, so another bit of our grading work. All right. Questions to this point? Anything at all? Everything good? All right, so we're going to shorten up our lunch break. It's about 10 after. We'll go ahead and we'll come back at 20 till. So go ahead and give you a half hour for lunch. And we'll come back and take the next step down the journey. All right, so I'll stop my share. I will stop my recording. Stop the transcription. Okay. So hopefully everybody had enough break to get some cobwebs cleared out, and then we'll push on ahead to designing our little borrow pit into our surface, into our stockpile. So I'm just going to go out here and do a crossing selection, get my reports out of the way so I can come back to where we're starting here. Now, I'm going to go to my view layer control, or I'm going to choose that second icon in my layers tool or my properties toolbar. And I'm going to make a new layer down here, and I'm going to call this my pit layer. So I'm going to name it. Let's give it a color that we can recognize as being our pit, and I'll give it some weight here so you can see it on the screen when we do it.
I'm sorry.
And
How did you make a new layer?
when I run this
Yeah, I'm in that
layers,
module.
so up here in the icons at the top, there's one that says new, or you could choose edit, or you can right click the area here and choose new layer. Okay. Set your color and your line weight if you wish. And then I'm going to just double click to make that my current layer. That's the layer I'm on now. If I close that and I look in my properties, I see that I am actually on layer pit. I could also have come up here and chosen pit as my current layer. So what I want to do is, and we're going to step back in this area, we're going to draw a figure that looks similar to this. And that's going to be the bottom of our little borrow pit. And then we'll push it up till it intercepts the top of that stockpile surface. Okay, so we'll do that as one of our steps. Now, the first thing I want to do is I'm going to freeze off these points. I don't need to see all these points in my way here. So I'm going to choose View, Freeze a Layer by Pick. And I'm going to scroll in down here. I'm just going to pick one of those little X symbols for my point. And then I selected the actual dot, the point that was there by itself. You can also just simply go to the layer control, and you see
I'm sorry. Can you just going a little fast?
yeah, that's okay.
You selected the point and then you hit enter and then where did you go from
Yeah,
there?
I wanted to freeze by pick, and I just if I pick one of these aspects, you see, I have to turn all of these things off individually, but I could simply freeze by pick, and I picked the little symbol. Well, that froze off that symbol, but can you see there's a little dot left behind? That's the actual point itself.
I don't think I could see the X.
All right, do it on yours. All right, well, here's another thing too. I knew when I drew these points, if I select this, I see that I'm, let me see if my point defaults. Let me leave that as it is. I'm going to select everything except my line and delete it. And let me draw those points again. Put them on points, draw all. All right, so there now are those points drawn back. And so now if I go to view and freeze by pick, if I pick one of those, let me, it's not really, I can't really, what I want to do is select that whole point and have that freeze by pick, but it's picking individual layers. So let me see if yeah. All right, so let's do it this way. Instead of trying to do that by freeze by pick, let's just bring our layer control back up. So view layer control or that little icon and find this layer called PNTS, which should be the layer that those points are on. And just click the freeze thaw icon. So that's now should be left with just your boundary. Everybody got to that point? Now, remember when we did our triangulate and contour, I had you go to the contour tab and we did not draw the contours? Well, let's fix that. let's draw the contours just so we can see them by reference. You know, so that we can have a good sort of point of reference as we're doing our work on our borrow pit. So how do you draw the contours? We've got the surface already built. So let's look at our surface menu, and we want to draw our contours, and we're going to look for contour from tin file. That's our second choice down on the menu. So we're going to have it contour by triangulation file. It's going to ask us for the file. We're going to choose our stockpile. Say open, and now you're going to see this, which looks very similar to that triangulate and contour command. But instead now we're going to, we don't have the selection tab. That's one difference. We also can't choose a file to draw to. So we're not going to be creating a file. We're just going to be reading this file and pulling the contours out of it. So I'm going to uncheck this use inclusion exclusion areas because I'm just going to let it default to its outside boundary. It won't go outside of it because it doesn't exist outside of there. So I'm going to go to the contour tab now, and I'm going to say draw contours. And I want to contour by interval. And then I'm going to go over here to the contour layer tab, and I'm going to put this on a layer called V-topo-cont-minr. That's minor contours. And I'm going to also check to draw the index contours. And I'm going to put that on a layer called V-topo-cont-majr for my major contours. And you can just take the defaults in there. It doesn't really matter. And I'm going to set my contour interval. And notice if you change it, say to 2, the index interval goes to 10. If I said 5, that would be 25. Well, I'm going to make these 1-foot contours. So I'm going to set my interval as 1. My indexes will appear on 5. Notice you can choose what this interval is because the surface is the surface. It just depends on how many contours you want to draw on that surface. So I'm going to go every 1 foot, and I'm going to draw these contours, draw the index contours. I'm not going to choose any of these extra choices here. I'm going to leave my smoothing turned off. I'm not going to do any contour smoothing. And next, I'm going to look at my labels tab at the top, and I will label the contours. And again, with the layer, I'm going to put this on V for existing. And there's V. And I'm going to choose a label style. And you can, if you make a style that doesn't exist yet, it will build it for you. I've got one here. Nothing is existing yet. It's going to be a style called contour label. That'll be fine. We'll see what it looks like. If we need to change it, we can go back to the text style and change the style. And I'm going to now label the integers, and that's everything to the left of a decimal point. Label any decimals. I'm going to say auto, so that if it's 0, it doesn't label it, but if it happens to be like a 1/2 foot interval, it would put the decimal 5 there. And my label text size scalar, now remember that is my plotted inches. I'm going to make these a little bit smaller at 0.06, let's call it. So 600ths. And then all of these checkboxes down below, you can see you could have it actually break the contour where it puts the label down, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to choose instead to hide the drawing under the labels. And that's down below this first section over on the right-hand column. And what that's going to do is it's going to draw the text for the label over the contour line, and it's going to blank out the contour line underneath the text, but it's going to do it using a wipeout, it's not going to actually physically break it. So it's important to not break this contour line where the label goes so that we can move the label along it later on. Okay. Now I want to label the index contours only. I will align them with the contours. I'm going to draw them on the real Z axis. So whatever the elevation is, that's where it's going to go. And then I'm going to draw these at a distance interval, let's say of 200 feet. So I'll just type 200, tab out of that and choose OK. And now there's my resulting surface drawn as contour lines. Now, a couple of things to take note of here. This particular text, it's actually a group of text and a wipeout, but if I choose the text, I see it has a style called contour label, and it has a height of 3, which is, if you remember my drawing setup, I am set right now to a 50 scale. So 0.06 at 50, if I made my text plot sizes as 0.06, would be 3
How did you
as
get
the
to that
actual.
menu? Sorry.
What's that again?
How did you get to this drawing setup menu? My apologies.
No problem. I went to the settings menu and choose drawing setup.
Thank you.
And so that just means that whatever I have set here, I'm at a 50 scale. Maybe if I made that a 20 scale, that's going to affect the sizes of my text and such. Okay. Now I'm going to set that a little differently there, and let's redo this command. I double clicked down here in my annotation scale list, and that made this text really huge. So if I look at that and I look at that text,
I'm sorry, you double clicked where?
down there at the bottom, there's a little scale marker and it says 1:1 or something like that. And I chose the same as my drawing scale. I'm setting my annotation scaling to be active. Now, what that did was it took those pieces of text, which were right now set to be 3 units tall in paper space, or 3 units tall in text. It made them annotative, but it made them 3 inches tall. If I were to plot this at 1 inch equals 50 feet, that would be 3 inches on my paper. So what I'm going to do is, instead of taking that like it was, I'm going to go back now to surface, since I've changed that annotation scaling, and I'm going to just draw these contours all over again. So I'm going to say contour from 10 file, choose my file, and now I want to use this. I'm going to keep this text size still set to 0.06, but now it's going to create it based on that 50-foot size. And I'm going to also go back to triangulate tab and choose erase previous contour entities. And I'll say, yeah, just all would be fine. I'll say, okay. It gets rid of them all. It redraws them, and it now recomputes the text. And so if I select that text, I see that it is annotative at 1 inch equals 50 feet, and it's 0.06 inches tall in paper height, but it's 3 units tall in my model height. And so it's just a means of setting the relative sizes of these things. Now,
How do you get to see all of that in your properties bar?
All right, so if I select that text, I come up here in my properties and I see, well, it actually grabbed two things. It grabbed the text and the wipeout that's associated with it. So I pulled this down and chose text. So now it's only looking at the text, not, there's also a wipeout. There's a frame that's got a, in fact, if I turn on my wipeout frame, see that little frame there? That's actually a sort of, it's a rectangle that has a fill in it that is the same color as the background of the drawing. And that's what blanks out that polyline under, because you can see when I select the polyline, it's actually still there, but it's just blanked out. So I'm going to turn my wipeout frame back off. All right, so I'm going to set a couple of variables here. I'm going to type MSLT scale. That's going to set whether or not my model scale reacts to my L type, my line type scale. And I'm going to turn that on instead of off. And I'm going to type, it's now LT scale. I'm going to set it to 1 instead of 50. And you'll see why I'm going to do that in just a minute. I'm setting that up so that when I change the line type of these contour lines, they're going to show up for us correctly. And so I'm going to do that. Remember when I chose those on particular layers that did not exist yet? Let's go back to my layer control. Now they exist, and let's do some changes on them. So I've got my major contours, my minor contours, and my labels. So for my major contours, I'm going to set these to be a particular color. And I'm going to make them a little bit bigger here. Let's say a 30. And then for my minors, I'm going to make them a little darker here. And I'm going to set them to be a little smaller here. And I'm going to change the line type. So my major, instead of continuous, I'm going to click. And I've got some options here, continuous dashed or dashed 2, which is half of the spacing. Well,
I'm sorry. Could you slow down? I'm
Yeah.
struggling to find all this stuff on my screen while seeing where you're
yeah,
clicking
so-
it.
yeah, no problem. All right, so you got this open,
Yeah,
and do you see your layers at the bottom that you've created these contours on?
yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to select my major contour layer.
Oh wait,
Some of the,
I
some of
don't
the
see all of
settings
them.
are,
Say
Go ahead,
again?
sorry.
some of the settings on our end are a little bit different. Just, you have some preloaded like options that we don't have, so it's not a big deal, but it takes a little bit of time to tweak them. I just see continuous and dash 2. I don't have any dashed.
Okay, that's, yeah, you only saw this one and this one, right?
Correct.
Okay, so
It's not a huge deal, but I can see how it throws them off a little bit.
yeah, oh, understood. So here's what we're going to do now. You would see a lot more line styles in there if this file had been created with those line types loaded, or if your drawing template, remember we talked about that on the first day, if the drawing template that was used to create this drawing, it may have had those line types preloaded, in which case you would see those. But here's what we're going to do. First of all, let's change our colors. So I'm going to select my major. I'm going to choose the color tab, and I'm going to choose this gray one right up here, this 254. I'm going to say OK. I'm going to go down to my minor, do the same thing with it, 252. Click there, and I'm going to choose 2 gray boxes to the left, this one here in the middle, which is color 252, and I'll say OK. Now I'm going to also change their line weight. You see I'm in this column over here now, And so for my major, I'm going to set that line weight to 0.3. And for my minor, I'm going to set that to 0.13. So when our line weight visibility is turned on, you'll see those change accordingly. In fact, you can already see out here in the drawing, they've changed. I've got indexed and I've got the major and minor contours, and they've now taken on those colors, right? In fact, I might even turn that down from a 254 to a 253. Now, for the line type, if I choose continuous here, I can only select from the ones I have loaded, in which your case, you do not see that dashed. You only see the dash 2. So I'm going to choose this load button. So I'm going to load some more line types. Now, when you do that, you're going to load them from a line type file. And you see up here at the top, it's looking for this file. And by default, it's using this icad.lin as a line type file. And you can see all kinds of different line types have been pre-built in that file. You can hit the browse button, change to a different one. Maybe your company uses a particular one. Now, the ones that go ahead, say again.
Go back a little bit. Where did this add line types come from?
When I chose this continuous button, I click there. All right.
Yes.
I don't have any, so I'm going to choose the load button at the bottom. Okay, you see those?
Yeah, I see where it went to my other screen. That's why I didn't see it.
Ah, okay.
It was hiding behind.
Pesky old programmers. So now I'm going to scroll down here and I'm going to look for, there's 2 of them that should be pre-built. I've got a contour and a contour 2. Now they are just dashed lines, but the dashes are longer and the gaps are smaller. So while I'm loading, I'm just going to load those 2. And I maybe scroll down here and let's see. Maybe I can do these couple of fence lines. Let's see if we've got, say maybe a zigzag line. So what I did was I clicked on contour and contour 2, and then I went down here and control clicked fence line 1, fence line 2, and I scrolled on down to the bottom and control clicked on zigzag. And so when I have those selected, I'm going to say OK, the button at the bottom. And now you're going to see that as a list of choices. Now remember, I'm setting my major contour, so I want to change that to be this contour, and instead of contour 2, it's going to be the longer dash and the smaller gaps. So that's going to be a line type called contour. I'll say OK. And for my minor contour, I click there. Now these are still loaded, so I'm going to choose contour 2. So it's going to be the smaller. And I'll say OK. And now when I close off of this, you can see there they are dashed. Now, they're still quite a bit large for my taste as contour lines. So I'm going to show you another little trick here. I'm going to select one of them and one of the minors. So I've got those 2 selected. I'm going to right click and choose select similar. So it's going to find all the lines in the drawing that are on those layers and that line type. And they're now selected. Now I'm going to go over to my properties and I'm going to look up here at this top right here, and it has a line type scale of 1. Well, I'm going to make that a line type scale of 0. Let's make it 0.35. And if I hit enter for that, you see it has made the pattern smaller. And you could set it to even smaller if you wished. If I select similar and change that to say 0.2, it's starting to get, that's a little bit more like what I'm used to seeing existing contours look like. All right, and then there's a couple of other little settings that you could find out about those if I select similar. If you were to see these and they look like this, where you see the size of that dash and that dash, it looked pretty even, but see how long this dash is? And you see this dash is even longer. What that is a property called line type generation. And if I select that and I look in its properties and I see it has line type generation is turned off. And what that means is every time it hits a vertex along this line, it tries to restart the patterning. That's why when you get to this point, it doesn't have enough length to get the gap in there. Well, if I want it to do that, I need to turn its line type generation to yes. And now it actually draws the line type actually goes through the corners instead of restarting and trying to draw it, as it goes around the corners. So you can see here, comes around here and it gets, the gaps are all the same size all the way around. So I'm going to make sure I select all of these again, and for contour lines, I want to make sure that my line type generation is turned on. So I'll make it yes. So now the pattern, if it hasn't drawn a full dash yet, when it gets to a vertex, it goes ahead and finishes and then gets the gap in there. So now you're going to see them with evenly spaced gaps and dashes. Now, all of this is just purely cosmetic. It doesn't make any difference whatsoever to our model. It's just going to help us on our viewing of what we're looking at. A couple of other things. Let's say we've got a piece of text, one of these labels. Maybe that's in an awkward place. It's sort of jammed up here in these, and we want to move it out to a different location. Also on the surface menu, we've got a contour labels subcommand, one of which says we can move the label along the contour. And when we choose that, and you can see where the menu is, I'm under surface, contour labels, move the label along the contour. So I'm going to select that. And now it asks me to select the contour label to move. I'm going to pick, say, that label there, and I'm going to choose text. And now I'm just moving the mouse. I'm not clicking anything yet. I'm going to move that to a different location. Maybe I would rather see it right there. And you notice how it just walks the contour. Maybe I'll put that one over here. And maybe put that one there. This one looks like it's okay, but again, you can move it around to a different location if you like. Okay, so that was one of the reasons why we did that surface contour from 10 file. When we ran this, under the labels, we said hide the drawing under the labels. That's where it used the wipeout, and that allows us then to move that along the contour, and it just walks that line until you get it to a place where you'd rather see it. Okay. Again, just cosmetics. Okay. Save your drawing if you need to. Might be a good idea. And now let's draw our borrow pit that's going to look something like this. And we're going to be drawing the bottom of this borrow pit, and then we're going to push the sides up to where it comes out to daylight. So We are on our current layer. Remember, we set to pit. And we're going to draw this time just a 2D polyline. We'll take care of its elevations in just a minute. And I'm going to check on to use the current drawing properties. That's going to choose my layer pit and the color that it is. And I'm going to say, okay. And now I'm just going to start drawing a couple of figures here. And I want it to look something like this. And then when I'm done, my last step, I'm going to choose close. So I want it to look like that. Maybe I'll select it and move it. And I'm going to choose right click and then choose move. And I just come over here to the side. It wants to know a base point. So I'll click a base point. I'm just going to move it to where I'm sort of, I don't want to be too close to this edge because I want to have enough room to catch the existing surface. I don't want to push it out here to where it can't find the edge. All right, so I'm going to draw something that looks sort of like that.
I'm sorry, could you slow down for a second? Got to catch up a second here.
Sure, no problem.
So I think I started drawing that shape and I was trying to find the button to hit. I accidentally didn't finish drawing
Okay.
this shape.
All right.
I can right click. How do I continue it?
All right. If you select it, like, did you finish all but one leg?
Correct.
All right. So if you select it, look in its properties where it says closed, yes or no, set that to yes.
Oh, down the bottom. Got it.
Yeah, there you go.
And then I'm sorry, where were we going from there?
All right, so now you have this. I just moved it off of this red line a little bit to make sure I've got enough room to catch the daylight. This is sort of my first approximation of the floor of my borrow pit. Now, again, it's just a polyline. You can grab a corner and move the corners out. You know, you do this, it's what we call grip edits. You can do any of those kinds of things. You can add, you can turn it into an arc, you know, do all kinds of number of different things you can do with it. But for now, I want it to look something like that, about that far away from the edges. Okay, so you got something that looks sort of like that. Now, if you were going to think about this from a construction standpoint, if I were going to build this as, let's say, a building pad or a well pad, I'm going to do a gas well or something out here. If I look at this and I've turned on my contours here, what's one thing, you know, if this were going to be, if I were going to set the elevation of this pad, I see my contours range. Here's my 400-foot contour and it climbs up the hill to this. So it goes 400, 401, 2, 3, 4, and it comes down 99, 98, 97, 96. But if I were to set that elevation, say right at 400, which is about this middle, sort of the middling elevation of this area in here, and then I wanted to tie that into this ground. Well, if it's 400 all the way around, down in here, it's going to be above the ground. So it's going to fill down on this side. But up here, it's dug into the ground. So it's going to cut to come up to the ground on this side. And that would be sort of a good first approximation to balance this against my site. If this were going to be, say, a building pad, I might want to consider putting a building here at elevation 400 and then grade this pad so that it fills on the low side and it cuts on the high side. All right, so that's sort of where we're going here, except we're going to be setting this now as a pit into the ground. So again, look at what we've got. I've got my ground, there's my 400 line. Down here's 395, so 396 is up in here. So this is probably 395 and a half right in here. So if I want that to be totally in the ground, I want that to be something like 393 or 390 or something like that. So it goes down deeper so that it's in cut all the way around. That's going to be my bottom of my figure here. All right, this is going to be the bottom of my borrow pit. So as a first approximation, I'm going to, consider these elevations as to what I want. You're going to get some help along the way. So let's go to the surface menu and let's come down about the bottom section. It's the first command in the bottom section called Design Pad Template. And this is where I'm going to set some elevations now. So if I choose that, I'm going to get a pretty busy dialog box here. And let's fill out some things I want to do here. So first thing at the top, what is the source of my slope target? What's the surface model? So I can do this a number of ways. I can put this at some given elevation and then chase it until it hits a surface that would be coming up here to my existing ground. Or I could go to my design surface. Now this existing ground and design surface, those are my takeoff based or my construction module based surface building, but I'm going to choose other surface for right now because I built one out here, special built my stockpile surface. It is really going to be my existing ground in this case, but I haven't set up these two types existing in design yet. So I'm going to choose other surface for right now. Now I want to know the slope direction from a closed polyline. Well, this is my closed polyline, and it's going to be the bottom of my pit. So I want to build my slopes to the outside of that line. So I'm going to choose outside. So take whatever these elevations are and go outside and set those slopes. And when I choose that, I'm going to set these slopes to be like 2 to 1 or 3 to 1 or something like that. And so how do I want that slope projection to be? Perpendicular to either the pad polyline or the slope direction. I'm going to go perpendicular to the pad. So if I measure the slope coming up out of this edge, it's going to be, measured perpendicular to those edges. So I'm going to go perpendicular to my pad polyline. The design slope format, I'm going to use a ratio. That's going to be like a 2 to 1, 3 to 1, what have you. You can use a percent or a degree, or you can use a template that changes it additionally. Now, these merge surface pad color, merge surface slope color, it doesn't matter. You can leave those set alone, and then you can use the color of the original surface on the slope if you wish as well. Anyway, you can see what happens when it's just a matter of what color it makes these. Now, these other things, you can read what some of those do. Like I could use a different surface, yet another surface for the interior. So I could go outside to one surface, go inside to some other different surface if I chose. I have different slopes for different sides. You can use a slope pad design where you could give this bottom, which in our case for a borrow pit, we're going to make it one even flat elevation. But if you wanted to, you could make that have a sloped bottom so that it would drain water out of it, for instance. So, but the only thing, and you can also, have it calculate the earthwork volumes and calculate the surface and all that, but we're going to leave those unchecked for now. We'll see here why in just a minute. So now I do want to round these exterior corners. So when it pushes these slopes out and it gets to this sharp corner, it's going to make a rounded corner out here instead of going to a point. So I'm going to round those exteriors. I will say to erase my previous pad entities. So if I'm going to change something, go back and run it again, it will automatically erase those things I previously drew. But keep your eye on that, because once you're done, you don't want to erase the next time you do it. I will draw the side slopes, and I'm going to color the side slopes. That means anything that's going to be in fill will show up as blue sidelines, and cuts will be red, and you'll see they're all going to be in red because we're doing a pit. And we're going to space those lines every 10 feet. Now, those are just going to be used for visualization purposes. It doesn't really refine our modeling much, but it doesn't hurt anything because they're exactly where they're supposed to be when we go to model the actual surface. Okay. So we'll set that spacing to 10. We'll put the delta angle at the corners to 10 degrees, meaning when it gets to the corner, you know, it's going every 10 feet, it gets to the corner and it's going to kick out a line, and it's going to swing it 10 degrees and do another line, 10 degrees, another line until it gets around the corner. Then it goes back to 10-foot spacing. I've got shrink and swell. I'll leave those set to 1. Minimum cut and fill height, and 0.10 doesn't matter. Trim existing contours inside the pad. I'm going to leave that set to no because I'm going to leave these interior existing contours alone. And then my pad layer, let's put this on, let's say 3D dash pit to distinguish it from our drawn polyline here. And let's say okay. Now, the first thing it asks is, what surface do I want to use as my target? And that's going to be my stockpile surface. That's where I'm going to try to come out to daylight on. I'll choose open for that. It says, now pick the pad polyline. Well, that's this polyline that we drew. So I'm going to pick that. And you see, it's done a couple of things, created some triangles. So it's sort of pre-building all this as we go. And it wants to know, all right, if you are in fill, what side slopes you want to use? 2 to 1. Let's try a 3 to 1. And if you happen to be in cut, what do you want to use? Well, it defaults to the previous as for fill. I'll also use 3 to 1. So I'll hit enter. And now it wants us to set an elevation for that pad. It suggests a number. And if you read the line above it, it says, well, the range of your existing elevations along that pad goes from 395.43 to 404.26. What elevation do you want to make the pad? Well, it suggests the lowest point there, but we're going to push it down even further. Let's call it 391. 391.75, just for yucks. So we'll make it a little bit deep at the bottom. It'll be even deeper at the back. We'll hit enter for that. And that now is going to be how that cuts into our site with 3 to 1 side slopes coming up to where it daylights out at the ground. There's our 10-foot spacing on our sidelines. There's our 10-degree sweeps around the corners. And you see they're all there. Now it asks if you want to adjust any parameters and redesign. I'm going to say no at this point. So it finishes up and it's left me with this. Okay. Well, let's take a look at what we've built. Let's go to our view menu. Go ahead.
I could have gotten a little too close to a perimeter. Hard to say if, would the software stop it from going beyond?
Not necessarily. Sometimes you'll see it push way out past the border.
And I just kissed it.
You got it. It's just within, right? Well, we're going to make some adjustments anyway. So here's what we're going to do with this. Now, notice on surface, we have design pad template, and that's really all that we have. However, you all have the civil module also. Now you could switch to civil and choose the menu choice called Edit Pad Template, but all you really have to do is just double click it and it will pop up this little editor where you can change the side slopes and change the pad elevations, all that. I'm going to choose Exit to come back out of that. I want to do a couple things first. And the first thing I want to do is take a look at what we've built, because all we've really done to this point is just draw the lines. We haven't made a surface. We haven't done anything with it yet. So let's take a look at it. Let's go to View, 3D View, and again, we're not going to choose a surface file. We're going to choose just things in the drawing. So we'll choose Drawing Viewer, and let's just grab everything and see what it looks like. And we do it, and there's what it looks like. And if I get my little cube icon and I push up and I see, all right, I'm starting to see what that looks like. As I go around, you see it's put that down at that particular elevation, and it's chased the slopes up until it daylights out at the top on the existing surface. Okay, everybody see that? Now, I exit my viewer, and let's take another couple of look at what we would normally do in a, say, a civil workflow. Let's go to View menu, and this time let's choose Isolate Layers. And again, that's also on our Layers toolbar up here at the top. But we'll choose Isolate Layers, and let's just pick one of those red sidelines. That now is going to isolate only the things that we've just created on that layer called 3D Pit. Select an object, look over in its properties, and you see it's on layer 3D Pit. Okay. And if you view that in your 3D viewer, just like we did before, you would see it without all that other stuff going on. So you see it looks like what we intended. Okay. Now, if we were to build a surface out of this data, and this is all the data that we need, everything is defined here in terms of edges and elevations, that would be our inclusion boundary, right? We would have no exclusions. We would select all this stuff and we'd give that a name for that particular surface. All right, so we don't necessarily have to do that. We're just looking at this and validating what we've done. So I'm going to go back to my view menu now and choose Restore Layers because I isolated before. So it's going to turn those back on just so you can see it in context. And now let's use the pad editing tools to do some of that stuff for us automatically. So if I just point to the outside boundary or one of the red lines, it doesn't matter, and just double click it, it pops up this little side panel that says Edit Pad Design Parameters. And here's where you can change these to be different values. But we don't see any value yet. See, right now it says no volume. So let's come down here and choose the process button so that it does calculate the volume. And that tells me I've got 2,918.4 cubic yards basically of cut and no cubic yards of fill. There's my surface I targeted as well. And you can run reports and do all kinds of different things. You can write the TIN file. That's the same as if we isolated that, chose the boundary and chose all the stuff and gave it a file name. That would do all that stuff for us automatically. So all we would say is write the TIN file, give it a name, and it does it for us. So we could do that at this point if we wanted. However, let's say that we were looking at this and we said, that 3-to-1 is probably a little too flat. It's getting a little too close to my stockpile. Maybe I'm gonna come up here and change my cut slopes instead of 3-to-1, let's say 2.5-to-1. So if I change that and then choose process, watch what happens. Did nothing happen? Let's see, 2.5. It's not changing. It's supposed to be, let's see. If I exit that and come back into it, it's still 3-to-1. Now I'm going to change that to 2.5. There we go. I don't know why I didn't process the first time, but I exited and came back into it, and I changed the side slopes, and now they don't go out quite as far, but my volume has decreased a little bit. You see 2751. So what else can we do here? Well, let's say maybe I just wanted to move this off of this back edge just a little bit. I can even say move the pad. So if I choose that, it says, all right, pick a start point. I'm gonna go off here to the side so I don't risk snapping to something. I'm just gonna start here, and you see I get a little ghosted image, and I'm gonna move it down off that back line a little bit and choose there. That's now where I want my pad to go. And I have to hit process again so that it recomputes. And now I've pulled away from this back line a little bit. And I've got a slightly different volume as well. Okay, now, let's say, I'm going to move it one more time. I'm going to move it down toward this side a little bit. The reason is I want to get this corner away from this because I'm going to put a roadway in here in a minute. And I'll reprocess that. Let's make sure. Okay, so I'm now comfortably inside here. I've got enough room in here to get a road in if I need to. And, that would work. And I've got a volume of 2690 something as my available borrow area. But let's say that you wanted to, well, I need a little bit more than that for my volume. So I'm going to come up here to my elevation. I'm going to drop it down. Let's put it down to 389.5, for instance, and process that. Well, that's going to push my slopes out a little further because I'm now further into the ground. And now my volume is up to 3779. Well, we can keep guessing all of these different things, or I'm going to tighten up my side slopes to 2-to-1, process that again. So I'm not quite so steep, or I'm not quite so flat. I've got a 2-to-1 slope coming down here. And now I'm up to 3485.8. But let's say you needed 4,000 yards of material somewhere else on your site. How do you set that to be exactly 4,000 yards? And we're going to do that with this balance command over here. So if I choose balance, it wants me to, well, within a certain tolerance, I'm going to say, let's go to the nearest 2 cubic yards, whatever. And if I just leave these set to 0, I'm going to have 0 import, 0 export, and I say, okay. Now, see what happens? It raises the elevation up to almost 400. And this part would be up in the air in fill. And that's in cut there. But here's what I was getting at. If I need 4,000 yards out of that, If I choose balance again, notice we think of balancing as being 0, 0. But what I really want to do is I want to take out of there 4,000 yards of material. So that's what I'm going to shoot for. So I'm going to tell it I want 4,000 yards of export, and I'll say okay. And you see how it changed and sort of iteratively did a couple of different adjustments. It's now set my elevation, and look at my cut volume is 4,000.5 cubic yards. So within the nearest 2 cubic yards, I set for my balance. I now have my target. I can run a report, and there's now my export volume right there, 4,000 yards. I've got, there it is. If I'm doing my pad earthwork, right up here was my target. Here's what I actually calculated is 4,000.47 cubic yards, no fill and area and stuff like that. Okay, so that now has been designed to give me 4,000 yards of material out of my stockpile. I mean, I've got to drop that down to 388.42. Now I can see if this is at 395, 94, 93, 92, 91, 388 is I'm digging into the dirt underneath my stockpile at this point. Okay, but you get the concept of what we're trying to do. So I would actually be out of this material down into the native soil, but what I've given it is a target of I want that much to come out of this excavation design. So I would be done with that. I could exit at this point. I could then build a surface out of this, but I'm going to go ahead and let it build my surface. So I'm going to choose Write 10. It's that button at the bottom in my control pad. And it simply wants to know the name of the file I want to write. And I'm going to call that borrow pit and hit save. Off it's going to go. It now has been created. I can now exit
Can
my
you back up a
edit.
few steps?
Yeah, so I was here
Yep.
and I chose Write 10. See that button at the bottom left?
Yep.
I popped it, I hit that button, this pops up and I chose borrow pit as my name and I hit save. And because I already had it, it asked if it's okay to create if it was okay to overwrite it. And I said yes. And so now it has created that surface the same as if I had selected this as my inclusion, gathered up all my line work, and built my file with triangulate and contour. I didn't have to do that because of this button over here. So now I can exit, and I now have a borrow pit. What can I do with that surface? I can view it, my 3D viewer. There's now my borrow pit. And I look at it, and there it is. In fact, with and without the triangles colored in. I can go to my settings tab and let's turn on my contours. Every 1 foot contour, there you see the contour lines. And it's down because the bottom of the pad is at a level surface. There's no contours going across it because it was at an odd elevation. Okay, so I could do that. What else could I do with it? We did our volumes, remember? Volumes by triangulation, 2 triangulation surface volumes. So if I choose my existing surface to be my borrow pit, my final surface to be my stockpile, I'll just hit enter no inclusions and exclusions, look at my tonnage and say, okay, there now is my 4,000.5 cubic yards or 6,480 tons. Okay. And it gives us one other little thing down here as well. Look at this section in our volume report. And you'll get this out of every two surface volume that you run. It will give you these averages. And it tells you right here an elevation change to reach balance. Now, in this case, they're talking about a 0-0 balance. So if I wanted to match my cut volume and my fill volume, I need to change the surface by 8.139 feet. Now I can either take the top surface down or the bottom surface up. So I could, make that change. And it says for every 1/10 of a foot that you change those surfaces, you're going to get basically 50 yards of material. So to get rid of that 4,000 yards, if I take this 8+ feet every 1/10, so that's 80 times 50, that's 4,000. That will basically bring that back up to a 0. That's just some information to know, in case you're looking at a site and you run some volumes on it and you see that it's not balanced, but it will tell you what you can change, how much you have to change it, and how much you get for every 1/10 of a foot change that you make. So it's just a little bit of guidance, as an illustrative story to that. I was doing a job up in upstate New York for Lockheed Martin, and they were building a new hangar facility to work on the presidential helicopter on Marine One. It's a nice 8-bay place, and they do all the super secret electronic avionics, retrofit to turn it into the president's helicopter. And so we had all kinds of things going on. We had, we were bridging over wetlands. We were avoiding contaminated soils. We were putting all kinds of things. So we had it all set, ready to go to construction. And we had a big meeting there with the contractor and the site architect that worked for Lockheed Martin. And so we had it all set up and modeled and showing there in 3D views. And he goes, "Oh, that's great. And here's we had the model built for the building." And he goes, "That's all great." He says, "But, I'd really like to see that a little more prominently as you're driving up the road, coming up the hill to the site. I'd like to be able to see it. Can't we just raise the site up, just raise it up, just say maybe 2.5 feet?" Well, sure, we can do that. We could raise all that stuff up 2.5 feet, but what's that going to do to our process? And the contractor, he whipped out his little calculator in the back of an envelope. He started doing these numbers and he goes, "Yeah, that'd be $4 million. And the architect goes, "What? What do you mean $4 million just to raise the building 2 feet?" Well, he says to do that, because he knew these numbers. He had these numbers in his back pocket. And he said to do those numbers, 2.5 feet is 25 of these 0.1s. So that's how much I've got to move 2.5 feet vertically. Well, every 1/10 of a foot that I move, I have X number of cubic yards of dirt that I got to move. And he knows what it takes him to move a yard of dirt. And if he had to do 25 of whatever that number is, he did the math real quick and said, "Yeah, that'd be $4 million extra dollars or $2 million, whatever the number was." So that's just some little good sort of hip pocket information to know when you're looking at these numbers, that if you need to adjust something, you know how much you're getting out of that adjustment. All right. But we have a specific need for 4,000 yards material. So we've now set our borrow pit. All right. So what else can we do with that surface? Well, I'm going to take a look at my stockpile surface. And I'm also go to my model tab, and I'm going to add the borrow pit surface to it. You can't see it there, but if I spin this up, you're going to see the bottom of it. Right there it is. And I can even open up this little plus mark, select my stockpile, right click and choose edit my surface properties. And I'm going to make it a little bit less opaque. I'm going to slide it down a bit, say okay. So now you can see through it to that surface underneath it. So that would be what that would look like. And I'll put this back up to my full opacity. So that would be what this is going to look like if I were to build that pit underneath that stockpile. So now we have this pit designed. We can do a number of things with it. Let's draw the contours for the pit. You can go to surface, contour from the tin file, and we're going to choose the borrow pit now. Choose open. And the only thing I'm going to do here now is change these layers. So I'm just going to change that letter V to be a letter C. Same thing for the labels. Well, actually, I'm not going to draw any labels, so I'm not going to bother changing that. I'm just going to draw them on those two new layers, say OK. And there now would be the drawn contours. Oh, you know what happened? All of these layers went away. Do you know why?
I'm sorry. Can you back up and show that again?
Yeah, let me see if I can undo this to get it back. All right, so I had this. So what I wanted to do is I want to draw the contours from this pit surface, just like I did from this existing stockpile. So I went to surface and I chose contour from tin file. And I chose my borrow pit. That's the surface I want to contour. And I chose a different set of layers now, just so I can turn them on and off separately from the other ones. I went to the labels and I unchecked that because I'm not going to label them. You'll see when they tie. You don't need to see the labels. And, well, we'll go ahead and turn them on if we wish.
Can you hold on for half a second on the contours tab? I think.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So contour by interval, I don't think I had. Okay.
Yeah. So, and that's another way when you draw these contours, you could choose to contour at a specific elevation. That's that other choice. But we're going to do by an interval and we'll go every 1 foot. Okay. Now, before I hit OK here, when I hit OK, all of these other existing contours went away. They disappeared and I only saw my new ones. Well, the reason why was right here. And this happens is you forget. I said the first time I did it, I said erase the previous contour entities. I said all of them. So it got rid of all those other ones too. Well, I'm going to say, no, turn that back off. I'm going to save these and just have it create the new ones. If you should happen to do this and those disappear, then all you have to do is go back and contour from tin file again, and you'll get them right back because the surface hasn't gone anywhere. That's the beauty of this, is it's got the data saved out there in that surface file. So I'll say OK. And there now will be the contours of that pit. Now I've got a bunch of other interesting things in here. I've got this green line. I've got all these red lines. That's my 3D pit layer. So let's turn those off so they don't get in our way. So let's go to view. We'll say freeze by pick. I'll just pick one of those red lines and that goes away. And now you can see how these contours now, and they're set to red. Let me change this to be 253. So there's my existing labels. Here's my proposed labels. So there's 390 and it climbs up to 395 and you see it ties in right there at 395. Follow it around. It goes all the way around here, comes back out and ties in to 395 on this side. So that's basically my grading plan. And you could change those to be different colors, different weights, whatever you want. But that's the grading plan. You see they all tie. Here's the 400-foot ties to my 400-foot line back here. Okay. So you should see how those two surfaces now tie into each other. Yeah. What else do we have? We've got two independent surfaces. What if we wanted that as a single final surface, though? How would we do that? And that's what we're going to call, that's what we call surface merging. Okay, so we go to the surface menu, and the merging happens to be on this very powerful command called triangulation file utilities. And it's going to pop up a little thing that's also resizable and everything else. But the way you do this is you're going to put in a base surface. In this case, it's going to be my stockpile. So I'm going to choose this upper button called Load Tin File, and I'm going to choose the stockpile. So that's now that surface, and you can see it's rotatable and viewable, and you can color it in and leave it uncolored, whatever. Okay. Once I've got that base surface loaded, I'm going to go to my next button at the bottom. So I'm going to go to the next phase, and I'm going to color that back in if I want to see it. And I've got all of these different things I can do to it. I can add values. Remember, I told you if you wanted to raise that up or drop that down, that 8 feet, I could say, you know, subtract that 8.19 feet or whatever, and it would lower this surface. And if I save the file, then it has dropped that surface by a certain amount. Sort of like a dial down on your dozer blades if you're using machine control. All right, but what I want to do is I want to take that borrow pit and I want to incise it into this stockpile surface. So I'm going to merge a 10. It's not add 10. That means add a value to it. I'm going to merge a different 10. So when I choose that, I now choose from these options what it is I want to do. I've got the second 10, that's the one I'm going to bring in, is inside. My current 10 is outside the boundary, and I'm going to have a transition, or it can be inside. You can adjust the elevations.
I'm sorry. Can you go back a few steps where
Yep.
you got this 10?
Are you at this point yet?
No, I
Okay.
fine.
Now go all the way back out. So it's on the surface menu, and it's called Triangulation File Utilities. So now you get this blank little command reference. I'm going to load a 10 file.
Okay.
And the 10 file I'm going to load is my stockpile. That's going to be my overall sort of existing base that I'm going to use for this merging.
Okay.
Okay. Then I'm
How
going to
did you
go
change it from triangles to solid?
this button at the bottom. These are very similar to that 3D viewer.
Thank
So
you.
there's that, and you've got these, you know, up and down. You see how the cursors are the same? X,
Yeah.
Y, and Z. All
Thank
right.
you.
So, yep. So now I'm going to go to my next button at the bottom over here on the right. And it's going to pop up into the next screen, and it takes that solid out. You can turn it back on again if you'd like. It just resets it. So it's not exactly the same as the viewer, but it's close. And now I'm going to merge a 10. And I need to tell it how I want to handle the merge. Well, by default, and this is the one that's most common, is that the second 10 is on the inside, the current 10 is on the outside, and I'm going to transition the edges from one to the other. You can remove from the current 10 where it overlaps the second 10, combine the repair gap. That would also do the exact same thing in this particular case. But we can just, take that default here. And you can actually set these colors to show when that merges in there. And you'll see that when we look at the surface file later, if you've turned those on. And we'll say, okay. And now we want to tell it the borrow pit is the file we want to merge into that. So we'll select that one and choose open. And there now you can see how it adopted that color green. But that would be what that would look like if it gets merged into that existing surface. So how do you get that surface built? Well, we don't have to go out and isolate edges and try to construct it. We just come down here where it says output at the bottom on the right. And we want to output the insides and the border and the outsides. This white area is the outsides, the green area is the insides, and the border would be these boundaries in between. And we choose save as, and we give it a name. This is just like in our design pad. And we're going to call it SP for stockpile dash final and choose save. It's now been saved. And we can exit our 10 file utilities. Now, what do? I go back and I view, 3D view, surface file viewer. I'm going to look at my SP final, and I'm going to bring that up, color it in. And now you can see that if I were to build this, that would be the excavation that I need to do to get that borrow pit built to give me 4,000 yards of material with, what did I say, 2-to-1 side slopes or something like that. Okay. Now, what would you do as a next step? And this would be where we are in our little design guide here. We might want to, and here's some example. We're not going to go through all these. These are just some examples of drawing these contours and putting them on different layers and different styles. And also even here's a picture of the cut contours from my pad cut down into my existing contours, and the existing contours trimmed on the inside of that area so that when I look at it, it doesn't look like this. You see them trim off the edges. Now, there's a way of doing that a couple of different ways. I could freeze these layers or erase them and recontour from this new merged file, or I could simply use something to hide the existing contours on the inside. And that's going to be one of our edit tools here. So what I'm going to do is let's go back to view and let's choose thaw/on all layers. You're going to see everything come back, the pad, the points, everything. Okay. Now, what I want to do next is I want to isolate just the existing contours and their labels and the boundary around this 3D pad. Now that will, when I isolate layers, I'm going to go to view, isolate layers. I'm going to pick one of my existing contours, the index ones. I'll pick one of the labels, and I'll pick one of the intermediate contours. And I'm going to pick this green outside boundary. And I'm through selecting, and I'll hit enter. So now it looks like this. Okay. So what I could do here now, I really want this as a separate thing. I don't want to see these red lines in here and the rest of this stuff. So a couple of ways I could have done that. That is the surface boundary of my pit. So I could have gone to surface, draw a boundary from a surface file, chosen that and put it on its own separate layer. Or since it's already drawn, if I choose edit, copy to a layer. So I'm going to do that choice, edit, copy, copy to layer.
I'm sorry to pause you. I think I missed isolating the layers.
Okay, so
Which
everything like this.
you did isolate layers, and which layers did you select?
Right, so the ones I want to work on are these existing contours, and I want this boundary around my pad. So when I chose view,
That's the
isolate layers.
green one, or the bottom of the floor, or the
No,
outside of the?
the green one. What I want to do is I want to draw my contours like this. I want to clip off my existing contours at the edge of where that other surface, the pit, gets drawn. So the outside of that. That's what I'm shooting for here. Okay, so when I choose isolate layers, I'm going to pick one of my labels, the index contour, the intermediate contour, and I'm going to pick that green line there, and I'm going to say enter. And now everything's on those layers that I picked has been isolated. But when I picked this layer, it took everything on that layer. So all of these other lines are also showing there. So
Can't follow.
Pardon?
I'm struggling here.
All right.
I can't, I'm struggling to see the colors that you're talking about versus, okay, I think I got it.
Okay. You should now see your existing contours and the 3D lines that were created with the borrow pit.
All right,
Okay.
I think it's good.
Now, what we're going to do is we're going to run a command called erase by closed polyline, and we're going to use this outside boundary to erase everything that's on the inside of it. But I don't want to erase, all of these lines. I want to keep them. But right now, if I were to do it, it would also erase them. So what I want to do is I want to, because these are all on the same layer. That's the problem here. So what I want to do is I want to take this line and I want to copy that to another layer that I can isolate it and get back um, to having this borrow pit line work on its own layer that I can freeze later. So what I'm going to do is edit, copy. I'm going to copy to layer. And it's going to ask me to select the entities to copy. I'm going to choose only the outside boundary. I'm through selecting, I hit enter. And it now says, all right, tell me what layer you want to put it on. I could choose one of these, or I'm going to come down here and just type a new name where it says layer name at the bottom. I'm just going to call it trim BDY, trim boundary, something like that, and say okay. And it did it. It put it on that layer, and that layer happened to be red. Let's find it here and change it to, let's make it this cyan color. And we'll go ahead and make it so you can see it better on the screen. So what I did, there's now two items there. See, there's that one on trim boundary, and there's the original one on 3D pit. Okay. So now I'm going to go to view and I can restore the layers back. And now I'm going to isolate the layers again. And again, picking just the existing label, index, intermediate, and I want just this cyan colored one. So there's my picker. I'm going to choose that. And now hit enter. And so now I've got basically a boundary that I'm going to use to clip all of this line, these lines on the inside. Okay. So I'm going to go back now to edit, and I'm going to choose erase by closed polyline because that was a closed polyline. So I'm going to choose that command. It asked me to select the perimeter polyline. Well, there it is. I picked that boundary and it says now select the different things you want to clip. Well, I'm going to have them all checked on here. And I want to erase either on the inside or the outside. I could prompt for exclusions and exclusions. I don't have any of those. I'm going to erase everything on the inside. I'm going to say okay. And there it is, just like a magic cookie cutter. And now I could even select that line again that I copied to that layer, and I can just delete it. And then I can turn all my layers back on if I wish. Thaw/on all layers. And now let's isolate the layers that we really want to be seeing here. So I'm going to view, isolate layers. I'm going to pick my label, my index, my intermediate, and one of these design pads, contours, one sample each. I'm going to pick that original pit boundary that we drew. That was just a 2D. And let me get one of my borrow pit labels, and I'll hit enter. And so now I've got this with my individual individual contour lines for, they're on different layers, but my existing goes up and clips out at that edge. Now, what's another way that I could have done that, and we're just going to talk about it. I'm not going to show it here. Let me also turn back on the surface boundary. So one of the things that I could have done, instead of drawing that line out there and erasing on the inside, I could have drawn that line, erased all of these contour lines. Okay. And then I could have gone back to surface, contour from tin file, and I would choose the stockpile, and I would check this box on to use inclusion and exclusion areas. And then when it asked me to pick, I would pick the inclusion boundary, which was the outside edge. And then when it came time to pick exclusion areas, I would pick that blue line that I erased earlier as an exclusion. And then when it enter, even though the surface still exists in here, it would only draw contours up to that exclusion boundary, and it would not draw them on the inside. Okay. It's just an alternate way of doing that from what I did before. Let me illustrate it real quick. I'm going to go back to edit, erase, oops. No, that didn't work. Let me do this instead. I'm going to draw the boundary from the surfaced file, and I'm going to put that on my trim boundary. from my borrow pit. All right, so there's that. And I'm going to view, isolate layers. I'm just going to get that outside red line and that trim boundary line and hit enter. Now, those are my boundaries that I'm interested in doing. And I'm sorry, let me do one other thing. I'm going to pop back on these existing contours. All right, so now that was when they got clipped. So I'm going to erase by layer, and I'm going to get rid of all of that, all of these existing contours. So if I erase by layer, I'm going to clear that list now and select from the screen, get the label, the intermediate, and the index. I'll say, okay, so now there's nothing there on the existing contours. But the surface still exists all the way inside this red boundary. That stockpile exists within that. So if I go to surface and contour from the tin file, I'm going to contour my stockpile. I'll go to my contours and change the layers. Same with the labels. And let's get these a little better spacing here, maybe only 25 feet. And I'm going to go to my triangulate tab this time and choose to use inclusion and exclusion areas. I'll say okay. And now it says select the inclusion perimeter. Well, I can select it. It's optional because it won't go outside of it anyway. Now for the exclusion, I choose that line. And then I finish that selection. And now it's drawn those. And if I put these back, whoops, sorry. I'm going to set that line type scale down to 2 again. And so now, if I turn everything back on, and let's isolate my layers to just get the boundary, the intermediate, the index, the text, the borrow pit contours, and that boundary. And so now it looks like this. So that did the exact same thing using that as an exclusion area when I drew the contours, was exactly the same as drawing all the contours, having that boundary and choosing edit, erase by closed polyline, erase on the inside. So that is how you would come up with something that would look sort of like this, where the existing surface still exists underneath it, but we've just cleaned it out so we're not looking at it. Okay?
So is this cleanup and clearing out the center area, is that just for display purposes, or is there
Exactly.
a computational? Okay.
No, because all we've gotten done with these contour lines that we're showing, that's all in the world contour lines are. It's just a visual representation of that surface. I don't even need to show contours at all if I want to just sort of keep track of what they look like in my head, but this helps me visualize it. This lets me know that, there's a sharp edge right along this crest line as it comes down here. So I know that my water is going to shed this way and that way along those edges. Okay. So again, it's just for convenience of display. So now let's save your file and let's look at a couple of things that you can do with this. Again, we've got these surfaces, they exist out there that we've built. We've got drawn representations of the surfaces, and they're nothing in the world more than polylines. They're just things drawn in the drawing. If I select that, I see it's just a polyline, and it has an elevation of 395. Okay. Here's again the same thing. There's an elevation associated with that polyline of 396. Now, what we're going to be doing in tomorrow's work is we're going to be taking these, some files that we're going to get, some PDF files, and we're going to figure out how, because sometimes all we have are contours, and that's all we have to work with. And so how do we elevate those and give them elevation and tell them to become part of a surface and all of that? So we'll do that as part of tomorrow's exercise. But right now, you've managed to maintain control over this whole process in terms of you've got identifiable named surfaces. You can compute volumes between them. You can draw the contours from those surfaces in different manners, different layers, different visualizations. Again, using those clips. Again, the surface still exists on the inside, but it only drew the contours up to that exclusion boundary, because when I chose contour from tin file, I chose on my triangulate tab, I clicked that on to use those inclusion and exclusion areas. Okay, so that's what accomplished that. And it was nothing more than the exact same thing as if you had drawn them all without the exclusion and then chose edit, erase by closed polyline, and you selected that boundary and told it to erase on the inside. So that does the very same thing. Okay. Now, let's see. I had a thought process here. Oh, so what I want to look at here real briefly is go to your surface menu, and I don't see it there. Yeah, it's not part of takeoff so much as I might have to switch to civil to do what I was going to show you. There's what's called a surface inspector. You know how under inquiry we had the drawing inspector where you can hover over things and get information about it. We have that same thing that deals with surfaces, but we need to switch to the civil menu. So let's go to the settings menu, choose Carlson menus, and choose civil. So now look at the surface menu, and I see a command down here called Surface Inspector. It's down in the bottom quarter of the menu. So when I choose that, I get this little guy up that says, all right, what kind of a little point do you want to use? If you're going to be putting a point down, we'll choose that one. I've got these different layers, and this is left over from the last time I used it. So I'm going to hit the clear button, and I'm going to load up these two files that I have. First of all, I'm going to load up my base, my SP base. And I'm going to click, and I'm doing that by choosing these buttons over here on the side, these little three dots. So I'll choose the next one. That's going to be my stockpile. And I'll go to my next one over here and choose my borrow pit. Okay. So now I've got these three things in, and I can choose these as names, or you can just type whatever you want to type in there. Let's just call that base, and we'll call this SP, and we'll call this pit. All right. And so now if I say okay, I'll get this little thing, and it's easy to miss. There's a little floating window. You might have to grab it out of the corner. But it tells me, and now as I hover the mouse, see what it's giving me? It tells me the elevation of any of those points. Now, even down here in the middle, notice my SP, which was my original stockpile, it still has values in there. See how they change as I move the mouse around? It takes a little bit of time for it to recompute. So you see the elevations, you see the slope of the triangle of that it's sitting over top of, and you also see a cut amount. And if I had fill, you would see fill. Now, if I get over here outside, notice my pit goes away. My cut is still active because remember, I've got the base showing. That's the floor of my stockpile. The stockpile is showing.
So I
But the-
think you might have a number of buttons togged on. I don't see the slope nor the cut, but I do see the.
Okay. So
How did you get back in there?
I just canceled my command and reran the surface
Got it.
inspector.
For elevation difference.
Yeah, here we go.
Report slope percent.
Yeah, that's if you want the slope, or if you don't want to see the slope, turn it off. If you don't want to see the elevation difference, you can turn that off. Now that elevation difference, and again, you can, all of those different options. Let's say we'll turn the slope off, but we'll leave the elevation difference on. We'll say, okay. And now you can see I've got my elevations and I've got cut. Now what the cut is, let's say if I click right here, and it's going to put a little marker down with those things in it. So that's my cut, 4.031. I come over here and do my cut. Let's do a cut right in here. So that's cut of 5.314 feet. If I come out here and click, it's also got a cut out there, 3.586 feet. Now, I hit enter to finish, or I can go back to O for options and I can change the layers and all that. Now, the cut value is the difference, the difference in that cut there is not the difference between the stockpile and the borrow pit. It's the difference between the base and the stockpile, the first two that I've got in there. So 93.95 to 97.98 should be 4.031. So that's the value there. Same thing here, 5.7, that's 95.62 to 01.34. So that's what that elevation difference is amounting to. Okay, so if I finish that, let me erase by layer. Again, I'll clear, I'll select from the screen, which was that grid spot, turn those off. If I only want to see how much cut goes down to my pit, then what I need to do is to repeat that command, surface inspector, and I'm going to clear my surfaces, and I'm only going to compare my stockpile to my borrow pit. That'll be it. So, again, we'll say stockpile and pit. Elevation difference. And now you see it's reading it actually from where you see the fill, obviously I'm going to be cutting that, but it's reading it in the up direction. And once I get off of it over here, you see my pick goes away, as does my fill volumes. But I could see, well, what do I have in there? Just a little bit, 0.227. So if I wanted that to actually read cut, what would I do? Go back and erase by layer again. But if I just swap the order of these, right? So if I change this one to be, instead of the stockpile, I'm going to use that as the borrow pit. And I'm going to choose this one as the stockpile. And I'll just abbreviate these a little. Now, as I move around, I see cut. So if I'm going to cut here, cut here, cut here, cut here, here, see up here just a wee bit. There's no cut in, or no, there's a cut right in there, just 1.2. So that's how, and you can see, like, here's 12.5 feet of cut, 10.5 feet, 9.5 feet to get down to that constant elevation, which you see the pit elevation stays at 388.42 everywhere along the bottom. But my stockpile has changing elevations over top of it. Okay. So that's a way you can evaluate some of those things that you've computed, and they're out there in those surface files ready for you to make use of them. I'll go ahead and clear off my labels, and we'll be done with that. Now, let's take our little mid-afternoon break, and then we'll come back and we'll throw in a roadway to come from the outside and build a little access road up into our site, into our borrow pit, which will be this, where we're going to cut a profile across there. And we're going to design a center line. We're going to design a vertical profile, and then we'll create this roadway, merge that into a surface, merge it into this overall surface, and tie it down into our borrow pit. Okay. So any questions on what you've got so far? Everything good? All right, so let's come back at a quarter till. That'll give us enough time to take another coffee break, answer some emails, phone calls, and we'll pick it up from there. So I'll stop my share. I will then turn off my recording. Okay, so everybody should have some surfaces here. We've got the stockpile base. We have the stockpile itself. We've got the borrow pit, and we've got a merged surface that we called, if I recall it, SP final. And that's the one that looks like this. And that is going to be our new existing ground that we're going to use to build our roadway into this. So we have a little haul road coming out of our borrow pit. Okay. So everybody is good to go, ready to go back. I didn't ask for a hand raise, but go ahead and let me know if you're back. All right, Orlando, Damon, everybody's good.
Ken,
Yes.
so I have a question, like when I did one of your exercises from your book, and it looks like we're missing T3 global.crd file, coordinate file that we need to set up. as a coordinate file.
Do you recall which exercise?
It's exercise adding break lines.
Adding break lines. So that would be right in here where you opened this file, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
and then
And then it says zoom new and notice some blah, blah, blah. Look at drawings, inquiry, drawing, okay, several.
And the very first one, the very first sentence, it's called set the new coordinate file to T3 global. So it's your
Oh, yeah, set a new coordinate file. That means you're going to, it would be empty. So if you open that drawing file, then you would go to the points menu and choose set coordinate file, and you would make it new. It'd be a new coordinate. Yeah. So really, you didn't even need it. In fact, I don't think the exercise even uses any points. Yeah, I don't think the exercise needs to use Carlson points. You could,
oh, we need to save it. We need to create that as a new coordinate file, right?
that is correct. And that would be,
okay.
Yeah. And that would simply be, you would go to points, set coordinate file, and you would choose the new tab and give it that name. And that, the act of doing that creates that file. Now, again, I don't think that exercise actually uses any Carlson points, so it really doesn't matter. That's probably I think that's in there as a step because our previous exercises, if we go back to this point groups where we opened this file here called civil demo, and we set the coordinate file to exercise. So that was one where we already had a coordinate file built. So I think that was really, the instructions were just done to sort of parallel that as a step. So it's not anything that you needed. Okay, you should have been able to get it no matter what whatever file you called. You didn't need the coordinates for any of the exercise.
So we can create with a new coordinate file for that exercise.
Yeah, okay. and you create the new file when you simply say set the coordinate file and you choose the new tab that creates it. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
You bet. All right, now let's design our haul road. So we're going to bring a road in and around the corner and up into our borrow pit. And it's not going to be a very well-designed road. It's going to have turns that are too sharp and lanes that are too narrow, but you'll get the process of what we're doing here. We got a pretty tight site. So let's go to our layer manager. So view, layer control. And we're going to make a new layer. And again, we'll either choose the little new layer icon or right click in the layer list in the white space and choose new layer. And we're going to call this C-road-CNTR. That's going to be a center line of our road. We'll keep it as white. And we'll set the line weight up on mine. You don't have to do that, but this way you'll be able to see it better. And for my line type, I'm going to change it from that continuous. I want to do a center line. Now, again, like you saw before with the contours, we don't have the center line in here, so I'm going to choose the load button. And I'm going to scroll this list down in my availables.
I'm sorry. Where did you find the line type? The line. Oh, where it says line type. Got it. Found it.
Yeah, under that column. And so I choose continuous and then load. And I'm going to come down here and find all of these ones that say anything to do with center. So I'll click the first one and I'm going to shift click this last one. I'm going to load all of those up. And now I'm going to choose, oh, maybe this one has finer short dashes than regular center. I'll just use that one and say okay. So now I've defined that C road center line. I'm going to come down here, select it, and just double click it to make it my current layer. And I can see if I draw using my current properties, I'm just going to draw something out here. That's what it's going to look like.
I'm sorry, is that a 2D or a 3D polyline?
Yeah, the one I drew was a 2D, yeah. So what's going to happen is when we design this center line, to get that line style to show up, that needs to stay a 2D. A center line, whether it's an alignment for manholes or if it's a center line of a road, those all need to be 2D, and we'll give it the 3D information when we give it the profile design for that road, okay? So I'm going to let me double check something right quick. Yeah. I'm going to go to my settings menu and choose drawing setup. And I'm going to come over here to the right hand set of values. And I'm going to change that line type scale to 1 and choose OK. That's just so that I can, when I draw my center line, it's not going to be terribly huge. It's still pretty big. Change up to use a 20 scale. You don't have to do any of this. I'm just doing this for display purposes. So now you see it made my text of my labels a lot smaller because I'm telling I'm going to be this at a 20 scale. So now when I draw my center line, yeah, they're going to be a little better defined. All right, so what we're going to do is draw a center line. Now you can do that several ways. Again, back to our decision tree. We either have something in the drawing or we don't have it in the drawing. If we need to have it in the drawing, we're going to look for draw, and we can draw a number of just geometric entities. Polylines, 2D polylines would be what we can draw. We also might be tempted to look, I'm going to switch back now, settings, Carlson menus, construction menu. So we're back to it there. We might want to look under, say, roads, and well, we see we've got a centerline editor. We could, do a couple of things here. Draw a centerline file. Well, we don't have a centerline file yet, but notice one of the things here is our second command down says polyline to centerline file. And that is an indication that sometimes it's easier to draw a polyline, get it like you like it, and then turn that into the centerline file. So that's what we're going to do is we're going to just draw a 2D polyline. We'll go to the draw menu and choose 2D polyline. It will say use the current drawing properties, which is that C road centerline that I just created. And we'll say okay. Now we're going to come out here and we're going to start, say, right in here in this area. And I'm going to click a point. Now I'm just going to click a series of points here. I'm going to click a point there. I'm going to go that direction. And then I'm going to come down here and choose a point, say right in here. And then I'm going to take that sort of parallel to my pad. And then I'm going to come up here and I'm going to come perpendicularly into this pad base. And so remember our snapping, we had our endpoint or our midpoint, or I could come up here and choose this perpendicular, or I can hold the shift key and right click the mouse and choose perpendicular. And I'll pick that pit bottom. And I'm through with that. I'm going to hit enter to finish. So that's now going to basically be my road. All right, but it's going to be kind of hard to drive on that road with these sharp turns. So I need to put some curves in here. And I can do that a number of ways.
I'm sorry. Can you hold on half a second? I'm struggling with the.
No worries. So when I concluded that last leg, I held the shift key and right clicked the mouse and chose perpendicular. Or you could have the Entity Snaps toolbar on, like you see up here at the top. And
so when I'm right clicking, the line ends.
Yeah, if you're not, yeah.
I'm sorry, when I'm, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so if you're drawing a polyline just like this, and when you right click, it ends the line. A right click with AutoCAD or IntelliCAD simply means enter. That's as if we'd hit the enter key. See, that concludes it.
So how are you getting the
So
right
what I
click?
was doing was when I drew this polyline and I did, click, 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 and now I want to snap perpendicular to that orangish line. I held the shift key on the keyboard down. And while it's held down, I right click the mouse and that pops this up. And that means for the next click that I make, I'm going to choose to go perpendicular. I want to snap perpendicular to whatever this target is. So that will be that yellow line, click.
Got it, thank
And
you.
now I hit enter or right click and it finishes that alignment, but it has snapped. So that's 90 degrees. That's 90 degrees. Okay. Clear that up?
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Okay, doke. Now, how do we put curves in our polyline? Remember, there's several ways we can do this. One is a fillet command, and that lets us tell it what radius we want to use. I'll get an idea of the sizes here. That's like it's kind of small. Yeah, that's going to be probably a 15-foot curve, 15-foot radius. So these are going to be, like I said, a bad road. So you can either do it that way, and you can choose Edit, Fillet. That's right here. And this is a standard CAD command. And we'll type R for radius. And we'll give it a radius value of, let's say, 20 feet. Now it wants you to pick the first entity. I'll pick that first leg and then the second leg. And that's now put a 20-foot radius curve in there. Okay. And you can do that all the way around working with this polyline with each of these curves if you wanted. But there's an easier way than that even. So I'm going to undo that and let's see what that easier way might be. And the first thing is going to be, let's turn this into an actual centerline file so that when we edit the centerline file, that's where it's going to be easier to put these curves in. Then when we come back out, it's going to change our drawing because remember, our settings, Carlson configure general settings. We said right over here in the right-hand side to link line work with center lines. Okay, so that's going to be our ace in the hole here. So we now have nothing more than a polyline drawn. So let's look at our roads menu and let's choose polyline to centerline file. It's the second command down. So when we do that, it wants to know the name of the centerline file. Well, let's just call this Hall Road. All right. We gave it a file name and it says select polyline that represents the center line. And it does tell you up above that it should have been drawn in the direction of increasing stations. That it is, it'll work out fine.
I'm sorry, did you hit save or did you hit something else to close this out? It's probably save, right?
I said roads, polyline to centerline file, and I gave it a name. Yes, save. I'm sorry, because sometimes the reason I did that back again is sometimes it says open, but here would be save. Yes, that's right. So now select the polyline, and it tells you that it should have been drawn in the direction, and it shows you with little temporary graphics the direction that it was done. That's correct. If it should happen to have not been correct, you have the option down below to reverse that direction like that, or put it back the way it was. I've turned it back. Now it's back to the way it was. And that's good. And it asks for a beginning station. Well, I'll let it start at station 0. That'll be fine. I'll just hit enter. And it goes through a bunch of little calculations here. And you can see gave me a station value. So at 0 at these coordinates, then it went to 2897 to 63 to 142 to 176, blah, blah, blah. So that now, and then it says press enter to continue. So that is now a centerline file called hallroad.cl. And unlike what we normally had done with this, say, this boundary polyline, if you just double click that line, it's just a polyline, and notice at the command line, it puts you into the p-edit command. I'll just press escape. I don't want to do that. But now, because we've turned this center line into a centerline file, when you double click that one, it knows to bring up the centerline editor. And that's exactly the same thing as going to Roads centerline editor, very first command, and choosing that file. There's my Hall Road, and I'll say open. And now I can see, you know, different pieces of my centerline are established here. Now, the way you put curves in this is you go to the incoming tangent, which you see it highlighted up here at the top, and you go down below and you choose fit curve. Now, again, please disregard, I know 20-foot radius curves are not ideal for a haul road, okay? So, but what we're going to do is just get the geometry figured out. So if I type 20 as my radius and just click out of it or tab out of it, it calculates the rest of this information for the arc that will result, and I'll say okay. And now it jumps back and it has fit a 20-foot radius curve in between those two tangents. I now see it down below here in my list. And by the way, you can select those and choose the edit button and get all the information about those particular components, or you can simply double click it and it does the same thing. There's the tangent, there's the curve. And you got controls like holding the PC, holding the PI, changing the direction, whether it's tangent to the previous segment or not. So now I'm going to go down to this segment and I'm going to fit another curve in there. I'm going to fit a curve. And I'll see if I can fit another 20-foot curve in there. I don't know if I can or not. Apparently it will. Otherwise, it will come back and say, you don't have enough room, and it will give you the maximum that you can use. So I'll say, okay. So now I've got a tangent, a curve, a short tangent, another curve, and I'm going to come down to this line. Now I'm going to fit another curve in there. So fit curve. And let's make that one a little bit bigger. Let's make it a 35 foot. Oh, see, it says I don't have enough room. So it can only be up to 33. Well, let's go ahead and put that back down. Let's make it 25. All right, so that would be a 25-foot curve in here, and then the remainder will be a little line here of 8.33 feet. That's my concluding tangent. Okay, so that now is going to be my roadway center line. I'll hit save and exit, and then watch your screen. When you do that, because you had linking turned on, it's now created it and updated the drawing because we edited the file. Okay, so everybody should have something like this at this point.
I'm sorry. Once you got all the curves entered in the centerline editor, what did you hit to get it to
Just save and then exit, and then it
exit?
should, yeah. So once you exit, it should update your drawing. Tell me if it does not, because if it does not, it means your linking here was not turned on. Did yours update once you came out of it?
Yeah, mine did. It took me an extra second to get the radiuses working.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, so now we have a working center line. Now, how do we design the vertical aspects of this centerline file? And we have to create a profile along this line, tell it where it goes up, give some vertical curves. Now, in our original exercise, and let's come back to it, we did this sort of the poor man's way of doing it. We drew this, say this green center line. There's an example there. And there's our centerline, polyline to centerline file. And now, before you create the profile, you need to create whatever the surface profile looks like, the existing ground underneath that pathway. And that you would do that using these commands. I did surface, create a profile from a triangulation surface, and then we chose the surface, and it created a file called, the existing ground, and it would look like over here on this page when I get ready to draw my road center line. And this is or profile rather, and this is my profile editor, and it's just my generic editor. I choose a road type. I fill out down here the reference profile. There's the existing ground profile. There's my center line. Okay, so that lets me do that, and then it lets me create these points and put these curves and such in there. That's all perfectly capable of being done in that fashion, but I'm going to show you one with a lot more power to it. Now, you would do that, for instance, if this were a series of manholes and we were doing alignment, we would probably use that as that command to generate those. But because this is a road, on our roads menu, we have not only and see, here's this create profile from the surface and all that, but we have this profile editor, but we also have a road editor. If I can find where it is. Okay. We do have a separate, and you don't have to do this, but I'm going to switch over temporarily to the civil module. I'm going to show you the profiles where you've got the standard old profile editor. That's the one that you see. We'll just call it junk for now. And it pops this up. That's the one you see in the book there. But what we also have under profiles is we have this not just profile editor, but we have this design road profile. So it's a road, and we have a road profile editor, and it's a little bit more involved. And we would give it a center line and give it a surface. And so it pre-does a lot of the stuff. See, it cut the existing ground for us, and it put in these points to mark the curves and all that kind of stuff. So this is specialized for roads, okay? Now I'm going to exit that, and I'm going to switch back to the construction module. So this is where you would get this. You don't have a profile editor for roads. You don't see a design road profile in here. What you need to do is come all the way down here to the bottom, and you've got these two commands. One is to process a road design, and one is to use the road network. And that's very, very powerful. We'll just stick with this road design. We're going to do just a single road, but a road network will find intersecting alignments and, do all kinds of edits and controls on where those lines intersect. It ties all the profiles together so that if one profile should change up or down, it pulls the others with it. So there's a lot of power in that that's more typically in a civil workflow. But let's look at the process road design. So we choose that one, and this is going to be our way into that road profile editor. So we're going to create a series, we're going to designate a series of files that we're going to use for input and output. And then these buttons over here are going to load the editors when we do that. So right now, because the last centerline file we edited was our haul road, see, I don't need to set the file, but if I did, I choose that button, I choose that file, it's now loaded that file. And if I choose edit, or coordinate file, I don't have, yes, I do. What is my coordinate file for this one? Stockpile points. All right, so it's going to pop up and let me go right back into, this is the exact same editor that you were in where you fit the curves, okay? So that's how that's going to work, is we tell it the files and then we choose the edit buttons. So we have a center line. We need a design profile. So we're going to choose that button, and this is going to be a new file. It doesn't exist yet. And we're going to call it haul road, just the same thing. Whoops. Haul road. This is its design profile. And we'll say, okay. So it's now there. And then we have a design template, etc. We'll come back to that button, but the existing surface, we need to tell it what the existing surface is so it knows how to cut the profile along this pathway, so we don't have to build that separately as a separate step. So we'll choose existing surface, and we're going to use this SP final as our existing surface. That's that merged surface, okay? Now, some of these others down here are optional, but we definitely need a center line, a profile, the existing surface, and we need a design template. Now, what we're getting into with this particular bit of road editing is right in here, this single roadway design, the fundamentals of roadway design, where we're going to define these materials and you can see over here, there's, you know, the first thing we need, this is our stepwise approach. The first step, we needed a center line. We've got that. We need a vertical alignment. We're getting ready to do that. We need a cross-sectional shape or a template, and that is the same as this here, where we define what the road looks like in cross-section. And then we, step 5 down here, optionally, you would have a surface file that defines the existing ground so that the roadway can tie out into that existing ground. So that's what we're going to come up with. That's why we've got this existing surface. Now, the design profile or the design template, we'll save that. We'll come back to that in just a minute. But right now, let's look at this design profile because we've told it the surface, we've told it the center line. If we choose the edit button for that design profile, you'll see this editor pop up. And you'll see over here, you know, the little marker that shows you where you are along the profile. And you see a couple of things in your edit space. Here you see these green, well, first of all, you see the green X. That is that station right there, station 0. And there's the end station. And you see some depth indicators. In fact, I'm just going to set these depths to be exactly 0 for each one. So they're exactly on the surface at both of those locations. Now, the little green diamonds that you see, the triangles rather, you can see those correspond to our PCs and PTs of our curves. And they're there just for reference. Okay. You see the existing ground, that's our red line up here. And we see we've got a vertical exaggeration on it. It's going to fit that. So there's some vertical exaggeration. If you pull this down and choose X1, that's what that ground really looks like with no vertical exaggeration. Okay, but sometimes it's easier to design with it set to fit or set to, say, a 5-time or a 2-time, you know, something that you might find it easier to work with. Usually fit, you know, optimizes how much to stretch it vertically. And so you get a little bit of information up here at the top. It tells you what station you're tracking along, what the elevation is, what the slope is. So right now I've got a continuous downslope of negative 4.274%, and it reads you the depth below. And if it's a negative value, it's a height above that existing ground. Now, let's look at our setup button down at the bottom. And this is going to control some of that behavior up here. So we choose setup. And right now, you can see where you can define the reference center line. That's our haul road. You could change it if you wanted. You could turn on and go ahead and
Where was
mark.
it set up? Where was that set up? Oh, never mind. I found it.
You found it? Okay. So you can tell it to, you know, hold the current elevation. So if you're editing a particular point, it could hold that elevation. But I'm going to show these grid ticks. That's the little markers here. I'm going to show my reference surface. That's the existing ground. And you can, you know, you can show these at offset. So 20 feet left, 20 feet right. If I chose that, that would show you what that existing ground looked like on those 2 different offsets. I'm going to turn those back off though. And I say show centerline special stations. That's what these green triangles are. So if I turn those off, I won't see them. But those are my PCs and PTs if you want them there for reference. Show vertical lines for intersections. And that's if we're doing this inside RoadNet where we have intersecting alignments, you would see vertical yellow lines where another road crosses this one or tees into it. We can show sag and crest points. So if we have low spots or high spots along these curves when we're editing it, you'll see them show up a little purple circle. You can extend the reference center line a certain distance before or after. We won't do that. We'll just leave them set to zeros. And right here, output the reference surface profile. This is as if we chose under the roads menu, profile, we say create profile from a triangulation surface. We could have given that a name and made it sort of a manual way, but right now this is going to automatically look at the footprint of the center line and cut that existing ground surface, create a profile for it, and it's going to put a little dash EX on that name and save that for our use. Now, this is very helpful because if we should happen to adjust the center line, move it or change a curve or something, it's going to recut that and recompute that profile for us on the fly. We don't need to do anything with it. And down here is the surface it's going to be using to cut that. And there's that SP final. That's that red line you see in the profile. Okay. And you've got all kinds of design checks and design speed using AASHTO speed tables and curve and all that kind of stuff. We're not going to do that. And we want to know what to display in our editor. Back over here on the side behind it here, you see this column that says sight distance. That's because I said sight distance. If I switch it to K value and say OK, it changes that to a K value. Now, what a K value is, if you're not familiar, is a number, and it's usually a fractional number that I think, I can't even remember. Anyway, it's a number that it's a calculation that relates to the amount of sight distance across a vertical curve. So like if you're climbing up a hill and you're getting ready to go across, it's how much sight distance, and it computes that value. A lot of road designers use that because those values are sometimes given as minimums and maximums that you want to use for your design. And that may be what they'll do, but we'll just keep it as a sight distance for now. And then finally, when we drag our point of vertical intersection, do we want to hold the vertical curve length, hold the K value or the sight distance? And that's, you'll see how that behaves when we start to do some of these drag operations. So we'll just say OK to that. Now we've done our setup. Now we need to add in some vertical curves. And we're going to want to try to match the existing ground as much as we can, but we're going to come into our pit elevation down here at the bottom. Okay. And you can do that a number of ways. You can come in here and do this insert PVIs, remove them. You can do it as a spreadsheet edit. But the easiest way is to use these graphical edit buttons. And the ones I'm interested in are these ones with a plus. That means to add a PVI or a point of vertical intersection. And once it's added, you can then edit that PVI, and you do all these with these graphical controls. So if I choose this add PVI, I'm going to add a point of vertical intersection, and I move up in here into my vertical design, and it says add a PVI. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click. I'm not snapping to anything, but I'm going to maybe put a PVI, say right in here a ways. I'm just going to click right here. And it says, all right, well, that's going to be at station 50 at this elevation with this slope in, this slope out. Right now it has a vertical curve length of 0, so we don't know what it's going to be yet. It computes that sight distance. And the reason it said 50 for station, and these slopes are to the nearest 0.5%, is that I had my station resolution snap set to 5 and my slope snap set to 0.5. So it jumped to the nearest 5-foot station and the nearest 0.5% slope. And that's just a starting point. So
I'm sorry, where did you find this dialog box?
Right here, this add PVI. So if I choose that button, I'm now up in my editor with my cursor, and I'm going to click a spot right near this top peak. So I just click right there, and that reads off those values that I have for right now, except for a vertical curve length. And if I leave that vertical curve length at, say, 0, you would see it go up and sharply come back down. It's not going to have a distance up there. So if I want that to be a vertical curve length of, let's say, 35 feet, I'll type 35 into my value here and choose OK. And now you're going to see a vertical curve, and it goes between this yellow circle and this yellow circle. And there's that little purple circle that represents the high point. See, that's my sag and crest points down here below in the bottom. So there's the crest at that location. I can also choose to go through certain points, whatever. And so now if I look at, I'm just moving the crosshairs, I'm not clicking anything. So as I'm climbing up here, I see up in my top set of numbers there, I've got an incoming slope of 5.05%. All right, not bad. 5% climb up to the top. And that puts my vertical curve in. And then I could come all the way down here and just land with a crash. But I want to put another vertical curve down here so that I can smooth out my transition into my borrow pit. So how did we do the first one? Remember, we chose the add PVI. So I'm going to click that again. And now I'm going to come down here and sort of click a point that's sort of, you know, maybe not quite horizontal, maybe just, but certainly not as steep. And I'll say I'm going to click like right in here. And let's give that vertical curve, let's make that a 30-foot vertical curve and say okay. And now I've got a vertical curve where I clicked. There is no purple circle because it's not a sag point. It's not lower than the ends. Everything is starting high and it goes through a curve, but it's always decreasing. So now I've got two vertical curves, and you can see I'm going to have a lot more cut that I'm going to have fill. So if we want to try to sort of change some of these things, I'm going to choose this edit button. And notice also when I chose those ads, it put them in the right order down here in my spreadsheet. Okay. So now if I choose the edit PVI, I'm going to click that and it says click and drag. Now all you have to do is click near. You don't have to snap to anything. So I'm going to click here near this point and I'm going to push it up maybe just a little bit higher. So I got a little bit more climb in here. So now I've got a point there. I've still got a crest point. My incoming slope is now 7.8%. Well, I can live with that. And I'm coming down here and I want to edit this one, maybe flatten it out a little bit more. So I'll click and drag. Now I'm going to click it and move it to the left. You can see it's holding that vertical curve length. And that got, you know, and I can choose to, you know, hold the slope in, hold the station, hold the elevation. I also see in my setup button, I told it to hold the vertical curve length. If you wanted to hold a sight distance, you could change it to that and it would shorten or lengthen the curve so that this sight distance number did not change. All right, so now I've got an incoming slope of 7.8. I've got an outgoing slope of -14. So it's like close to a 15-foot or 15% drop down to my closing slope of 1.33. Well, I might want to steepen that up a little bit so that I'm not coming down quite so fast. So I'll push this up a little bit more like that. Check my slope. That's a -5%, coming down at a -13%. So maybe come back to pull this guy back down a little bit. So that's a little less steep. I'm now under 12%. So that should do. I've got a curve, and I end at a point. I'm going to say exit or save, and then exit. If I chose exit, it asks if you want to save. So now I've changed. I now have a center line, and I've got a profile. Now, the way we did this in the exercise in the book that corresponds to this is that was really all that we needed. I'm going to go ahead and just say, I'm going to say okay to this to get it to go away. And this is going to come up, and I'm going to choose cancel and show you what we've got so far, because I've got this roads menu, and I'm going to choose my profile editor, which is right in the middle. And notice the profiles that we have. I've got my haul road, that's my design profile, but I also have one called haul road -EX. That's that existing ground profile. Okay. So if I look at that in the editor, there's that existing ground that should see that same familiar slope. Now, what we did in the exercise is we drew this profile, that design profile, we drew it as a three-dimensional, or we actually did a profile utility, let's see, profile to a 3D polyline. So we drew this, we chose our centerline file, and we chose our design profile, and we drew it, and you can see it there. I'll change its color 3D. I'll change it so you can see it here. So that is, in fact, if we look at this information in our 3D viewer, we can see there it is, you know, and it created it along that surface and then tied into the floor of our borrow pit. And we created that as a 3D profile. And then what we did in the exercise is we just offset that 3D profile to make the edges of the road. And then we offset those to tie into the existing ground. And I'm going to clear that out again. And I'm going to show it to you with this roadway design aspect. So when you are working through this as an exercise with this part, you're going to see it that way, where we offset that edge, and then we offset those edges to catch the existing ground, just like we did the bottom of the pit. We offset those side edges, but we're going to do all of that with our road process now. And this is where this design template comes into play. So let's go back to our roads menu, and remember, we're going to come down here to this process road design now. We choose that. And in our list of files, we need to give it a design template. So if I choose that, I'm going to choose a new design template. You see, you can have templates already built that have, you know, certain, pre-built ones if you had them. But I'm going to make a new one, and I'm going to call this All Road. Again, that's going to be my design template. I need to edit that file and tell it what it looks like. So I go over beside that and choose my haulroad.tpl and choose edit. And here now is where we design in this fashion what that road looks like in cross section. And we've got a number of buttons here. We're so running out of our daylight here. So we're going to create a series of grades, maybe a couple subgrades, and then we're going to do cuts and fills out on the outside edges so it knows how far to create those files. So grades are our first object to create. And a couple of things I'm going to show you here on these in this editor. I've got, what do I want to see on the left side? Either cut or fill or nothing, or on the right side, cut or fill or nothing. And it doesn't mean that that's going to always be in cut or fill on that side. It's just what you're going to see when you create this template. So let's put our first grade in. Now this is going to be, we're going to, oh, also, by the way, on this right-hand column over here in the middle, there's a switch that says same as left. So we're going to make this row to be the same on the right as the left. So we only have to build the left and it will mirror that on the right. Okay. So let's put our first grade in, and this is going to be the actual lane of our haul road. And so we're going to give this a cross slope. This is the grade from the center line out to the edge of the lane. And we're going to give that a percent grade of -2%. That's my cross slope. And I'm going to go out for a distance of, and I know this is not wide enough, but I'm going to say 10 feet. And then I'm going to call this one EP for my edge of pavement. Okay. So now you see they're showing up on both sides. There's my edge of pavement. Now I'm going to give it another grade.
Sorry, is that 10 foot from center line or 10 foot
Yes.
overall width?
No, 10 foot from the center line. So this is starting at the center. And when I put the grade in, I'll double click it to edit it. This distance is from that center reference point. How far at this slope do I make this point? I'm calling edge of pavement. So that's 10 feet out. Okay. Now, if I'm sitting on that grade, I'm going to do another grade, and it's going to go on the end of that grade. And I'm going to make this slope minus, oh, let's go 6% so you can see it. And let's go for a distance of 2 feet. And I'm going to call that SHD for shoulder. So now you can see there's my shoulder, there's my lane, there's my shoulder. These can be changed in order. If I select one down here and choose move up, you see my shoulder gets built first. So I can change those around. You got all kinds of structures, curbs, sidewalks, all kinds of things we're going to do. But this for now, for our haul road, we've got a 2%, a 6%, 2 foot shoulder. And now we're going to put cuts and fills, and you're going to see them show up here. So I'm going to go to cut, and I'm going to make my cut slope. I know I'm pretty tight, so I'm going to keep these at 2.5%. So that shows up because I said right side show cut. I'm going to choose the fill, and I'll also make it a 2.5 to 1 and say okay.
I'm sorry,
and now,
you're kind of going way too fast to follow along here.
all right. So when you are assigning these cuts and fills, they're going to go on the outermost edges of our template. So I simply hit the cut button. And there's all kinds of options you can do in here, but I came down here to I can have a series of differing slopes, but I'm just going to have one slope at a 2.5 to 1 slope ratio. And I've chosen up here to use ratio. Okay. So when I do that, it's going to make my cut show up here on the right-hand side. So if it isn't cut, it would look like this. I did the same thing for fill. So I just hit the fill button. Again, 2.5 to 1 slope ratio. And I said, okay. And that makes my fill slope. And now I see it on the left because I've chosen to display it as fill over here. Now it will be cut or fill depending on the surface, it's not forcing everything to be fill on one side. It's just by display. So now I've got these two grades and I've got my cut and fill. Now, let's up here on this cut edge, let's do, let's hit the cut button one more time. And you can see down here below, we're not going to do it, but you can add these ditch grades. And you could add, say, a ditch grade of a 1-to-1 for a foot. We'll call it, ditch 1. And we can add another at 0 for a foot. Call it ditch 2. And oops. And we could add another one coming back out at a 1-to-1, positive 1-to-1. Call it ditch 3. So for another foot. And so now if we were to do something like that, you see what it did is it went over here and put in a ditch at the toe of my cut. Now I'm going to go back into my cut button and I'm just going to take these out. I'm going to say remove ditch 3 times and just take that back out because it forms a ditch already. With that. Same thing on the fill side, you've got, instead of ditches, you've got berms. You can add berms. So if you've got a 40-foot high fill bank, you could add a berm there to keep your trucks from rolling off. All right, so now we've got the top of our road. At this point, let's throw a subgrade under it real quick. So we're going to choose subgrade. And we're going to make this be a roadway type. We'll match the surface, so the slope will parallel the slope of that surface. And we're going to have it go, say, straight up. And we're going to go to the vertical offset. We're not going to do a horizontal offset because that's where it starts. We're going to start at the center, so we'll leave that blank. But we're going to choose our units to be inches. And so I'm going to, for my vertical offset here, I'm going to say 2 inches. And I can match that distance of 10 feet, or I can select to go to wherever the EP is. So if I had something that made the EP get wider or narrower, it's going to follow that point. Or I could say EP plus a foot. You see, I can add different things to that. But this material I'm going to call asphalt. So there now is my asphalt. And I'm going to add another subgrade. And this time I'm going to put my shoulders, I'm going to put 8-inch gravel shoulders there. I'm going to change my intersect to simply continue the slope. So when it runs out of material here, it's going to stop at the edges of my cut and fill. And this time my horizontal offset, I'm going to start at my edge of pavement. And I'm going to make 8 inches, my vertical drop. And I'm going to take that out to the end of my shoulder. And I'm going to call that gravel.
Is that 8 inches offset from the surface or from the?
Yes, very
okay.
good question. It is from the top down. No matter how many things I put in between, which you're going to see next. So I'm going to put one more. I'm going to put, because I had 2 inches of asphalt, I'm going to put 6 inches of stone under my asphalt to tie into that. So I'm going to choose another subgrade. And this time I'll choose that straight up will be fine again. No offset horizontally. My vertical offset now, if I want 6 inches of stone below my 2 inches of asphalt, it's not 6 inches that I'm going to drop, it's 8 inches that I'm going to drop. And I'm going to take that out to my edge of pavement. And I'll call this one sub-base. It'll be a different material than the shoulder stone in our reports, okay? So now you see I've got the 2 inches of asphalt, and then 8 inches down is this next one, but because there's 2 inches of asphalt above it, it's only going to calculate 6 inches worth of stone. Okay? So that's what that would look like. And you see how this goes out to the, before it goes into cut, it goes straight up, but here it goes into fill, it just daylights out. Okay? So that's a pretty simple roadway template. Let's save it and then exit. So now we've got pretty much everything we need, but I'm going to add a couple of output files so you can see them here. We're going to we're going to put in these 2 section files, the design section. It wants to know the file to write. So I'm going to call this one all road -ex for existing. I'm sorry, they're backwards, design. Hall road -fn for final, except I need to learn to spell. And for my existing, I'll call Hall road -ex. So now I'm going to have these 2 as my section files that it's going to create for me. Okay. Now at this point, when I say okay, it's going to go to another dialog box and it's going to take all of this information, the center line, and it's going to go up and down based on the profile, and it's going to go left and right based on the design template, and start to build this as a series of edges here. So I've got a range of stations that I can use, and I'll just choose the full range. I can edit these design sections before final. I'm not going to do any of that, but I'm going to drop this at every, let's put it at every 10-foot stations. Normally 25 is fine. But because we got smaller curves, I'm going to tighten it up a little bit. And now my existing section maximum offset. This is just how far out it looks to sample that existing surface. So I'm going to just set those values to say 100 feet left and right. So what template ID? Remember we made our template. We had the center, we had the EP, we had the SHD. So we're going to use the center that identifies the profile. So it's going to walk along the center. And in this case, the template ID side doesn't matter because it's in the center. But if we'd chosen the right edge of pavement, we could have, done that accordingly. Shrink and swell factors, roadway curves.
Excuse me, where did this box come from?
I hit OK at, we'll go back to it. When I chose road design, I got all my files set. I hit OK.
There you go. All right, thanks.
So now I'm going to change my station interval to every 10 feet, just so it gets a little tighter because of my small road. And I'm going to set my existing max offset to 100 feet. And you'll see if that's not enough, the reports are going to come back and say you need more distance, and you can change it and rerun it. Okay, so now if I had any particular horizontal offset, which I don't, I could tell it to move the center line a certain distance, but I'm going to say, just a 0-foot offset. Any vertical offset of the profile, again, I'll leave those as they are. Report precision every 100th, that'll be fine. Report subgrade and topsoil areas, no need for the areas. You can look at the end areas of each of those cross sections if you want, with cumulative cut and fill, and then the final station and offset. Report IDs, blah, blah, blah. Let's uncheck that final station offset. We'll just use the end areas. And then what do we want to draw as our output? Again, like Design Pad, we can have it go ahead and build our road. So triangulate and contour, I'm going to choose set And I'm going to give this a name. That's just like you've seen before without some of the options. So I'm going to write the triangulation file. I'll choose select and I'll call this Hall Road. So that's yet another surface. There's my 10 file name. And then you can tell it what you might want to draw. I'm not going to draw any of these at this point. Trim any existing, I'm not going to do that either. I'm going to go to the contour tab and now I'm going to draw my contours and I'm going to put them on a layer called, instead of C surf contour, I'm going to put it on a layer called C road dash contour IDX. Doesn't really matter what you call these. I'm going to set my interval up to be 1 foot. No checks here, no smoothing. And then I'm going to labels and I'm going to uncheck the label contours. I'm just going to let them tie. You'll see where they tie in. So that's really all I need. I'm going to write the file called Hall Road. I'm going to draw the contours, 1 foot intervals. And no labels. Okay. We'll say okay. So that now will help us create that. You can also tell it to merge the road with existing. So if you remember our triangulation file utilities, we loaded a base, we then merged a surface. This can do this automatically. So I'll tell it to go ahead and do that. And I'll choose set, and I'm going to call this one HR-merged for Hall Road merged, and choose save. And then I can also erase my previous entities, draw a cross section, polylines, do all these different kinds of things I can draw if I wanted to see them in my drawing. I don't really need them. I'm just going to erase any of these previous. So if I change something, it erases them automatically. And I'm going to say, okay. And you're going to see the magic happen. So here's my report. It shows me my files that I'm using. There's my stationing. There's my total cut, 490 yards of cut, 27 yards of fill, disturbed area. Here now are all my cuts and fills at these particular intervals, and you see some odd intervals because of those particular stations along the PCs and PTs and the vertical points as well. So that accumulates it. Now here's where it says warning, the tie offset here at station 0 is beyond the existing. And the same thing here at station 60 is beyond the existing 100 to 27.2. So what that means is, I'll show you that in the cross sections, but that's basically our materials reports or our volumes reports. It gives us a total based on material. That's how much asphalt, that's how much gravel, and that's how much of my subbase. Okay, so if I say exit, now when I do that, it draws a bunch of these lines in here. These are my 3D lines, and what's happened is all of these lines here, and this is where it went off the surface. That's where it said it didn't go out far enough. That was that warning for that computation. So I've got a situation here, right? I'm going to take a look at that. I'm going to just view it in my 3D viewer. And I see right in here was where I was a little bit too high. I was above the bank of my pit and it couldn't find anything to tie to. So it overshot it and it went down into my borrow pit a little bit. So I need to push that curve down a little bit into the roadway so that I'm not trying to fill here, or I can steepen up the fill bank, what have you. So because we've got all of these files taken together, let's Well, in fact, let's look at that surface real quick just to show you what it looks like. And that would be what happens. See, it's trying to fill that, and it was a little bit above, but you can see how it ties in here nicely. So let's redesign this so that we can get rid of that particular problem area. So I don't need to do anything to change up any of these lines that it drew. I will go to my layers, and I'm going to look at my C road index contours. I'm going to make them red and heavier. And my intermediate, I'll make sort of this yellowish looking thing and a little bit heavier. Except I think I did that backwards. My indexes are red, my intermediates. Oh, okay. So that should be, that says index, but it's a 396. So I've got them on the wrong layers, but we'll fix all that. So let's go back one more trip to roads, process road design. Now we do need to edit the profile to push that curve down a little bit at the front. So I'm going to edit my design profile, and I'm going to pull this roadway right in here, needs to be lower. So I'm going to choose my edit PVI button, the pencil icon down here at the bottom of my controls. And I'm going to go up here and grab this curve, just click near it, and I'm going to pull it down so it's not sticking up in the air so far. And save and exit. So now that has changed that. And when I reprocess, I'm going to choose OK again. And this time to fix those contour layers, I'm going to come down here where it says triangulate and contour, and I'm going to choose this set button. I'm going to choose that, and under contour, I'm going to change these to the right layers. So this should be, instead of IDX, I'm going to make that one INT, and then make the index ones IDX. Sorry, I had those backwards. All right, say okay. Yes, it's okay. I'll say okay. Everything gets erased as it processes. It runs this, it recomputes these different amounts. I'll exit that. It redraws, recomputes, and now it no longer tries to shed down into my file, and you can see the contours. And you could then freeze off, say this layer, that's my perimeter. And you can see this line is the edge of the shoulder. This is the edge of the pavement. Okay. So what did we come up with now as a total viewer? We're going to go to View, 3D View, Surface, File Viewer, and we're going to choose our Hall Road merged surface. So all of this stuff happened without us having to do anything, and there now is my final. And I'm going to go over here to the right-hand side of the panel, and I'm going to pull this little yellow line around so you can see it casts shadows in different ways, and you can see how it's actually, you know, you can see the you should, as you drag that around, you should be able to see the, you know, the depression of the shoulder, and you can see on the contours how the center line, the crown, the contour comes across, and then it has a differing slope on the shoulder. And that would be a resulting final surface to build our borrow pit. Okay, so obviously we got some tight areas here. Now what I would do is probably freeze my perimeter. And then I would take, you know, these, there's my edge of my my lane edges. Maybe freeze that vertical line. So these are all 3D lines that I'm turning on and off here. Maybe give this a little bit. So that's now the edge of my, there's the edge of my lane, there's the edge of my shoulder. And you see how the contours now would be graded and how they tie in to these existing, or, you know, to the one that I designed against this pit final surface. And then I could go back and you know, recontour this whole thing as a finished single surface set of contours if I wanted to. You know, in fact, if doing so, I'm going to freeze now my pad contours, and I'm actually going to erase my road contours. And if I contour from, remember my surface or surface menu, contour from tin file, I'm going to contour the entire new surface by interval, and I'm going to put this on those same road layers. So see road index, see road, index, and draw my labels on there. And say, okay. No inclusions, no exclusions. So there's your finished set of contours, excuse me, to build that road into this borrow pit. Okay. And if you look at that surface one last time, you see those same contours, and they're controlled here under my settings tab where I can display those on or off, and it does it in memory. So I can just change that to, let's put every half-foot contour, or let's make them every 2 feet. So you can see you can adjust all of that as you may need. But that's how you tie all of those different skills together. Now, here's one thing to note. We tied down this center line to hit the bottom of our pit at that elevation. But we told it in our road design template to come off at a -2% and then a -6% for the shoulder. And it did that right there at the edge where it met. And then, of course, it's bumping into that vertical edge. So to be, you know, 100% correct, you would need to flare this up so that it comes up and joins it up here on these particular lines. Now, that's a little bit beyond, you know, what we would really normally do for something like this. This would be good enough, and we go out and build this structure. Or, or there are ways to do this where we could use a differing profile for these edges so that it goes up and ties exactly flat right on that edge. Okay, so that's one way of fine tuning that, you know, you might get into, you might consider. But in terms of this as a build file, this would certainly do what we need to do. And then finally, one last bit, we go back to roads, down to the process road design. And down here at these section files, we want to take a look at those section files. So we'll cancel that and go to roads and look at our sections, and we'll look at our section file editor. So which section file to process? Here's my existing files. So I've got haul road -ex. Well, let me change that from EX to FN. So I'm looking at the haul road FN, and I'm going to give it a reference section, which was my haul road EX. So now here's all my stations. So if I start here, say at station 0 plus 10, you can see there's that alignment. And if I step through these different points, you can see, what these are. There's my tie, there's my subgrade point. So it goes to each one of those different points along the alignment. And if let's give it a fit, or maybe a 5-foot vertical exaggeration. So there's now that particular station. If I go to next, you see I keep stepping down my road as I go along its length. Okay. And I can choose any given station. I can even hit this button at the bottom that says drive. And I'll drive a nice leisurely 20 miles an hour and say, okay. And so that's now driving down the road all the way to where I tie into the pit. Now this is where you could actually change these elevations. Do I have a depth column? Yeah, I could say here to make that a 0 depth. And we come back to the previous station, make that a 0 depth. Where's this one now? Let's make that a 0 depth. So you can make your adjustments like that, and it would change that section file. And if you did that, and I'm not going to save those edits. I don't generally edit my sections to do it. I'm going to say no. But if I did that to edit those cross sections along that that edge that you saw right in here, you could actually lift those up to where it tied into that existing grade right in there. Now, the problem is with this, it would come back 10 feet below. I'd have to edit that one to come up partially. And at some point, I'd have to, give up adjusting those edges. So that's just some of the fine tuning that you could do if you were really trying to build a silk road out of this thing, but we're not. That's got us what we needed. That's got everything. It tied all that together. So questions other than, can we go home for the day, please? Yes, you may. So anything else? Let's see. I've got a chat here I saw. Let's see. Bruce, I just see you've got a hand raised. Did you have a question, or was that just left over?
For a while.
Oh, okay. All right. So that now is basically all of those typical design tools that we do when we're modeling things in our design, and then the control that you have over all of these things And so I hope you've seen where those things can come from. Now, tomorrow, we're going to look at this at a slightly different way. We're going to still allow the computer to do a lot of this computation for us, but instead of us, designing this kind of stuff and trying to build these edges from things, if we don't know that, we're going to take what we have in our drawing, we're going to put them at the right elevation, and then we're going to say, okay, instead of me, choosing this and this and this to be part of a surface, we're going to say everything on this layer is part of my existing. Everything on these layers are part of my design. And then I'm going to do these particular things where I'm going to set my layers for existing, set my layers for design, and then I'm going to come down here, I'm going to make an existing, make a design. I do all kinds of adjustments to it. And then when I do these volumes and material reports, you're going to see how all that stuff ties together. And you can do the same thing with cut and fill analysis and all those heat maps as well. So we'll spend our time on that tomorrow. And that's what I call the takeoff way, whereas this is more the civil way. This gives us a little greater control. So any questions on any of that? Everybody good? Now, before we leave, my settings are set to do not disturb. I don't know why that is. All right, let me close that back. Ah, crap. What I say back to? Well, all right. Let me switch that away. Okay, so before we leave, those of you familiar with Teams a little better than I am, is there a way while everybody's here that I can send you the link for tomorrow's session without having to pick every one of you guys here? Because I don't know how to do it for your conference rooms. Or
just send it to me. I can forward it along to everybody just as easy, Ken.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. I'll go ahead and set it up and send it to you in a few minutes, and then you can forward that to them for tomorrow. Okay?
That certainly worked for everybody today. So
Okay.
That's what I do.
So let's not rock the boat then. All right. All right. So I'll do that and send it to you, Rob, and then we'll pick that up. And yes,
Are
go ahead.
you using any new content that you'd have to download, or is it the same content from today?
No, it's the stuff that we got today.
Okay.
We got this morning, but we really sort of focused on this particular project. But we're going to see some things in there, and we'll talk about them tomorrow. I don't want to hold you up too much tonight just to show you what we're going to do tomorrow, because we'll do it tomorrow. So,
okay.
All right. And I am keeping track, by the way, of the extra hours for those of you who may need the PDHs for your licensor. And by the way, is there anybody that's a PE or PLS?
Did you keep yours, Rodney?
Yeah, I still have to get continuing ed.
All right. And so that was
Rodney.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
I can get you the contact information and everything too, Ken.
You're a PE and all that. All right. I think I've got all that stuff, but I just want to make sure I get that on the certificates and all that. Everybody's going to get a certificate, but I'll go ahead and put that on the certificate so it's there just to be prim and proper. And with that, I will let you try to digest that little bit of flotsam, and we'll pick it up in the morning. Okay.
And you'll post this to YouTube again?
Yes, this will always happen. And I'll wait and put both today's and tomorrow's up. I'll probably process that, after the class, so they'll come up a day or two later.
All right, thanks.
All right, everybody. Thanks. We'll see you in the morning.
Thanks, Ken. See ya.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks so much.